Apologize about the big yawn. I've actually been talking on stuff because, like, I'm dealing with all sorts of headaches with my car being in the shop and the groceries getting low and just being like, hey man, I just need my car back. Please get it sorted. Um, and we also have Chrome Wolf with 135 stream streak, so thank you so much for that. Let's see, RimWorld with that concept could be hilarious. The second person is a first person colonist in Wax Active Survival build. Hey, Tim, it's good to see you. Let me go ahead and do this real fast. For those who don't know, Tim the Sorcerer, absolutely fantastic content creator. Does a lot of RimWorld, like no pause, 500% naked brutality, all that kind of stuff. Recently started streaming again, kind of took a little bit of a hiatus for a little while, but is back. So definitely go check them out. Really good times. Another person who advocates for people with neurodivergent conditions and all that stuff like we do here and all that stuff. And all that. Yeah, and I'm very rusty at my RimWorld. I was just mentioning the other day, because I think I hadn't played RimWorld since the hot potato. Well, that's lovely. First you drop. Cassie's being weirdly nice to me. She dropped the silver meteorite right away. Why are you not in your... Oh, right, I was releasing them. Right, I was releasing them for the reputation because they were both terrible. Yeah, we had, like, misogynist in the other one was, like, a whole bunch of stuff. Meanwhile, while we're working on that, we can go ahead and get our queue going. That way, as we get more colonists, you can get your name of the colony. All you have to do is !join, and then we'll draw names. And right now, you got Kyotsu, White Jaguar, and Pretty Little Pyro are the only people in our colony right now. And there definitely was not a child last stream who died. That definitely didn't happen, and you have no evidence to the contrary. Alright, but we are early game on what was a Naked Brutality start. We popped one of the Ancient Dangers. I've got a second one up here. This Ancient Danger is where things got mucky. Because we had a combat caravan here, a weapons caravan. And I decided to dig deep, ran in, popped that, tried to get away from the bugs, then ran in and let them out, and it was a whole group of people packing proper guns and everything. And so we did win the fight, but we did lose. You know, everyone was pretty bloodied up and everything already. So it's kind of one of those ones I usually try and keep the children out of fights. But it was like, hey man, everyone's half dead, so it's gonna be a step up kind of situation. Alright. And I want to say... And thank you, Apple Lords, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. So I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to emotes. That's 7 months you've been supporting. So thank you so much for that. But yeah, I do see that we got that bio-coated gun put in there. I also made the miscall that a lot of times when I end up with a map that's got like a lot of like running water or whatever, like it's a river or whatever, that I found I really enjoy in those cases. That's so okay. I really do enjoy those kind of ones. So I can either push to try and get the trade conglomerate to be my friends, but a medical book is really nice. I am leaning towards, let's get the medical book. Goodwill is not that hard to get a hold of. I see what kind of guest we invited to our colony. Arrives. It's party time! Everybody party! Animal skill trainer? I'm not as worried about the animal skill trainer. It can be useful, certainly. But, getting a book for medical, like, right at the beginning of the run is not bad. Especially when you have limited recreation, it means you're going to end up reading that book a lot. Which means you're just going to be getting yourself a lot of relatively cheap and easy stuff there. Who's the one who's not? We're just gonna practice our social on Vink. Alright, and we are using the no research, random research. And we are at 3 researches I physically cannot use on this tile. Doing great. But we don't have creepy. I'm still a little salty about myself. That I was like, yeah, when this person, if they go to leave, we're going to go ahead and just grab that person. And I was just distracted for a moment. They did the leaving, and I even tried to like crack off a shot to stop them from getting off the map. But it was just one of those things that just like I got here, I cracked one shot at them before they got around the corner. I just couldn't hit it. Yeah, no, they were like around here, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna go leave," and I was at full fast forward. So like by the time I got to slowing it down, they were here, and I just managed to get a white jaguar right there to fire one shot. Because I'm willing to kidnap a creepy joiner with unnatural healing. Usually I don't do a lot of the kidnapping in the game anymore. I just don't feel a need to do it with kids and everything in the game. There's just way easier ways to get people now. But creepy joiners with good traits, I will go out of my way for that. Or if you have that pawn that shows up and it's like tough, nimble jogger, and you're like, hang on. Because honestly, with the unnatural healing, for those who don't know, that cooldown on unnatural healing does actually still go down while they're in these pods. So if you have one that's got like a truly awful trait you don't want to deal with, you could just pod them and basically turn them into a mech resurrection serum, where you just pop them out of the fridge, have them healing, and put them back in the fridge. I have absolutely done that. We had one where it was the one where they like kind of yell and it knocks everyone down for a second. It causes pain. We had one of those, and it was just really obnoxious because we were doing Odyssey and it was a very compact ship, so every time they would use it, like half the colony would get down for just a second. I was like, this isn't gonna fly. Alright, you're healed. Or hurt. You might actually go down on your own. Because you're still bleeding pretty good. There. That way we take the warg off as a threat. And when someone gets a chance, we can get ourselves some warg burgers. We got Mandible on the 35 stream streak. Catch the last 35 streams without missing a single one. I do really like the mushroom biome. It can be a little bit limiting, which is fine. But like the bioluminescence thing going on, all that stuff, can be a lot of fun. Which we are not an ideology who likes fungus or darkness or anything like that. We literally just gave ourselves, like, Prolicize and called it a day. And they only did that because it was a naked brutality start, and it can be sometimes very tricky to keep your ideology intact if you're not doing that. With our ideology, what is our stuff we have here? So we have a social festival and a funeral. What is the anti-realism tag? It's a meme. It's for when people go, ugh, in this game it'd be more realistic when plop. And then we basically make fun of people. Because we, in this zombie game, it'd be way more realistic if you could do, it's like, alright, you want a realistic zombie game? Okay, there's no zombies and everything's perfectly fine. Congratulations, more realistic zombie game. Royal Tribute Collector, we got nothing they want, they got nothing we want. Gonna have to have you help clean. But yeah, so I just put it there as a meme for when people like get all snooty about, you know, something in a game not being realistic. It's like, hey man, we got the anti-realism tag. There's also a lot of times that people want things added to game because realism, that you stop and take one look and go, right, but would it be fun? It's like, well, no, it doesn't matter. Is it realistic? It's like, no, that's not the point. Okay, so you'd want the Neil sheets and all that. We don't have remotely what I need to make that happy. I am going to go ahead, and I shouldn't do this. I'm going to give you the leadership role. Since our ritual will want that. And then plus, like, at least it's something we can do. Part of the negatives, as you start getting those roles and all that, they get higher expectations. But we do have the achievements mod going. I haven't been, like, super going out of my way to do any of them yet. Right now, my plan has been mostly just kind of keep carrying forward with the colony, and then once we start getting it a little bit established, then we can go, okay, what am I going after? And start doing that. Because I think trying to early game go in there, because like we have the ones of just getting a bunch of colonists. My intention is to get the 33 colonists and immediately Arco Nexus. Because that makes my heart scream with anger and pain and frustration. Oh. So they want me to do a human leather thing. Get a total of 100 abilities across your colonists. Hard mode without DLC or mods can't be done. Okay, that's fine. It's a little annoying that they have some of these that you're like, okay, you know, do this without DLC, and it's like, okay, well that means by that nature, if I don't have the DLC loaded, I can do this one, but if I do have the DLC loaded, I can do that one. I kind of don't like that. Oh, cool, the Empire just gave me money for some reason. I haven't really done anything for them, so I don't know why, but I'm not going to complain. Yeah, where did that go? Oh, that's not the right place. Get a total of 100 abilities across your colonists. Hard mode without DLC or mods. Can't be done. Gotcha. So it's just 100. Disease, muscle, parasites. Oh, it's on the guest. I don't care about that. Yeah, that's what's like. I was sitting there, like, because when you mentioned it's like what abilities, I was kind of like, wait a second. It wasn't that there's like you couldn't get any abilities without DLC, because I hadn't really gotten that far. I was like, wait a second. You know, if it's an achievement with like two different things, that wouldn't work, because of how achievements work. They're Boolean, they're yes, no. So it'd be an achievement to get those without it, or hard mode. I wonder how you would. Because without the biotech, you can't get any of the racial abilities. Without the royalty, you can't get any of the psychic abilities. Without, yeah, ideology would limit you from having that stuff. There might not be literally any abilities. I haven't... It's been so long since I played DLC free. I don't see a reason to ever do it. That's what I'm trying to think is what abilities could you get? Yetkin is biotech. You don't have Yetkin without or you don't have the Yetkin without biotech. Because like otherwise you'd have Impids with their fire breath, but that's also biotech. That's why when you start your game, you still have like this is the, you know, Yetkin only family, you know, group, this is the pirate group, that stuff. Is because those are still there for if you didn't have the DLC. I still personally go by the stance, the pirate groups we had before, or the pirate groups you have without the DLC, where it's not just they're nothing but wasters, they're nothing but that. Yeah, that's the thing, is I can't think of any. There probably isn't, and that's the whole meme, but... I was trying to think if there was, Ooh, here's a question. Would it count if you're using the, what is it, the Cyclone armor, the Recon armor with the missiles? Would that count as an ability? So, like, could you get equipment abilities? Would that count? Because there's a couple of those you can get. Isn't that royalty? I mean, it might be. Fire foam pack, stuff like that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is there might be stuff like that. So let's see. Fire foam. Yeah, so you're not trapped behind any of the DLC. Jump packs. Yeah, so I could see something like jump packs counting. So you got a couple of those. Assuming those count. That's the thing, though. I don't think you need 100 colonists with those Burning Sun. I think it's a tally that you just need to get 100 over the course of the run. Which means there might be the cheese strat of take off the jetpack, put on the jetpack, take off the jetpack, put on the jetpack, take off the jetpack, put on the jetpack. Are the jump packs? It's one of those things I haven't played without them in so long. Alright, where was the jetpack? It's somewhere over here. Been so long. There we are, jump pack. Yep, it's royalty DLC. But yeah, the Fire Foam pack is not DLC. I believe that's just straight up base game. So that would be the curiosity is with the achievement here, because it says get a total abilities across to your colonists. I think when your colonists die, I think it still counts. Because that's probably right there is our unnatural healing is our 1. Oh, but that means this doesn't count. Those don't count. These don't count. Okay. Okay, so that means it's actually a lot more restrictive than I thought. So your ideology stuff doesn't count. And the Fire Foam pack equipment doesn't count. Because our tally shows 1. Yeah, so that means... Well, no, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying, Burning Sun, is the 1 here is unnatural healing, because we did have a creepy joiner for a while, and that would be our 1. But it looks like we're talking almost exclusively Psycaster kind of things. Maybe stuff like the Impid Fire Breath and all that. It actually seems like it's pretty restrictive on what qualifies. Yeah. Right, so that's what I think that's what the joke is like it's saying hard mode, do it without DLC or mods. It just says can't be done. I think that's the intentional thing. It's like, hey, if you're not running DLC, you just can't do it. I don't think it's like hard mode, like, hey, try this hard mode. I think it's memeing. I may have put too many trees up here. Let's, cut that back. I feel like you couldn't do the mushroom trees at the beginning. Was that something they added a little bit after Odyssey? Because I thought when Odyssey came out at first, that was one of the difficulties of the mushroom biome, was that you couldn't plant trees, so wood was really hard to go. And we're getting screwed by this random research, considering we cannot do beer brewing, we cannot do Psychoid brewing, we cannot do Devil Strand. Hemikin's tricky to do, but can be done. But then, like, tree sowing, like I said, I think they added Timber Shroom at some point here. I don't believe that was on there at the beginning. And then there's those mods where you need a companion UI mod, so you could still see the screen under all the pawn abilities. Yeah, I've had people ask me to get, like, what is there, like, even more sidecasters or whatever those mods are called. And it's just like, nah, man. No, I'm good. I'm not going to be going for that. We are doing that. I'm just going to skip on that one. We're not going to go after the farming one. Because right now we just need to get stuff like electricity and all that going. Timber's Room was released with Ideology and later moved to the base game. Right, I'm talking about, to be clear, not just the existence of Timber's Room, the ability to plant it in a tree zone. Under tree sowing. I thought that wasn't a thing for the longest time. That's the curiosity. And it could be something I've just overlooked because I usually don't have to think about it. Because how often are you in a situation where you could grow those? Because I thought that was a thing, like, when Odyssey first dropped, was just something you didn't really have the ability to do much with. And it could be it was added in Ideology and just... Oh, I don't want to do that. I'll just sit there, it's fine. You thought it was released at the same time, but you never go tree sowing? Yeah, no, it very well could just be something I've overlooked all this time. But that's kind of the head scratcher here. Alright, so right now what we're basically doing is we're just trying to get ourselves some early game tech. Well, we get ourselves some levels and some stuff, and all that. The plan is to eventually switch over to doing the Odyssey style stuff. Now, the only catch is with one of my objectives being have 33 colonists, I don't see a reality where you have your ship with 33 people on it. I don't see how you sustain that. And thank you, Tommy, for the tier 1 sub. That's 14 months you've been subbed to the channel. Year and 2 months. I really do appreciate that continued support, and I do hope you are enjoying yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emote. Gotta cram real tight. Well, I'm thinking more like the keeping the food supply sorted and all that stuff. And let me quickly do one thing just so Tomb doesn't try to surprise me. I'd be like, I ordered food. Alright. Because my car is in the shop. It has been... Like, don't get me wrong. It's annoying it's going to cost a bunch. But what's more annoying is I went and I had 3 different things I had reports. Like, okay, the AC's not working, the fan's not working, and I'm having my check engine light come on. Alright, so next we're getting drugs. Which I can't do right now. Yeah, well, I'm not going to do the base plus grav ship. It is a thing I've run into in the past. That's annoying. It is a thing I've run into in the past that I've tried to do both. And just, like, the money calculations on, like, what raid you should be getting get really weird. Okay, so we're being attacked from multiple angles. So we got 2 up here with knives and a smoke launcher. Okay, so it's an all melee group, basically. Let's run down here really fast. Because we should be able to put a bunch of shots in these people really quickly and just drop them like a sack of bricks. Because a person packing the pulse rifle is sitting at, like, 15 shooting. So that person's lost their lung. Do I care about this person? Ah, that's pretty good, actually. We'll try running down here and see if we can get one crack at this person before they go to the edge of the map. I don't think we can get the shot, though. Come on. Too late. That's fine. Like, beautiful I actually see as a negative trait. But they had a lot of decent passions. Of, like, all your stuff, like construction and mining and growing and all that. I also like, if one of my favorite combos is to get very neurotic and then sanguine. If you get something like very neurotic hard work or sanguine or something like that, it is just the dream. Alright, so I really don't want the boomalope between me and them. That's fine. Okay, you two shoot that one. And do we care about you? No. But we'll take a smoke grenade launcher. And we will go ahead and strip you of your clothes. And they are with one of the factions you can never befriend. So you're not people, you're creature. Because a person who is incapable of ever having any type of feeling or whatever, that you can never ever have them be anything but wanting to murder you, is not really a person. That's a machine. Even the most extreme of sociopaths can be convinced to be your friend. It's just very calculated. But RimWorld logic is that person is incapable of ever being your friend, even if it serves their best interest very overtly. So it is what it is. And the reason we want the smoke grenade launcher, for those who don't know, is a lot of your automated stuff, like your sentry guns and all that, if you put smoke between you and that, will not fire. So it's great for hitting defensive positions like that, where you just pop a bunch of smoke and you slowly like creep up on it. All right. And if you're wondering why we have all these nice totemetic floors and all that, this map actually had a colony on it when we started over here. So we just ripped it all down and I just kept the flooring. The flooring does add an incredible amount to our wealth. It's really not recommended. But at the same time, Also, for the record, drug production. Oh, this is the first time we've actually gone up there by the Ancient Danger? That's fine. Very, very genuinely, with the drug production and all that, I can't really do that either. Because we look at what's under the drug production stuff. So you've got the psychite, I can't grow psychoid. Wake up, I can't grow the psychoid. Go juice, I can't grow the psychoid. Penioxylin. Those, if we get the materials, wouldn't be all bad. But the point is, that's yet another technology I can't actually leverage on this particular tile set until we get hydroponics. A capybara is self-tamed. A capybara has decided it would like to feed us. Oh, do you have asthma? Oh no, muscle parasites, that's right. I was trying to remember what you had that would warrant that. So I'm trying to decide, because we probably want to put down a fire someplace to burn stuff. But the tile's pretty hot. Let's not put it there. The reason let's not put it there is I want to put it just far enough here where it can't put light over there and kill the crops. Can you use a grow light for growing the drugs? Yes. Once we have electricity, yeah. If we get electricity, I can literally just plunk down a grow light on the ground and that would work. But I do have to get electricity first. That is a fair point. Regardless, it doesn't do me any good right now, but that is the whole gimmick of random research. Is just, a lot of times you get some pretty unusable things. The good news is I got pretty little Pyro here, who's got a lot of intellect. And while they are slothful and pessimist, which is pretty not great, we're very much in the beggars can't be choosers. It's a researcher. I will take it. Alright, so we can go here, bills, add bill. So burn apparel, do forever, details, if it is below 80%. Burn apparel, do forever, if it is not clean. Also make sure we exclude utilities from that. And burn weapon, do forever. We'll do that if they are just a regular old bow. Or a club for now. We can add stuff as needed. All that. We can go ahead and, even though it'll probably never happen, put side T forever on the list. That's going to kill all the stuff around this. There you go. You're only slothful because you're a pessimist. You're just being very nihilistic. It's like, what's even the point? That's fair. Okay, we don't really care about the rest. Okay. And we will be doing anomaly stuff and all that, because I really do enjoy the anomaly stuff a lot as well. But generally speaking, I don't bother engaging with the DLC stuff until we get electricity. Unless I'm doing some challenge around it. Because of the anomaly, there's really not a whole lot you can do with the anomaly stuff till you have electricity. And then that's same for Odyssey, you can't really do anything till you have electricity. And check out the Ints playing some Subnautica 2. Believe they said they were taking a pause from that, last I had heard. That there's just some change they weren't really a big fan of. But, you know, they do play a lot of, like, your Slice of Life, Life Sim, your Stardew Valleys, your Coral Islands, all that kind of stuff. And whatnot. So definitely good content over there. Someone well worth checking out and all that. One thing I'm going to do... get ourselves a big old pile of hallucinogenics. Because that's something they can work on to bring in a little extra cash the next time a trade caravan comes over. Yeah, soon switching to managing a punk record store soon. Interesting. Sounds like a potentially really fun game. Okay. Just adjusting my windows here to watch for things. Yeah, and that was I mentioned a number of times. I keep wanting there to be a Keep Driving DLC or another Pacific Drive DLC or something like that. I very much have enjoyed both those games. But like, you know, I've done all the content in them, and I could certainly play more of it. But like, from the content creator's perspective, that could be a hard sell for a lot of people. Like, if it's a game that's got, like, you know, a cult-like following, going back and doing a new playthrough can be really solid. But from the perspective of just doing content creation, replaying a game that's relatively short again and again tends to be a hard one to get people excited for. Let's see, it's the one you linked to. Gotcha. I've been losing track of a lot of stuff because just the number of emails coming in this year, so far as like new games and all that, and half of it's hot garbage. Well, I mean, not half, like 90% of it's hot garbage. Like generative AI stuff, super low effort stuff. Stuff we would call in the past, we would have called shovelware or asset flips. That same kind of like no effort, no passion, there's not really a reason to even play the game kind of stuff. But yeah. So there's just so much of that. I've also, I been trying to go back through, because usually what I'll do is I'll go through when people suggest a game, I'll take a quick look at it. It's like, you know, if it's not something I look at and be like, oh no, I wouldn't, I'll usually wishlist it to check out later. Okay, so you got Mocktail Cocktails. So let's grab our people here. If we can get the mollies out of here, that'd be good. Right closer than I want to go. Yeah, because their group was just bringing a knife to the fight. Alright, we got fog, that's the problem. Okay, you did get a hit. It's a right arm hit. Yeah, that fog is hurting us bad. Come on. I know if you get that hit, you drop people pretty easy. Alright, got another hit. Alright, they've lost their leg. Sounds basically done. You've lost an arm and a leg and you're still in this. Focus on Potbelly there. Alright, come on. Yeah, so if people are wondering why we're missing so much, we do actually have really decent shooting skills on our two people here, and decent weapons to go with them. But we do have fog going on, and that's a pretty gnarly penalty. And you just had a knife. We're kind of fortunate that, that's nice. It's probably not the right call. Bring those back. I'm gonna get you two to quickly pop Wuggles over here. Come on, White Jaguar. Get the shot. Get a solid torso hit at least. This fog sucks. There we go. That means we should be able to get some shots with Pretty Little Pyro as well. There we go, finally. Yeah, we got a charge lance from a creepy joiner. They had a natural healing. Unfortunately, I didn't snag them before they managed to get off the tile. They were pretty close to the edge of the tile when they decided it was time to leave, and I just couldn't get to them in time. But yeah, we did steal the charge lance the moment they show up. Blind fog. Well, at least that raid ended before the blind fog happened. So I'm gonna be dealing with yet another penalty. Okay. Tidying things up. Alright, so how much time till you get out of here? 12 days. So they're here for a while. Heat wave. That is potentially a big problem. So what might end up happening here is we might actually end up in a situation where I have to walk my people off the tile for a while to endure the heat wave, because we don't have control over research and it hasn't given us passive coolers. So if we start to push into heat stroke, I'm gonna have to walk the people off the tile and let them stay off the tile for a little while until they can handle it. There's also the possibility of tossing some people into cryo sleep. To just ride it out. So you're up to minor. I can't do anything for you, unfortunately. You're either going to make it or you're not. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to caravan our actual colonists off the tile for just a second. I can't caravan Vink off. Vink's just going to have to make it on their own, because I also can't cryo freeze them. That'll fail. It's considered the equivalent of kidnapping. But basically, we're abandoning the tile for just a minute here. Yeah, so all I did is I walked off the tile long enough for them to cool off. I'm gonna walk him back on the tile. You're down from heat stroke. Like I said, there's nothing I can do. I'm not allowed to take him off the tile. That fails it. I'm not allowed to put him into cryo. That fails it. So we're basically just going to see if they can just endure long enough. Because heat stroke, or heat waves usually don't last super long. They just make it a bit of a danger. It is, we can do that. Okay, so let's go here to sleeping spot. Yeah, so it's still going up, but... Yeah, the problem is I've got someone who can't leave the tile because they're not one of my colonists. Are they wearing a coat? Yeah, but the coat helps. When you look at stuff like the coats here, it does add, where is it? Well, this one just adds insulation to cold, but there's not clothing that makes you worse off to heat. Like, it can do nothing, or it could do something. But it won't be bad. It'll be a neutral to good. Bulk trade goods. Okay, so the heat wave is over. That's all we need, is we just need to ride it out. Like I said, heat waves are usually relatively short. It's just kind of lasting that, like, couple of days that you're under the heat wave. Alright, so you don't have more of that. Go ahead and get rid of those. Give me my money for this. I'm not going to be doing that on this map. Have the shirt and the pants and the other awful clothes. Is there things you have that I want, though? Not really. Well, okay. If we got the Muffalo, that is a breeding pair of Muffalo. I could use it as a source of wool and of meat later. I might do that. It's not the right decision by any stretch. But let's go ahead and do that. Because the more I can lean on that, the less problems we're going to have with other stuff. And for right now, I'll need to do Misk. Where's the caravanning hitching spot? Alright. So no more than 2 adult males. We'll leave the rest alone for now. So that gives me a source of fabric for clothing. So I'll probably need to do is expand this area. Which does mean I'm going to need to move you plunk you over here, destroy this spot, major break risk on you, why? Because you observed a lot of rotting corpses. Because what I'm going to do here is I'm going to expand this, tear down that wall, and make this into a big grow area. So we can continue to let our Muffalo population increase. Because then we'll be able to use that for meat for pemmican, we'll be able to get the wool. I don't think they give milk anymore, if I remember correctly. They used to. But they nerfed some of that. Yeah, they took away their milk, which is fine. Yeah, so it's still a caravanning animal that gives you wool. And they're not very efficient for the meat front. But as well as things that's like, I don't have to put effort into it, so that's pretty good. Heavy bridges first turned out to be a good thing? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I made fun of it, but I was like, you know what? Honestly, with as much of unusable space here as and just having the surplus of steel on the map, it's honestly not that bad. Okay. I'm pretty sure you'll eat fungus. Yeah, I'm pretty sure fungus, so far as the diets are concerned, is considered a vegetable. I genuinely don't remember. Because if not, then we're just going to have some dead animals soon. Alright. Yeah, once we can close that, we'll tear down this wall. And then get that sorted. With our current setup, there's not really a whole lot of, there's not really a whole lot of reason for us to go through and make, like, any type of defensive kill box, whatever. I've got really, really long, slow fire rate shots, so a kill box won't do anything to help me. Distress signal. You've intercepted a distress signal. Yeah, we could, like, run to some of those things nearby. Let's see what's nearby, if we care about any of those. So we got the village terminal. That's got no time limit. Those have no time limit. So we have the distress signal. You could sometimes get some cool stuff there. We have the ancient soldier. And one of them possesses a unique masterwork weapon. Where are you? Are you really close? Oh no, you might as well be on the moon, because I gotta go around this whole mountain area here and then down. That's all I was checking, is like, I would like to go after the unique weapons. I really like the unique weapons, not only because they're strong, but they're interesting. But at the same time, ditching the colony for like a week is not going to be something we can do at this stage. Like, if we had a shuttle or something I could shuttle over and land or whatever, that'd be good. Granted, we do have a pair of Muffalo now. And those are caravanning things. But, like, I remember getting the, oh, what was it? It was like it was our second Odyssey win. Was it a bolt action? No, I think it was a sniper rifle. I believe I had a sniper rifle that had a thing that boosted its accuracy and its range. And we literally had one of our people could stand back out of the range of, like, whatever sentry guns or whatever, and just pop one shot after the other, that we literally had to back them off because they would get tired. Wanderer joins. Sure. A kind brawler with a lot of melee skill and cooking. Welcome, you're just an excellent choice. Alright. And this is gonna be... There we go. Old? I mean... 59 isn't young. I want to say it's around, like, the mid-60s that the game is just like, F you, you're ancient. Go die in a fire. Everything is sadness and tragedy. The game is really, really harsh about, like, you hit your 60s, you're basically dead. So you can mine. You'll help clean. Brawler, though? Yeah. Brawler. Brawler with melee passion. It's gonna be fixed. Nods already. Will summoning circle drawn in the dirt. Yep. It's weird that you're doing these blocks and not caring about the other ones. Alright, let's double check that stuff. Okay. So you're growing. You're mining. Okay, you just got a priority added for crafting. Hey, whoa, Jess, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Let me go and get you a shout out. For those who don't know, Whoa, Jess fell a member of the House Hit Frequency stream team. The stream team I am on, absolutely fantastic content creator who plays a lot of similar games to what I do, has been doing the satisfactory update where they allow you like randomize where the resources spawn and all that kind of stuff. So definitely someone to check out. A lot of good times over there. Highly recommend. But it's good to have you. I hope your stream went well, and that the factory did grow as planned, and all that good stuff. We are doing some RimWorld. Was doing a lot of Space Haven recently, and was just kind of in the itch for the colony builder side of things, and broke out some RimWorld. So far, we started with Naked Brutality, and we're building up from there. We do have the RimWorld Achievements mod going, so when we accomplish certain things like enduring a cold snap in the winter and a heat wave in the summer, or killing a rat with a spike trap, we get points. Technically I can use those points for things, but I'm not bothering. Let's see, you're playing Satisfactory and your game mode has totally ruined you. All of your calculations are funky from the settings. But you found a new tool that accounts for recipe modification, so hopefully that's sorted out soon. Okay. So I knew about the randomization. Are you saying like they changed the amounts or something? What is that tab? This is the Achievements mod. It's basically like, there is a thing where I could do stuff with it. I'm not going to be using that really. It's just a thing that like as we go through our colony, it'll be like, okay, here's something we can work on. Like, oh, okay, have a colonist develop a bond with a pig. Sure. Have the bonded pig die in a fire. Sure. Why not? Let's see, after that random event button did to Drongo, I wouldn't redeem those either. Oh, what did the random event do to Drongo? You can adjust the amount of resources that you feed into the recipes. So all the default 1.0 calculations are obviously wrong. You didn't think that much ahead. Gotcha. I can see where that would get very, very interesting. Have you ever played Factorio, Jess? I'm just curious. Because, well, like, I could definitely see if the graphics are off-putting or if the biters are off-putting, but I do feel like you probably would enjoy Factorio. It hits a... Oh, you don't have a bed. That's my fault. But if you got a raid or run or anything like that, like, don't let me keep you. And again, Will just absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly recommend. Gotten the pleasure of meeting him a bunch of times at TwitchCon and whatnot. Also, as a member of the same stream team I'm in and all that stuff. Very good times over there. Very much we play a lot of similar games. Yeah, played a bit. You couldn't get past the blue science, but you're certainly in to try it again at some point. Yeah, I can see it, because blue science... Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. That's oil. Is the thing you need for blue science. Like, that's where you go, because it was red and green were just like iron and copper, and then it was blue is when they introduced oil, if I remember correctly. Yeah. For what it's worth, Jess, when it comes to people falling off Factorio, that is probably the steepest fall off is the blue science. Like, you have a lot of people, they get to the beginning and they're just, it's not their jam or whatever, and that's fair enough. But it's definitely when they introduce the fluids is when it's like, okay, I've got to figure this out. And once you figure it out, it's not that bad. It's like Satisfactory. When you first get into the oil and like have to deal with all the fluid dynamics and all that, it's just like, oh my god, what's even happening here? Oh yeah. They also, if I'm not sure if you played Factorio since they did Space Age, they did rework the fluids to simplify a lot of stuff. Yeah, kind of like Satisfactory. And for the record, like, even outside those two, factory automation games, usually, like, you have all games, like, the biggest fall off is, like, right at the beginning of the game. People boot it up, it's just not what they want, they don't have time, whatever, and they dip. Like, that usually is not indicative of the game in any way. But for the people who get past that, with factory automation, it's usually when you're at that point, you've got your existing factory, it works, and you kind of need to go back and retool. That tends to be where you drop off the most. It's where you're going out of the early game and into the mid game. Just for a whole mess of reasons. But yeah, so Factorio, it's definitely around blue science, and you have to get like oil and all that kind of stuff and do that process. That's probably the first time you have like a solid drop. Let's see, with Satisfactory, you always get stuck trying to convert into a bus factory. Yeah, your goal for this Satisfactory was to finally finish it. You've never gotten that far, mostly just building nice factories. Yeah, no, I definitely, I think it was when they dropped the 1.0 release, I definitely remember hopping into yours and going, oh my god, these factories are so, like, this is incredibly organized and well designed, it looks good, like, it's very well balanced, like, definitely a lot nicer in all those regards than my factories go. Because, it is probably just coming from doing lots of Factorio in the past. I used to spend the time to try and be like, okay, I need 2 of those to 1 of these to 3 of that to 4 of those, and I can do all this to have my margins and, like, you know, really min-max all of that kind of stuff to get it super duper efficient. I can put all my boosters here and get it, like, really maximized. But after many hours in Factorio, you go, or stamp out another chunk of factory. Yep. Is it a visual nightmare? You best believe it. Does it function? This one thing will break every once in a while and I have to poke it to fix it, but it's close enough to fine. We have a really messy way to reboot it if it gets stuck. It's fine. When it jams up and it's not efficient enough, I'll just build another one. The only 2 things is Satisfactory. Is it safe? Will it work? Yeah, no, it's one of those things. But it is always impressive to see people have taken the time to really figure out, like, the math around stuff. And again, like, for those who haven't seen with Wojess, like, I don't know about this run, but, like, with the 1.0 run that she did, like, genuinely, she would design these things where the conveyor belts are nice and put under, like, a subfloor and everything, and it had these, like, vibrant colors, and you had all these nice organized machines with enough space to get around them and everything. Like, it was extremely well made. And it wasn't just, like, pretty. We're talking, like, yes, it was gorgeous, but also, you know, had it so it was very scalable, the ratios were really good, like, really well designed in all respects. And it also takes a long time. I go in intending to do that, but the intention is there. I would not say the results are there. My favorite. So I've done a couple of different Satisfactory runs. So I have, like, I had ones where I built these giant towers where each floor was dedicated to kind of doing one thing. And you look at the towers and they look like great and all that. Like, on the floor, they're well designed. And just don't go into the basement. The basement's not real. It can't hurt you. Because the basement is where like all the mess to wire it all together was, and it wasn't organized at all. It was just conveyor belt down, zipping across at a 15-degree angle up to the other side to shoot up into the next building. And so it looked all nice and pretty and organized when you were up in the tower. But like the underneath it was an utter rat's nest. Okay, so now you can go here to let our Muffalo into the bigger space. And that was also the one, like, I was ready for the run to wind down. And so it is, like, the last couple of things, like the, antimatter and all that. Where, again, the towers are all nice and organized. And then a random conveyor belt just shooting off to the side. Alright, Jess. Thank you again for the raid and all that stuff. And I do hope you have a good one and all that. The other one factory I did is I wanted to have a factory where, because, like, I have a habit of, like, making most of my factory in, like, one spot and just shipping things in there. And you'd have, like, little satellite things where I might process the ore into ingots and then ship the ingots across or whatever. But broadly speaking, doing all my factory in one place. So the second run I did for 1.0 is actually, I think, the 1.1 update. Is I deliberately was like, okay, you know, I had the startup area in one spot, but everything, like, this area, I'm making that off in its own, and we were just training stuff all over the map. I enjoyed that run a lot. I really like the trains. Drone data hack. We will want to do that once we have things set up. Alright, so what'll happen here... is I'm going to be planting a completely unreasonable amount of mushrooms. And the intent here is that this will be so the Muffalo have room to expand and we can get more of them. Alright, drug production. Hey, complex clothing. Finally something actually kind of useful. So I think once I mine this out, I think we'll plan to make this area over here like a little production room. Since I can't grow stuff on it anyways. Usually it's pretty early on in these runs. I do have a tendency to, okay, so you're hitting on people getting rebuffed and all that. I do have a tendency to have my colonists get like their own bedrooms and all that. I'd like to do that here. But I haven't been putting too much focus on it because I do figure once I get electricity we'll start pursuing the Odyssey stuff. Because I like the Odyssey stuff. Structure. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, got more Muffalo on the way, which that's the plan, is we're gonna start breeding the Muffalo, using them for wool and very inefficient meat. It also gives me a caravanning animal. Then meanwhile, we can go to production. Well, I don't actually have anything to make in the drug lab that I care about, so we're just gonna leave that alone. But when I get complex furniture, or complex clothing, we'll want to get that up and running right away. Because that'll start help with that. Alright. So meanwhile, let's go ahead and tell you to mine that. I want to avoid mining that spot right on the edge of the map for now if I can help it. We still have that queued up to be mined, that's silver. So have those mining for when Liriel doesn't have anything else to work on. Okay. Major break risk on you, because you're awake during the day is the thing that's upsetting you the most. You just have Subnautica 1 installed a mod to Return of the Ancients, which adds the Titan of the Leviathan. Gotcha, I hope you have fun with that. I know you've done that in the past where you've broken out Subnautica and done mods to add like extra Leviathans or change their graphics and a bunch of stuff. That's cool. Never really big on modding myself, but that's fine. Just bought you a DLC bundle for Ark Ascended today. Nice. I hope you had fun with that. Or I hope you have fun with that. Oh, this says that my food is on the way. Just trying to keep an eye. I ordered dinner. I'm just trying to watch for when it actually starts arriving. Oh, come on. The pizza place near us used to do their own delivery stuff, and now they go through, I think it's like DoorDash or whatever. But it's made it very inconvenient for keeping track of anything, because it still pulls up its own old tracking thing, which then doesn't work, and then just like redirects like a DoorDash thing. Oh, come on. I just want to see what's going on with my food. Alright, mad monitor lizards. Okay, so it looks like a bunch of them. How many went mad? The good news is everyone's at home at the base right now. So this should work out alright. If I rush over here. Yeah, so we got 2 up there. And 1 up there. Oh, I didn't realize you had double hearing loss and all that. That sucks. So you're probably done, because you tagged 3 or 4 shots. Yeah, so you're done. So I got the other 2 over there. Let's try and run over here really fast. Oh, never mind. They're coming over here. Because I could force them to cross the mud. They'll take a movement speed penalty the whole time. And you're probably staying down? Yep. Okay, so you unfortunately took a lot of hits. But yeah, I know that, even though they're only 59, that's going to be pretty rough. We're probably going to want to lean into anomaly stuff relatively early. Could you maybe not worry about eating while you're bleeding from your yes? Okay, who's our best doctor right now? Ah, good. They're all terrible. Let's keep you on that. and get those injuries sorted out. Cool, so we got 2 more monitor lizards there. They're getting all that taken care of. Okay. Yeah, so we got lots of raw fungus there. Okay, the reason I'm putting 1 spot of raw fungus over there is that way they'll put some food out here, because we don't have shelves or anything else to accommodate our things. Medical treatment on you. Alright. Major break risk. Colossal toads and then a 5-year-old would join, and they have no skills to speak of. I will accept them immediately without any further consideration. Okay, schedule, get into the home zone. And your whole schedule is just recreation. So you clean. Now, the problem with you is you're very likely going to need to, be put into the freezer, because wasters have a need for drugs, and we can't grow them here. Nor do we have a reliable source of them. Probably overkill, but we don't have that much firepower yet. Okay. Nicely handled. You believe they only start with the penalties when they're adult? Well, that's good. Because I thought it was a thing they had originally. But it's just always kind of a weird one. Can't tell at all what is happening with my food. Supposedly it's going to be delivered. Alright. I'm just trying to watch because we have an ad break coming up pretty soon. And it's almost the exact same amount of time for when it's supposedly going to be delivered and the ad break, which would be perfect. Because that way, you know, while I'm stuck dealing with the door, that we have that. Hey, Peter! Good to see you. Let me go and get you a shout out. For those who don't know, Peter Ponders is an absolutely fantastic content creator doing some Subnautica too, but has done, like, in the past, Project Zomboid, all that kind of stuff. Has a very majestic mustache and all that, so definitely someone to check out. Good times over there. Great to see you back into RimWorld again. Yeah. Just taking a little bit of a break to just kind of work on a thing. Can you cultivate boom shrooms or just set up And just have defense perimeter? No, so you can't plant boom shrooms and all that stuff. And a glorious beard? Yes. Yeah, but you can't, like, make a farm of boom shrooms. You can maintain them if they show up someplace. In theory, though, you could do the whole thing where you put, like, a wall out there with a bunch of chem fuel canisters out there to kick off, but... There's been meta strategies over the years around just, you know, plopping down a whole bunch of, like, chem fuel or hay or whatever in a room and just starting it up. Chuck some Molotovs in there, get it going superheated and dealing with people. Alright, so meanwhile, we've got our brand new child in the colony. But you don't have any traits yet because you are small child. That'll be Thorbane. And so right now, you're a small, impressionable child. And you're going to get whatever we can get you so far as doing that. You want to read books. How many mods this run? I usually run very, very light on the mods. The big mod we're running this one is we have the no research, semi-random research, so I don't have control of my research. And then we do have the achievement mod. I'm not using any of this stuff over here for the most part. I'm literally just using it as we go through the run, being like, okay, what's something we can do? And then just kind of the humor of being like, oh, we fought and defeated 100 enemies, or whatever happens. Alright, chat. I'm going to be right back, because that's the door, and I'll be back in a moment. Okay, and we're back. Sorry about the suddenness of that. Like I said, I've been waiting for that food to arrive, and they were supposed to be giving me information that was coming, and then it just kind of arrived. So, not a problem, but just a thing that was kind of there. I'm just quickly closing a bunch of these things so I have these stuff like the tracking and all that closed. All right, there we go. So with that, let's go ahead and get the game going again. So that means dinner's covered. It's here. So that's good. Flooring. I probably shouldn't do the totemetic floor, but I'm gonna. We can go structure. Sad wander, have a good time. The clips are a nice touch. Yeah, no, I've been doing that for a while. Every once in a while I have like a clip that I need to go back and do some cleanup later on. But broadly speaking, it's been good. Alright, so let's work on getting Thorbane into the fold. Yeah, it should go relatively quick. Get them on the same page ideology-wise, because I want to say you got the really bad ideology. Oh no, that one's fine. Shipborne's not that bad. We have one ideology this run that's out there that's like nudist, cannibal, and not raider. Oh, and rancher. And so when they show up at the colony, they're just pissed. Like, they hate everything about existence while they're here, and are pretty inconsolable about it. Please don't let this kid die. I'm gonna try not to. Like I said, the last one, the kid was over here, and I had thought we had downed the Yetkin. I'm like, cool, we got the Yetkin. I just got to deal with the other guy over here with the gun. So I felt comfortable having the kid over there, but I had misread the situation because it's trying to focus on too much, and the Yetkin was not the one who got downed. It was the person who was tying up the Yetkin who got downed. And the Yetkin just beelined to the kid and just stuck him and killed him real fast. Which was not convenient. Not convenient at all. Who is our cook and why are you not cooking? Oh, because you're injured. That is a fair reason. Well, I'm going to tell you to go ahead and suck it up for a second and butcher those really fast before it all goes to waste. Yeah, so Thorbane is idle because there's nothing better for you to do. Honestly, just get back to butchering. Why did you go down that way? Okay. Just try not to waste these critters we got laying around. Yeah, you're almost fully recovered anyways. That's a bunch of meat for us and everything. And leather and all that. Hey, RJ, thank you for the 100 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Okay, so you're all good now. Yeah. No, you have a good lurk and all that stuff. Yeah, no, it's amazing how fast time goes. Alright, so I think the next move we want to do here is let's work on trying to get ourselves some, like, actual rooms for everybody. Because then we can get some rooms for people to stay in so they don't get super mad all the time. Alright, so we can go over here. Structure. Still have plenty of limestone. Actually do it that way. 7. Alright, we'll start with those two. We got a slate meteor down there. I don't really care about that. Yeah, so the plan here is I'm just going to start chucking some bedrooms off of this area. Bring them over here a little bit. And this is because we got a decent amount of space here that I can get a couple of rooms in here before we start hitting areas I can't build on. Because we can get some of those people out of there, we can start getting them a bonus for having a nice room. And that'll help a lot. I mean, the idea was everyone will probably end up getting a room for themselves. I just typically do that most of my runs. Manhunter pack of iguanas. Alright. Why are you not walking through here? Oh, I hit the wrong button. Ah, food poisoning. That'll do it. So all my ranged people. Of course you have food poisoning. Alright, since you have food poisoning, you stand in the door and be ready to duck back. Oh, you're back up? That works out well. So you can let them plug some shots at them as they're coming in. Which they missed every single one of them. Okay. And is that all of them? How are you still alive? Okay, so how badly did you get? Just a couple of scratches here and there. That'll be alright. And everyone's getting food poisoning. It happens. Okay, you're already on to tending the next person. You're doing your drawings on the floor to get your learning up, which is good. And you're getting really upset because you're hungry, intense pain, ate without table, ate fungus. Basically everything. If you could just change everything about everything, that would help their mood. Do you use all the expansions? Yes. Medical treatment needed on the guest who has muscle parasites. Alright, how much longer till this guest gets out of here? 2 days. That'll be good. Yeah, so pretty soon we'll get our complex clothing. That'll help with our moods by getting people some nicer clothes. So won't get tattered apparel bonus. Really could do with electricity being researched? Uh-huh. That's the semi-random research coming in. Alright, Alright, so once you're past your food poisoning, that'll help with your mood a lot. So good news, you're going to sleep off the worst part of it from here. Let's go to our home zone. Add this in there. Yep, we're using semi-random research, so it's just randomly choosing. That's the reason why when we look at our research, so Destranda can't grow here, Hopsa can't grow here, Psychoida can't grow here, Psychoida can't grow here. So our RNG has not been kind to this run on our random research. But we'll make the most of it. Alright, so people are starting to get fully healed up. That's good news. Because while Iguana's got some hits in, at least on the bright side, they didn't get much in the way of hits in. I'd like you to prioritize building the door before you let all the animals out. There we go. The rest can take its time. I just didn't want the animals running off. Alright. So everyone's starting to get their moves improved a little bit. Ariel is cooking up a bunch of food for us. Making us lots of pemmican. Let's see. So what skills do you have? So right now you've got Quick Sleeper. You started, like, your skills are mostly aligned with what you started with, except construction and mining are much higher than when you started. But your character is very, very, very heavily in combat to start with a passion in plants. But you've mostly been doing our construction, is the big thing you've been doing around here, is you've been doing a lot of the construction around the colony. Whereas Kyotsu, we got later, has planting as a passion, so we've got them doing the planting, and then they're one of our melee pawns. And then we got Pretty Little Pyro, whose character is a bit of a mess, but is doing our research. Luriel just joined us, has melee. They're going to be our cook primarily. And then Thorbane, we don't know what Thorbane's doing yet. As a child, we gotta see what they aspire to be in their future. Alright. Oh yeah, no, started at 14 shooting, and that's been one of the things that's been helping us in the fight, is we snagged the charge lance from a creepy joiner. And we've just been using that with that high shooting, so a lot of fights are just, the fight opens, you hear the charge lance shot, and the fight's done. We've had several of those kind of fights where just... We had one fight where it was a raid of 2 people. The first shot blew out the sternum, instantly killing one person, then shot the head off the second one. Just 2 shots, the whole fight was over. Let's see. That's a terrible pawn. You can keep your crap and get out of my face. Alright. We're going overkill on these floors to mostly be just kind of wasteful on our wood source. Alright, the shuttle has arrived, so... Vink, get out of here. And with this, the pods have arrived, so we got ourselves a book. Books, plural. So haul that. all that. And then you are animal handler. So if I could just have you jam that in your eye, so you can learn how to animals better. Congratulations, you gained 6 levels in animals. But see, you also are a talker because it's always good to have a pessimist do the talking. Yeah, it just really puts people, you know, off guard. Alright, we got blind fog. That just nerfs our accuracy. Is that tainted? No. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Have a good time, I guess. Oh, right. Okay, so we've got Thorbane on the same page, so that'll be good. Because now if we look at a needs, like 5 of those ideology needs just all dropped off. That'll make Thorbane way easier to keep managing. Maybe you make people sorry for your pathetic existence. They were going to take advantage of you, but then they start feeling more and more guilty as they hear you, you know, explain more and more everything you've been through. Pretty Little Pyro pursued Kyotsu by describing her as a lovely son. Kyotsu has responded well and is now Pretty Little Pyro's lover. Pretty Little Pyro is married to Hernandez and has begun a affair. The good news is Hernandez doesn't live here and is not one of my colonists, and so this isn't a me problem. And they're a faction leader for an enemy faction. You are in intense pain and hungry due to your food poisoning. Daytime drama is real. Yep. Alright, let's go here. Storage. Clear.
Hi.
Hi, pretty wifey.
I have some hubby. I have the absolute bestest hubby of all time. He got me pizza.
Yeah.
I love you so much.
I had intended getting to the grocery store days ago, and with the car not being here, it's like, we're running out of food.
Hi, Infinity Simplex. Hi, Burning Time. Hubby. I love you.
I love you too.
I love you, pizza dispenser.
Thank you for dispensing the pizza.
Hi, Peter Ponders. Hi, Cynthia Cookie. Hi, Infinity. I already said hi, Biba. Hi again, Infinity Simplex. Aw, Besta, I bet you're adorable. Hi, Luctre. Yeah, he is the best pizza dispenser. Thank you. I love you.
Love you too. To be fair, she orders the pizza a lot herself too. And also check out Basette doing some Little Rocket Lab, as well as does, like, you know, Pokemon, Digimon, all that kind of stuff. So if you're looking for any of that, you can find it over there. And we got ourselves a nice, adorable baby little Muffalo who was born into existence and immediately is just snarfing down a whole chunk of mushrooms and then passing out. Truly baby-coded behavior. Accurate to baby. Eat a bunch, make sleep. Then poop self. Occasionally cry. These are the first, like, 6 months to a year of their life. Oh yeah, no, I saw the Muffalo eating some mushrooms here earlier and I didn't call it out. Yeah, no, like I said, I was pretty sure in the game logic, when you look at, like, you know, the different food groups, mushrooms in the game logic are considered vegetables, which is a weirdly consistent thing I've seen in a lot of survival crafters as well as colony builders, that they're like, mushroom's a vegetable. It's like, is it though? It's kind of its own thing. It's certain, like, even calling it plant is a little not quite right. Hey, Zalsol, thank you so much for the 215 streams. You can do appreciate that. You're gonna say that the food is also going to come out again, then the baby cycle's complete. It's true. It's true. Baby does a little burp barf. Where the baby goes burp blah. And then you sit there and you just be like, I love this kid, I love this kid, I love this kid, as you just feel it going down your back. And you're being like, I hate everything about this situation, but you know, this is just being a kid. It's okay. I will just internally scream at the top of my possible lungs. Need a burp cloth? Yep. For the record, not a parent. But I've both seen and heard tales. I was fortunate that while I played like single parent for someone else's kid for a while, I was past the age of like burp barfing. I dealt with teaching to walk and stuff around that time frame, but we were past the point of just eating stuff and regurgitating it, you know, on you and all that. Hey, you got that done fast, I thought. Alright, so we need to start getting our clothes all sorted out. Only count it if it's like above, well, that's the materials, it's over here. Only count it if it's above like 80, and if it's of normal quality. We're gonna be picky this time. And we'll get ourselves some nice button-up shirts. And only count clothes that are above 80 quality and normal. And then we can go ahead and... what do we want for the jacket? I know the capes are just genuinely not the best. The capes are still fun, though. It's one of the many things in this game that there's, like, definitely a more optimal. But, like, a lot of times we'll get the lab coats, because the lab coats, if I remember correctly, yeah, they give you research bonuses and all that. At the cost of a little bit of other stats. I'm gonna get the capes. To hell with the efficiency. Swagger is important. Everyone knows the single most important stat on any piece of equipment is the aesthetic score. Alright. We'll give them bowler hats. And then we will need to get children's clothes as well. Since there's a kid in the colony now. There's your pants. There's your parka. There's your shirt. We won't need the romper, because I believe it's the romper or some of the other things. And then for this, we'll get the face masks. Okay, so what else do we have? So we got all our clothes, we got our cape, we got all that stuff. I think that's everything. Alright, so then we can go over here, and we can delete those two off there. And yeah, now we can start working on our giant mountain of clothes. Yeah, it's its own thing, but functionally vegetable seems reasonable. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Like, it's the same thing you go, like, when you order pizza. It's not like you go meats, vegetable, fungus with, like, one item underneath it. So it's fair to just loop it in under that. Because most likely people are dealing with stuff like dietary restrictions, like, you know, vegetarian, vegan, that kind of thing. Mushroom's fine there. The only times you have, like, with mushroom is that, like, if people just don't like mushroom, which is completely fair and valid. But that's kind of the same thing as not liking broccoli or not liking, you know, insert any other vegetable or whatever. Vegetable is a culinary term, kinda, after all. It is in English, right? So, I believe there's a culinary and a botany side thing. I imagine the culinary is probably the one that, you know, applies more to like, day-to-day life. But, you know, like, whether something is a fruit or vegetable. Oh, burn apparel, do forever, if it's not clean. Burn apparel, do forever, if it is below 80 health and is not utility. But yeah, no, like, I do agree. That's actually one thing, is because you're talking culinarily, that stuff gets really weird really fast. Because, like, for example, culinarily speaking, you have stuff like corn, which could be fruit, vegetables, starch, fiber, oh, what else could it be? It was one of those things that, a grain, all depending on what you're actually doing with it. It can be considered all of those different categories. Okay, so I don't want to use our... I mean, the war could be fine, but not with reliable meat. I'm going to be greedy here, and I'm going to sit here and hope a Thrumbo shows up. Because we have the inspired taming. And so if we get really lucky a Thrumbo turns up, we can get ourselves a Thrumbo. It's very unlikely that'll happen, but you never know. But, like, the warg would require me to maintain meat. We don't have that really as an option right now. We don't have enough of it. So that's kind of off the table. You love mushrooms too, as they can be a main dish too. But very good as a side with some good meats. Yeah. Well, and I understand there's a lot of people who don't like mushrooms. Like, a lot of people. And my understanding for most, not all, but for most, it's a texture thing. Which I can respect that. I like mushrooms myself, but I could definitely look at a mushroom and be like, the consistency of the texture, I can see why some people find that very uncomfortable / off-putting. But the taxonomy of fungi is very much its own thing. They're different from Plantae and Animal Kingdoms. Yeah. Scientifically, a cucumber is a fruit because its seeds are on the inside and it comes from a flower. Gotcha. That makes sense. Lots of mushrooms are gross to you, texture, but there's a wide variety. You love some. Yeah. Well, I mean, typically when you're talking around mushrooms for eating, there are a ton you eat, but a lot of times just your day-to-day, if something just says mushroom without specifying anything special, you're usually like talking like whitecap or portobello or something like that, which tend to have a fairly uniform texture to them, versus like getting, you know, button or oyster or lobster or the many other mushrooms out there. That's me and Tomb don't do hot pot super often, but like that's one of the ones when you're like, hey, you know, we're celebrating an anniversary or something like that, that might be a thing that we do is hot pot. And they'll be like, okay, well, what do you want? They got like their whole little menu. Because the way, for those who don't know hot pot, usually you sit down and be like, okay, like sitting down, it costs X amount of dollars for whatever you want to get. And then you can kind of just keep adding stuff to your stuff, but it costs no extra. So I have like all their meats, like, you know, sliced brisket and a whole bunch of stuff like that, you know, pork belly, whatever. But that's like mushrooms. I just want all the mushrooms. Give me all the mushrooms you have. Like all the different varieties, I want them all. %40 reduction. Alright, that's another person converted. Hey, Anandar, how's it going? But yeah, so it's like usually we'll sit there. I also like hot pot because I like seafood. Tomb really is not a big fan of seafood. And so a lot of times when you go off, it can be a little tricky sometimes depending on what you're eating to go places where I can get seafood and she can get what she wants. Like, you can go to a place that do seafood, but then like the other options aren't as good. Or you'll go to places that they do have a seafood option, but usually it's a pretty meh seafood option. It's just, you know, something, but they added shrimp to it. How is Naked Brutality? It's going pretty good. We're up to 5 colonists that are permanent colonists and building. Hey, Zidian, thank you so much for the 52 months of tier 1 subs and all that stuff. I really do appreciate that. Been subbed the channel for 52 heckin' months. a ridiculously long time, so thank you so much for that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. I really do appreciate it. I guess you can add cucumbers to your next fruit salad you make. I mean, cucumbers, like, are genuinely just kind of like just hydrating and all that. I could see a fruit salad having a cucumber and it not being a bad thing. I think a fruit salad with tomatoes a little trickier, but cucumber feels like that'd be pretty easy. If for some reason in everyday life we think of fruits, we think of something sweeter than tomatoes and cucumber, yeah. You're spoiled with product zomboid and strawberries the max happiness of eating raw alone. Cucumber that has the melon flavor is an amazing fruit salad. I can definitely see that. The bitter ones, not so much. Where is the warg, by the way? Alright, so warg's down there. I'm gonna keep track of that so we don't have one of our people get hunted by it or whatever. Alright, so slowly we're getting everyone their clothes. It's gonna take a while, because everyone needs to have a pair of pants made, then everyone needs to have a shirt made, then everyone needs to have a cape made. I wonder if any other fruit would be good pickled. Probably. I'd have to think about it. Because one of the problems is a lot of fruit, the flesh of the fruit really just holds liquid in. So if you think of, like, you know, watermelon, where whatever you put in, the whole thing just soaks it up. Delicate, too smart, kind Neanderthal who's incapable of social, has alcohol addiction, is going to die in 4 hours because of a head cut, does have a lot of melee. I'm going to let this one go. It does say they have a relationship. Oh. It's White Jaguar's wife. Get over here as fast as you can. I should not be taking this person. I'm sorry, not wife, husband. So you capture them, and my holding off has paid off. So let's see. My holding out paid off. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here, set you to tame, and immediately beeline because you have inspired taming. Actually, in this case, because inspired taming guarantees a success. So you can get yourself our very own Thrumbo. And Thrumbo is on the team. So I get a medical emergency on you. Prisoner. So. A delicate... I don't think we keep this person. Spouse or otherwise, kind is good. Too smart is good and bad. Delicate is just straight up bad. A melee pawn with delicate, and a Neanderthal at that, which has a shooting penalty, is a really bad combo. But we did patch them up, so at least we don't have to worry about White Jaguar getting like a minus 30 mood debuff for like weeks at a time because their wife, or sorry, their husband died or whatever. Manhunter pack. That's a bunch of bullfrogs. Okay, you're not that far over. Okay, so secure the door open. I have been thinking about that the whole time. I was like, Jebediah was a bullfrog. Mop, mop, mop. That's a lot of bullfrogs. Get to cracking your shots off. The weather's clear. Alright, first 3 shots are all misses. Second 3 shots are all misses. Doing good. Get back into cover. The good news is the bullfrogs have crap ability to do damage. Alright, so we got a little scratch and a little scratch. Hey Liam, how's it going? But yeah, so we're gonna patch this one up and release them. Could you, like, prioritize actually treating people? Yep, so we got ourselves a thrumbo. So that'll be a curiosity. I'll have them attempt to tame the other one, but I'm not that concerned because it was 2 female thrumbos, so it's not like we can get a breeding pair right now. Alright, we're getting the first of our Muffalo wool. Do it. It's like a 2% chance, so we'll probably not get that to happen. Okay. I think at a hamster attack one lost a pawn to really bad RNG roll, and the previous raid had stolen a pawn. Frog legs. Yep, we are going to get ourselves a bunch of frog. Cool, so the handling is on a different pawn than the one doing that. So you're a researcher, you've become our crafter, you're our grower, you're a construction mining / cook. So let's keep that going as best we can. Yeah, no, it's we've had 1 or 2. Like, we had a colony that, like, got all the way down to the brink, and we had patched up, we were, like, in the process of patching up everyone, and we had our one person who's working on patching everyone up who had gotten downed. And I had one squirrel that was, like, right next to the pawn go manhunter, and just the person was so weakened it went nip downed them. And, like, so while people were bandaged, because they were in so much pain from just a really messy couple of fights, none of them got up in time before starvation started kicking in. And so that one squirrel basically finished the job. Okay. So White Jaguar's wife, or husband, sorry. White Jaguar's husband, we did patch them up and send them on their way. They had a really bad head cut and they were going to die without it. And I didn't really want to deal with the incredibly big mood penalty. So we did get them all squared away and on their way. Did you... There should be plenty of space there. Alright. This take a while to grow. Okay. So I definitely planted more mushrooms than I probably should have, but that's okay. It'll be one of those things that'll get better in time. And that also, as the muffalo population grows, they'll start eating more of the mushrooms where it doesn't fall on everyone else to deal with stuff. We get Neil Pedal, a lectern, or an altar. Yeah, eventually I'll put 2 Neil pillows in there and get that done. So once people wake up, let's do one of the rituals. Yeah, the muffalo will eat it. There was that question when we first did it. Like, would it or wouldn't it not count for that? Let's put down the ideology thing there. And then we'll start. And we won't have the Neil pillow for its bonus. Well, everything else, that should be okay. Alright. So we get a Militar and 2 Scythers attacking. And... oh, it'll be 3 raids of that. I mean, don't get me wrong, excellent marine armor, 40 reputation, but I also have to keep their mood bonus up. I think the mood bonus is actually be the hardest part of that, because our place is kind of a dump. So I do think I'm going to let that one slide. Because it's also like, okay, 2 Scythers and a Militar, that shouldn't be too bad. With our firepower, I could definitely plug the Scythers pretty fast. But all it'd have to be is like a group of 3 Lancers for the next one or something like that. And without having armor on most of our people, that's just begging for one person to catch a shot and that be over. And while a bunch of reputation's nice, you can buy reputation pretty easily. And the marine armor is really, really good. Like that was the tempting one, is the marine armor, but I think it's a good way to get rid of a colonist, so to speak. Alright, so slowly we're getting the Thrumbo tamed. Like, not tamed, trained. It is kind of a little bit of a bummer that they added, so much of a maintenance on keeping the Thrumbos, or like keeping your creatures tamed to be able to do stuff. Alright, so begin the festival. So we won't have the lectern and we won't have the Neil Pill. I'm gonna go ahead and do it though. Okay, so that'll actually gain us goodwill if we have a really good outcome. We're gonna go ahead and do that. I will add... I'll deal with that in a moment. Basically, the problem is we're dealing with the Rumbo walking away. We don't have enough marble. Make it a slate. So lectern, slate. Yeah, they dropped stuff in the door, letting the muffalo out. I used to often get the mod don't block the door just to prevent that kind of stuff. So get the mushrooms out of the door. bring the Muffalo back before it can wander off and ruin everything. I want to say, Thrumbos, don't you also give wool? Oh, right. They only give wool if you kill them. That's right. Yeah, so basically they're primarily a, I thought they took something away. Did they used to be a pack animal and then they became, just a hauling animal? Yeah, they used to be a pack animal and they took that away from them because Thrumbo were just too strong. That's fine. Okay. And we're getting the polyoxylin research. We're probably not going to be able to do anything with that for a while. Right. We can go ahead, though, in the off chance that we do get stuff for doing that. And get stuff going. The other thing I need to do is I need to get our growers start cutting stuff up, because as seen from there, we just got ourselves food poisoning. Got ourselves another baby Muffalo. Okay. I have no idea where we got sheep wool, but okay. How is your learning going? Nearly maxed out as far as the learning percentage. So hopefully we can get ourselves a couple of points here. Ideally, I'd like to get at least 1 or 2 passions in there, but we'll take what we can get. We don't really have a great setup where I can't build a school desk for lessons. I'm not really... There's too many dangerous animals on the map to just cut them loose for other stuff. Psychite refining. Alright, I see the game has decided we are all in on the drugs. Got an exotic trades good. And he doesn't have a waster to take care of? Right. Cobra Revenge. Oh. So, the cat here attacked the cobra and is gonna die because, you know, that's just what cats do in RimWorlds. They pick fights with things that are way tougher than they are, and then they die to them. And that's cat's entire existence in RimWorld. They're willing to sell me the cat that's bleeding out for $13. Thanks, man. That's really cool of you, actually. I can get a book on crafting. And I think for the moment that might be all I take. Being attacked immediately by a raid. Is that Neanderthal raid or Impid? Impid. Well, Cat, I was gonna wait till you go down to save you, but now that's really not on the table in the same way it was. I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna run back here. Why are you burning my stuff when there's enemies right here for you to fight? Drop you back here so you don't get yourself killed. Okay, a kind underground jar. I mean, you're gonna catch fire. There's no saving you in time. Maybe don't run to the fire. Maybe take a different route. Okay, so 2 of our Muffalo got sick. So your Steel Spear. That Steel Spear is better than what we've got. Would you stop that? Go grab the Steel Spear before it's ruined. It's much better than what you had. Alright, so orders. Allow. Okay. Probably prioritize that one. That one could hit the door. Alright, so good news is it looks like we didn't lose any of the actual wall or anything we have to rebuild or whatever. A lot got damaged. So we rescued and we patched up their person. Alright. It was definitely a mess. We didn't take any injuries there, but they did just breathe fire. I'm more salty that they ran past everything and started breaking our stuff. Because, once again, as always, there's a body blocking the door or something blocking the door. There's always something in the door. I always forget how much you just have to absolutely stay on top of, like, doors to make sure that they don't leave crap in them, preventing stuff from being closed and just exposing all your stuff. Oh, before I forget, schedule... That's actually fine, we'll leave it alone. Okay, little by little, everyone's getting all their clothes sorted out. Starting to see some bowler hats and everything. Alright, let's get back to that trade we were working on. Because you didn't want her closed, did you? No, that was the problem. The tube television would be cool if I had electricity, but... Isn't there a mod for blocking doors? Yeah, it's called Don't Block the Door. I've run it in the past. I don't have it right now. It is one of those things, like, I want, with the Don't Block the Door, when someone dies blocking the door, I think that's fair. But then there's the occasions where it's like, you know, your person's harvesting and near the door and they dump it in the door. That I kind of find frustrating, because it just, from both a gameplay and a realism standing, it just ends up being kind of obnoxious. Thank you for the aggressive delivery. Yeah, we don't want that person if they joined. They shouldn't join, but we might gain some reputation from doing that. So I got more books. We'll definitely need to get a bookshelf so we don't take the beauty penalty in the room for having the books just laying around on the floor, but that's okay. Alright, we're running around doing our cleanup. That one is definitely holding out for a long time. Fortunately, they went ahead and they put their body where the other bodies get dumped, so, you know, that works out for me. Okay, get these corpses out of here. Get that corpse out of there. Okay. The thing that upset them was it was dark outside. We had all these things and just barely dipped below there. So 8 without table, darkness, and 8 raw food. Which we're working on that. We're actually cooking food right now. I've got 13 meals sitting there. But, that wasn't available when they ate. Alright. Would you please not beat up the people trying to train all that? Alright, so no major injuries there. No major injuries there. Okay. It's taking you so long to bandage because your manipulation's down to 38% from all those hits. Be really nice if we could get an actual doctor here. That's what you need to grow up to be, Thorbane. I need you to become a proper doctor. What? Why is your charge lance laying on the ground? Oh, because you got in that social fight and got knocked down. Like, don't let that charge lance be on the ground. Okay, we got visitors. Alright, so take a bunch of this crap we don't want or need. Go ahead and take your pumpkin. You really not have anything for me? You don't. So if you could just take a small sampling of psychedelic mushrooms. And now I'm going to go ahead and give you things. So have some more drugs. You just go ahead and take all the rest of this crap out of here. Because that'd be lovely. Okay. Oh, and the leather cape. Earn 3,000 silver from a single transaction. I don't know what you were counting, but we definitely didn't do that. Something on that achievement was not right, because that was a gift. That wasn't an actual trade. And the one before we made 200 or 300 silver, not 1,000. Instructions unclear. God, doctrine, and astrology. That seems typical enough. We got bruises to be patched up. Food binge due to intense pain. So you should get out of here pretty soon on your own. And then we might get a bump to our reputation. Kind of sucks that you're the one who had the mood break, because it needs you replanting this stuff. But that happens. And we are working on these moods. That's what these rooms are about down here. Because we want to get those rooms set up so they get their own bedrooms. That way we're not getting the very little bonus for having the barracks. We can get ourselves a much, much better bonus for each person having their own room. No more disturbed sleep, that kind of thing. Really helping the cause here, just stacking all those instances of insult. Really just going for the moon. I do appreciate when people get insulted and then go to sleep. And sleep off, like, most of it. I forgot we even had some animals that had the flu. It looks like they'll both be fine. Paid forced weather. You'll cause blind fog for 6 days, and you're willing to give me a singular Glitter World medicine, a Masterwork Great Bow, or a singular advanced component. Honestly, I'm gonna say no to this one. If it gave me some reputation or anything like that, I might consider it. But just one Glitter World medicine is probably not worth my time, because with 6 days, we'll probably get a raid during that. And Blind Fog will basically make our guns a hair above useless. For the fight, like, realistically, what I'd have to do is have to draw the enemies into a building and start blasting so that the Blind Fog doesn't penalize me. But, I wouldn't really anticipate that making much sense. Alright, you've got a little bit longer on your injuries. Yeah, you roughed each other up proper. Yeah, everyone's getting hungry and they're going to be forced to eat a bunch of raw mushroom. Which is fine. Are you going to leave already? There you go. You've been able to walk for a long time. Okay. So when Kyoto gets back up, they're going to have to pull up the rest of that mushrooms. And it's just going to be a while for them to get all sorted. Yeah, so we did get the reputation for patching them up and send them on their way. That's good. Get some allies here. Yeah, so each limb has around 3 to go on you. Kind of the same here. Well, other than the leg. The leg's got a lot of injury on it. That's fine. Lyriel's at least starting to get stuff repaired and all that. And then if there's nothing left for you to mine, you'll clean. And if there's nothing left for you to clean, then you'll start doing your stuff. Yeah, there's some mining stuff over there because we need more, we don't need, but we'll want more steel. At least they didn't manage to destroy the pod. How is our wealth going, by the way? Alright, so it's starting to climb a little by little. That's fine. Yeah, so if we get another combat caravan to stop up here, I might try poking the other ancient danger from really far away. And then just kind of like running for cover on it. See if we can't get the other ancient danger sorted out. Alright, so you're fully healed. You're still working on it. The big thing still being mushrooms, just like the raw mushrooms, is all of that down there. Okay. Yeah, now usually if you're trying to go, like, far more onto, not necessarily meta, but strategically stronger start, it really is kind of get your barracks nice, get your, your common room nice as early as possible, because you take a very significant mood penalty otherwise. Whereas if you get them nicer, it's a mood buff. So it can be a difference between like 30 or so mood from going to the negative to the positive pretty easily between each of them. So that can really help kind of make or break. So right now, kind of the problem I have is my common room, my guest room, entertainment, whatever, rec room. That's relatively nice right now. The issue we are running into is the barracks is kind of like, it's got nice floor, but it's pretty bad otherwise. So you've got to get those room situation improved. We're also going to need more sorts of recreation pretty soon. Yeah, so this is only decent barracks, so it's a small penalty. And you're upset because food poisoning yet again. Alright, everyone's fully healed and able to get back to it. Except you're immediately having a tantrum. Gonna go banging some walls for a minute. At least it wasn't immediately got better and then went insulting spree and got into a fight and got downed again. I've definitely had those runs where you have people that they just spend the whole time laying down because of all that stuff. Sometimes punching the wall is the only fix. To be fair, them punching the walls is a very tame mood break. Like, when they target something important, it sucks. But if they just walk around, they want to punch some walls, have at it, man. It's very rare they actually get through the walls, and you can usually get it fixed pretty quickly. Which is like the most mild of inconveniences. Organ Decay. I didn't know that could just happen to you. Huh. Alright. So, unnatural healing will fix that. You can also fix it with mech healing serum. We can just straight up remove the kidney, which is probably what's going to ultimately happen. I'm gonna let it go for a little while. But yeah, no, I don't remember having that just randomly happen. Like, you've had, like, creepy joiners are the ones you usually see it from, because they'll have, like, a bunch of stuff going on. But that might be the first time I've just straight up had someone who's been in my colony for a while, because you've not been here for a super long time. I recruited you a couple in-game years ago. So it's not like it was just secretly they had that. Happened to you in a Naked Brutality early on? Yeah, this is my second colonist in this one. Yeah, so getting that all planted. Yeah, so definitely gonna have to deal with that. Yeah, I'm wondering if that is just straight up vanilla, or that is just a side effect of having the vanilla expanded. So I'm only using the vanilla expanded framework for the achievements. So I'm wondering if that's just an event that happens out of the box. It is vanilla? Gotcha. Then I'm surprised because, like I said, I haven't seen that happen randomly like that. It's usually been like creepy joiner, stuff like that. To be fair, that only got introduced with, Anomaly. It's super rare. Yeah, no, I was gonna say, because like that would be a real crappy one to get for a lot of runs. Because there's a lot of runs that you just wouldn't have the ability to deal with that properly. We'll say when it starts to get significant, we're gonna yoink that kidney. If things get really dire, we can just cryo them. It just sucks because that's our grower, so I don't really want them down. And that'll do. And the Muffalo population continues to grow. Okay, so you got the Mech Hive is raiding. There's a Scyther is what's coming. Because you got it on vanilla as well. Your Impid Girl got heart decay. Had to harvest to change it. Yeah, it's the thing is not having any particularly good doctors. There's gonna be a real good chance. So we've got a Scyther on the left here and a Scyther on the right. Okay. So we're working on all that. Just trying to walk across the map, having random, dangerous critters come after me along the way. That's the reason why we basically have been keeping the child inside the perimeter the whole time. All right. Well, we're definitely hitting every part of it. It's got a manipulation of 7% and a movement speed of 26%. Come on. Yeah, and this has probably still not been that bad, but we would have been under the blind fog still if we had accepted that. This with blind fog would have been pretty awful. And thank you for the free components. Actually, have you haul those right now. Would you transplanted the kidney like you asked? You were supposed to replace her bad kidney with a new one, not her brain. Oh yeah, no, the classic RimWorld awful surgeries. That's my big concern right now, is my best doctor I think is 5. Which is really, really rough. For doing, like, surgeries and all that. Obviously, if we get to the point where it gets dangerous, we gotta do what we gotta do. I'm debating being preemptive and just yoinking it right away. That way I have a chance of having several failures. You do have some Glitter World? Yes, I do have the Glitter World. But I am very much debating just very early giving it like a quick yoink attempt. Just again, that way if I botch the surgery, there's time for them to recover between surgeries so I don't accidentally kill them. The next time Kyotsu goes to bed, I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Alright. Best medicine. Operations. So, remove right kidney, because that's the bad one. They're taking the good medicine. Can't you get experience at a raider first? I could sit there and grind out surgery at a raider. Keep in mind, there are lots and lots of strategies in the game around, like, removing and reinstalling organs and all sorts of stuff to grind out that stuff, and organ harvesting anyone you capture and those kind of things. I generally do not do those. Besides, I didn't need to. We got it in one go. So at least Kyotsu's not going to die now. To be fair, I burned a Glitter World on it, and that does help a lot. It was still a pretty good go. Charity, you would like 18 medicine. You know? Yeah, so you got the ancient mercenaries who aren't gonna reach. I did really want to do the ancient mercenaries. Like, now I actually have the people I could have gotten away with it, but still. Alright. Passive cooler. Alright, well at least the passive cooler, that's like, I think that's our 3rd time getting animal flu. Also, furniture. And mark one of those for medical only. Alright, so White Jaguar is helping plant everything while Kyotsu is getting off of their anesthetic. It's good that you're bringing more wood in. Okay. And you got everything from the face masks. But you can't... Okay, you can make a Muffalo Wool face mask. We just gotta wait for the Muffalo Wool is all. There, and at this point we've got 5 Muffalo. The population continues to grow. It does make me wonder how much I should expand their area to keep making sure we have... Oh, hey, could you not leave it out there to rot? That'd be swell. Manhunter pack, okay. Of omnivores, or not omnivores, megavores. Okay, so you two will hold here. I'll deal with that in a minute. Okay. And per the usual, the absolute second that door went open, some of our Muffalo ran outside the perimeter. I didn't really understand what you were doing there. Okay. We get all the mushrooms replanted. Then we get the trees replanted. And they'll just keep getting what they can done. Could you not stand in the corpse juice? We don't need anyone getting corpse rot. Alright. Get those components dropped off. And your age up is at 7. So we are continuing to gain the ability to get more traits. So you probably will be able to get the a choice of 1 of 4 traits. I don't know how much longer you have to hit 7. So whether or not you get a passion, I'm not sure about. But getting 1 out of 4 traits as an option is pretty decent. Because we can work with, like, not having that many passions isn't too big a deal. And since we got them already aging up and all that, that's pretty alright as is. Alright. We're continuing to get our Thrumbo all trained up, which is good. The major break risk, just not anything specifically wrong, just not getting that many bonuses. And then because there are a religious leader, and I believe you also have the title. Yeah, freeholder. So all that's getting you higher expectations than everyone else, which is why we're having more difficulty keeping you happy. So that first room, once we get set up, is going to be White Jaguars. Which is just going to take a minute to do. Okay, the Thrumbo's been trained to be able to be told to attack. I'm trying to remember, your shout stuns everything, right? Command the Thrumbo release a deafening roar that has a chance to cause hostile enemies and animals to run in fear, reducing their movement speed and manipulation. Oh, tremble in fear. Okay, so it doesn't cause them to necessarily run, but it massively penalizes the enemy. So when you have a big group of enemies, I can pop that to give myself a significant edge in a fight. And meanwhile, you're doing just fine against your flu. Isn't it the big Thrumbo that puts that fear into them? Yeah, I think that could be it. It could be the Alpha Thrumbo that makes them run away. Because remember, that was very abusable. So it makes sense that they make it Alpha Thrumbo only, since that's a lot harder to make happen. So giving it that kind of strength and utility. Because of having it where they run away from you, you can set up situations where it's dangerous for them to kind of go through like traps and all that. Wait till they all close in on you. Yell to make them run away for a second or two, to kind of make them go through multiple times. I haven't done it in a while. I really like to get the flamethrower from Anomaly, and not do the whole, like, not set up the thing where you make a room super heated or whatever. You know, that's certainly one thing. But you can set up certain defensive positions where you can just sweep that fire across the whole defensive position. And if things aren't immune to fire, it can get really, really abusable. Alright, so I'm gonna get Go Juice production next. Love to see it. So, like, there's water here. So I can make a defensive position up here by the water that opens up there. So, like, have, like, a little like, switchback here. And then have the flamethrower just sweeping this area. And what'll happen is you'll light them on fire. And they will run to the nearest water, so they'll run back through the entire trap, like, the entire maze, to go in the water to put themselves out. And then go back into the maze to catch fire again. And just keep doing that kind of thing. And so with that, like, they're getting ticked for damage the whole time they're getting hit with the fire. The big problem with it is it doesn't work on the mechanoids or the impids, like, at all. Which is a real big bummer. But against, like, Neanderthals, your regular, like, even your regular ranged groups, because you can just keep the fire sweeping across it the whole time, and they have to wait for the aim timer, you can just point at the wall behind them and just keep sweeping the fire. And the moment they step out, they immediately get ignited on fire, and they won't shoot while that's going on. It's a fun setup, but it requires some place with water nearby. So again, I can put a defensive position here. There's water there and there, so you make it open up there. And you don't need, like, it has to be not too long of a tunnel. Because if it's too long of a tunnel, they won't make a path back to the water. But it's just funny because you have the enemies running back and forth on fire in this tunnel constantly. You don't get any of the stuff from beating the enemies because you just end up burning it all. But, you know, who cares? It also kind of self-wealth manages from the raids because you're just always going to burn the bodies away. You'll burn the, you know, anything they drop away that's flammable. Okay. So they're going to have all that replanted. Shrink it again. I keep debating increasing this and shrinking it. I think we keep it around that size. I'll need way more wood than that. I'm just worried about making it too big. Did Discord go down? No, it looks fine to me. Yeah, no, the Discord stuff seems to be working for me. Okay. Yeah, no, it happens. Discord's had some weird stuff going on lately. To be fair, a lot of places have some weird stuff going on lately with stuff not working quite as reliably as it should. Contract prison. So we can have Wade join, who is a trigger-happy optimist meanderist with a scar on their right eye. They are an amazing cook. I think I'm gonna say no to the person. But I think I will take the honor. So prisoners. Will this start converting you to the ideology because he can? That's good practice. And also, before I forget, because I put it off this whole time, where's your freeholder title? Alright. Let's go get our title and our psychic powers. All right. Because that was one of the things that normally I don't mess with this, but with this achievement mod, it's like, okay, get people with titles. All right, so White Jaguar now has the title Novice with the Empire. And you had a relatively good... Oh, we actually got an extra honor just because we did such a lovely situation. So what did you get? You got Chunk Skip. Oh, the classic Chunk Skip. It's definitely most of the earlier ones are not too amazing, and then stuff happens there. Got a random caravan rolling through. Confusion on our prisoner. You reload for Chunk Skip? We do it for that? Nah, I wouldn't reload. That's fine. Getting powers I don't care about's not that big a deal. Alright, so let's go ahead here. I'm probably going to make a dangerous decision here if I can pull it off in time. Okay, so let's see. You do have some good weapons here. I don't have the money for most of them. A shield belt is... Yeah, we're going to grab the shield belt. That's a big one, I think. I'll grab the medicine. Well, I'd love to get other stuff. We're pretty close to spent. Alright, so before I forget, assignment, manage apparel. I always copy this one. And just straight up delete these other ones. Spacefarer can stay. Alright, so this is melee. So leave that just the way it is. We go to anything. And for this one, we go shield belt. No. Honestly, for right now, you just run up there and you put that on. Okay, so time to play a little bit of a dangerous game. Yeah, you're way far back. It's like one more tile. You'll stand a little bit farther forward. Oh, you get out of here. Oh, you missed. Sorry. Thought this was gonna be way worse than it is. So, bionic leg. Okay, so we got their attention now. So let's run back here. I just don't want to get caught where they're shooting past me and accidentally hitting me. I don't want to accidentally shoot them too and cause myself grief. Because they want to down themselves, I'm willing to take their stuff. The only thing I'm missing is I don't have the achievement mod on that list. That's because that's been a recent addition. Where's the fire foam pack? Also, same deal, you stay back inside. Okay, so we're all in the clear here. Okay, Ascetic Slow Learner with great memory, really good medical, so worth considering. Sickly, who's good at mining, and a Brawler just in general. Okay, so orders allow structure. We're going to make the door out of stone. Just so enemies don't decide to just set it on fire. Go ahead and pop that before you head out. Cataphract armor. Are you with any of the R1s? No, you're just ancient soldiers. Yeah, sickly is pretty rough. Slow learner is pretty bad, but that's a lot of medical. I'll rescue you two. Well, I'll rescue the one. I don't have room for the other one, apparently. Okay. Alright, we got the first print for Cataphract armor. Yeah, we can't get there in time. In hindsight, that's a kidney laying on the ground up there, but that's fine. I usually don't hostily organ harvest people. Now, I can say it never happens when I have a valuable enough pawn and there's a need. Sometimes things happen. Okay, do we have much fabric? Yeah, so starting to get Muffalo stuff. So go here, Muffalo. Get more of those for later. There's a couple of Mega Scarabs, or not Mega Scarabs, whatever. The big bugs that generally don't hunt us. Did anyone have a leg injury yet? Not yet. Let's have you go out of your way to patch that. Alright, so Lamp is going to leave. I'm okay with that. I don't have another prison cell. This is definitely someone worth considering, but melee doctors have always been a thing. Yeah, because you're deciding to leave. You don't have any gear, I think. I don't have another prison cell ready. We're working. I could just put down a spot, but I'm not going to. I never feel much pressure these days in RimWorld to go out of my way for a pawn. unless it happens to be a particularly lucrative prawn. I'm gonna go ahead and tear apart these cryostasis things, because they're adding to my wealth quite a bit. And I'd rather just yoink those. I've got 5 more right here. And those ones are way, way, way up on the corner where it'd be easy to get myself caught out. So we just wanted to get that gutted, see if we can't get anything good. It had an EMP launcher in it, which isn't terrible, but probably not something I'm going to use much. Yeah, no, like, if you get one of those, like, S-tier pawns where it's like, you know, like, tough, what would it be, like, tough brawler, nimble pawn, or, you know, the sanguine, very neurotic hard worker, or, sorry, industrious pawn, or one of those kind of ones, where, like, yeah, you're staying, like, it doesn't matter what the rule, like, it doesn't matter what I normally play, like, you're staying, you're just too good. But this one, it's like, okay, you got some good. Aesthetic is a pretty neutral trait. It's got its pros and cons. Slow learner's pretty awful. Great memory is pretty great. And then the passion for medical, you'd be able to help in research. So this, like, certainly wouldn't be a pawn I would complain about. A lot of scars on you, though. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna hit level 4. I think the problem is you're too close to, You like to play this game and hope that I get overwhelmed. You don't learn too good, but when I do, I never forget. Pretty much. It takes a while to internalize some information, but when you do. Now, granted, we could repair the, we could replace the leg with the bionic leg we found. And scars aren't that big a deal. Not anymore. Scars used to be a pain. Like, to fix, like, a torso scar or a head scar. Your only choices back then were Mech Resurrection Serum. Sorry, Mech Serum, not Resurrection Serum. Or giving them Lucy. And that's just kind of what you did, is when someone started taking on some torso scars or a brain scar, you'd give them a little bit of Lucy to help them out. But these days, there's so many ways to deal with, like, scars and all that kind of stuff. It's just, you don't have that need anymore. Why do I have the option for a public execution? Oh, it's probably because I have the prisoners. Yeah. Lucy is nice. Well, that's the thing. Luciferum is very powerful. Like, it is genuinely very powerful. But it is 100% a deal with the devil. You get all this bonus. Alright, so we converted them, and we can reform our ideology. So let's go ahead and do our ideology reformation. And my usual rule with ideology stuff is I'm allowed to change one thing per time. I don't think there's anything up here I want to change. We could get the ritualist, but I don't think that matters till we get electricity. What I think I'm going to actually do is go in here. We are living on a tile where there is fungus. Oh, right. I have to have darkness or tunneler. I forgot about that. So we're definitely not doing tunneler. The light burns, it destroys. So the people will stop liking light. Okay. So we can't like mushrooms. We're just living with the fact that we don't like the mushy mush. So where do we want to put our stuff here? We could add another festival, but I don't think I want to go that way. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, we're not going to be in the Glow Forest forever. We are going to travel the map. But yeah, no, the darkness would definitely be a very synergistic choice for the glow mushroom. So, ritualist is one thing to consider. That's fine. I don't think we go with guilty or anything like that. The inhuman would be one for later. I'm leaning towards doing a change here. Yeah, so I can't change that. We can change insect meat to be loved, but we probably won't see that much. I don't do slavery. We'll do free and approved love. There we go. That way, if we get a couple, they can just do that. Generally speaking, you're not going to see me do slavery in the game. It's very, very rare I organ harvest, and I'll only typically do cannibalism if we are doing a run that specifically kind of requires it, like you're doing the ice sheet shenanigans. Guilty and humane feels like a fun combo. That would be a weird combo. Like, you're just inhuman, you cannot feel compassion or whatever, but also you feel guilty about it. And this isn't me judging anyone else who plays the game. I certainly have done awful things in this game in the past. It's just kind of once you get past that, not nostalgia, the novelty. Once you get past the novelty of being like, hey, I could do all these awful things, you very quickly realize, like, you know what? I don't need to do those things. Like, in a lot of ways, doing stuff like cannibalism makes the game much, much easier. So it does take away a lot of that stuff. And honestly, the slavery mechanic in this game, it just doesn't interest me. What is the shortest run in the game that has happened to you? I have started a character where the character is very old and within a couple days had a heart attack. And died from their heart attack. That was a pretty short run. But vampires? Yeah, and I'll occasionally do the Sanguiphage run. I was about to say, I like playing the good guy colony because it's harder. Yeah, well that's definitely a thing. You can be absolutely wretchedly horrible in the game. The only reason you do slaves is for Empire rep? Yeah, even then, I like, even the mechanic, like ignoring like the what or whatever simulation, even the mechanic of slavery, broadly speaking, like, well, like, if the pawn is one I think is decent enough, it's worth bringing them into my colony. But yeah, no, I've done the Sanguiphage runs. And yeah, that's actually one of the reasons I don't do many Sanguiphage runs, is I do find it kind of annoying from a practicality standpoint. You just kind of have to have, like, the locker in the back of your base. It's just a whole bunch of people with their legs cut off. Disease, plague. Oh, that's pretty bad, actually. So the only good news here is both our guests caught the plague. You know what? Let's not mess around. We don't have good doctors here. Wait. I thought it said 4 people. Oh, there's the other one. I really don't want to do that. Yeah, no, that's the big thing. Is that's the reason I was like, let's not mess around, let's just go for the good stuff. I should... Oh. So you're going to get just the industrial medicine. Alright. So in this case... we'll keep it on you two. We're prioritizing our own people first. Yeah, no, the place is clean. At least should be. Yeah, it was basically clean. Yeah, so it's very unlikely we're going to manage to make this work. We're gonna have some really bad 10s in here. I don't want to use my good medicine on it. I don't care that much about this quest. Oh man. Yeah, the leader ability too? Right. This is definitely the time to not... So I'm gonna do... So I'm debating doing is waiting to the next tend, because this is only a 10% tend. Sorry, wait. That's a 1035? Let's do it. I was hoping, because that's the gamble, is wait for the next tend, hope for like 130 or percent tend, like just one really amazing tend. Because they've only got 2 Glitter World. Well, to be fair, I'm not using medicine on them because I don't have any of the cheap medicine. Alright, that'll be the other Glitter World. Alright, you got your 5 medicine. I want to see a big tend. 88%, and you have 16 hours left in that. That should really do a lot. We're out of Glitter World, so you're going to drop down to just regular good medicine. And you got an 89 there. That'll probably do a lot for the 2 of you. You 2 are probably going to regret being in this colony. I have a bunch of industrial. I'm going to be willing to burn that. Oh, actually, I do have one more glitter. I think we're okay. I think with the healing bonus going for 13 more hours with an 88% tend, we should be able to get a good, like, 15-20% lead on the disease. So as long as you don't have, like, just a wretchedly bad one, we should be okay. My luck, though, what's going to happen here is they're going to have a raid or something. Okay. That's a pretty nasty group. But an Obsidian Masterwork Sword... it's not a terrible thing. Yeah, so you'd be probably about 15% ahead. You're about 5% ahead. You're slightly behind. Yes, that's the only one in danger right now. Big tend. 60% will do. Big tend. That'll probably be fine. That's gonna be close. I don't think they're gonna catch up in time. I think they're gonna lose that one. They're only behind just over 1%. Got a better bed to move to? Not really. You know what? You might get it right at the... okay. Alright, you got a growth moment on you. So you got Body Mark, Fast Walker, Body Modder, Bloodlust, No Trait, Fast Walker, all day, every day. Alright, and you can start doing things around here. Okay, what do I want you to help with? For right now... we'll let you help with growing and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, you're barely gonna make it. Ooh, you still have a 6.5% lead. but you are losing ground. So a bad tend after this would get you killed. You're probably fine. Wasn't actually expecting this one to have problems. You're down to a 5% lead. %, should be good. Alright, so meanwhile, let's go to assignments. You're all fine. Before one of you gets into like a fist fight or something and I waste good medicine on it. Alright, so everyone got to our side. We did burn our glitter world and some industrial medicine, but I think that's good. Nobody died. We got to our side of it. I tend to be someone who most of the time holds off and be like, no, we can get, we can make it last. We don't need to use the medicine on this one. And then the person dies. And I do that way more often than I care to admit. So trying to not save my medicine, I've found I need to force myself to be more aggressive on using it. Oh, we need a meditation spot. That's fine. Oh, and assignments. So you are melee, and melee clear forced. Because we got shield belt, and I want to keep the shield belt for melee only for pretty straightforward reasons. It prevents you from using your ranged weapons at all. And the number of times I've forgotten to set that assignment, someone snags a shield belt and they don't catch it till the fight goes, and I'm like, why can't I shoot? And then realize that, yep. Blind fog, that's fine. Yeah, so you're in serious pain because of this. Disease flu. You know, game. You just not do that. You know that, right? Child, go to bed. You absolutely despise when disease hits? I still think the worst one was, I had one instance, and we lost the character in the long run, I believe. But I ended up having one character who ended up having at the same time, it was like you looked at the list and I had gained like immunity on like 2 or 3 of them already, but it was just a list of like 4 diseases, like muscle parasites, was like muscle parasites, the whatever the stomach worms or whatever, they had like malaria and plague, and it's like, come on. Like, you should not be allowed to roll this many diseases this fast. Yeah, gutworms. Yeah, so it's muscle parasite, gutworms, plague, and malaria. And I believe we had gone through, well, the muscle parasites and muscle parasites and gutworms. You just kind of work at it till they're gone. And then it was, I believe the malaria we had managed to make them immune. And then it was one of those things that we're just down to the plague. But you know, all those stacking negatives, I just couldn't make it work. 43, that's fine. And we've got preach health. So let's go ahead and preach health you. Because you've got a very strong lead. And conversion on you as well. Alright, so prisoners, maintain only, maintain only. The Melody Thunderdome. Yep. So everyone but Pretty Little has a disease currently. Some are in recovery, some are still fighting. But we are dealing with it. All right, we've got to the point where we're starting to process our muffalo to get food, because we do have a limit on how many of those I'm letting myself have. Got 39%, 50%. At least your learning was maxed out before you got hit with flu, so you're still gonna have most of your learning going. Go to bed. Go to bed. I do wish you didn't have to set a medical bed to be able to force them to go to sleep. I always found that to be a relatively annoying thing, that you couldn't be like, hey man, you're sick. Oh, but it's not a medical bed. Alright. Oh, the good news is they're tortoises. We can deal with that here in just a second. So you're fine. How far ahead are you? You're a lot ahead. You're a lot ahead. Okay, grab everyone. We'll just miss every shot. Don't worry about it. Every single shot. There we go. Good thing you don't pay per bullet. Yeah, good thing RimWorld does not have ammunition. Because it'd be utterly obnoxious to have, like, just RNG losing fights because you just burn through all your ammo because RNG decided you don't get to hit anything at all. Eclipse, it's fine. So scooch on over here. the epic battle with the turtles. Please don't shoot the thrombo. Okay. Oh, we didn't shoot the thrombo, it got bit. That's fine. Yep, so you're still treated. You're still treated. Okay, so you're running around getting everything cleaned. Yeah, so we still got a 22% lead there, so we're doing good. You got almost a 40% lead there. Let's go ahead and take you off of the good medicine. You have malnutrition. Please do not kill the person by simply not feeding them while they have the flu. Just burning through all of that medicine. Right. I think we say no to that because we have 2 ranged people and a child and 2 melee against a really big group. And while they are offering me a Masterwork Gladius, which is pretty awesome, that's a pretty gnarly group that you're going to be sending there, especially when we just triggered Blind Fog. Okay, slowly wearing away at the various critters around here. Yeah, no, the thing is, Blind Fog also penalizes me, and while our melee are decent, I don't see 2 melee pawns working their way through, like, 10, 11 ranged ones. Like, because this is most of our damage is right there. Like, just the raw numbers game. To be fair, the Thrumbo is a factor. It's not fully trained yet, but it's trained enough that you're not wrong. The Thrumbo could easily potentially be the thing. It just depends on what they get. If they get anything like incendiary grenades, the Thrumbo will just catch fire and run in circles while it gets shot a whole lot. Either way, it's like the Gladius is cool, but it's not that cool. If it was like a Bioferrite longsword or a Plasteel longsword or something, that's a lot more compelling. The Gladius is good though, especially with the material it's made out of. Alright. Are you all better? Is that what's going on? Okay, so you're all better. You're about to be good. You don't have much of a lead here. Let's put you back in the good medicine. Because I'd hate to lose it here right at the finish line. Because you only got about a 4% lead. Okay, so you're clear. So we're finally at a point where we don't have a bunch of people running around with plague. Prison break. Why you gotta do this? Because there is... I could, you know, disarm my people and then punch them to try and knock them. Did you defend yourself? Okay. You both lost a leg. Can't imagine how that happened. So tend to them both as fast as you can. Yeah, no, it definitely makes the prison breaks a lot easier to manage. You almost lost the other leg to go with it. He just got bruised up a bit. Okay. Perforated the leg into fragments. Yeek. Maybe they should lose a kidney too. The problem is because they're for a quest, if I organ harvest them, I can't remember if you straight up fail the quest or you get massive reputation penalty. Either way, it's not good. I don't think you lose either. For a quest person, I was pretty sure when you organ harvest someone that you've got for a quest, there's a penalty. Because remember, there's a lot of stuff you can't do to them, or you either fail the quest outright or get a reputation penalty. I'm pretty sure when you organ harvest someone for an Empire prison quest that you get penalized. If not, you really should be. For prisoners, if it's different, if you remember correctly, I'm going to go on the assumption that it is a penalty, because if it isn't, it really should be. And I vaguely remember getting myself in trouble doing that kind of thing before. If it's not, that's fine either way. They're upset from observing lots of corpses. You like the Timber Shroom Grove? Yeah, it's pretty neat. Alright, and you did make it through, that's good. Alright, so everyone's basically getting back on their feet. Everyone's back into business finally after like 2 diseases back to back. So now we're playing catch up on a lot of the getting like wood cut down and all that. And one thing I wanted to do, because we did get penioxylin. We can start having people take dosages so we can potentially prevent the next thing of malaria or plague or whatever. We'll just have to go out of our way to get Nutramine, which I should have some here somewhere. We had a raid earlier where they dropped them, and I'm pretty sure we hauled it back. Honestly, though, with everything going on, that may not have happened, which means it'd be long since rotted away by now. I'm not seeing it, unfortunately. Yeah, it would have been down here. It must have not gotten carried back because of everything going on. You're trying to learn about the game before you start, so you're not fumbling about. When you put individual sleeping areas instead of bunk bed, that is different people have different strategies. I generally tend to build a barracks just as long as I need it. So like just for like the first couple people, and kind of immediately after I get like my break room, this room, and like a production room, I'll usually start making individual bedrooms. Generally speaking, most players don't do that switch that early. Alright, so we got a diplomacy opportunity right nearby. I think that's worth doing. Let's go ahead and accept that. So we'll grab you and send you over. You'll have plenty of food and all that. We will grab a muffalo to speed this up. Yeah, I can grab the muffalo and the thrumbo, and it'll cut the whole trip down to like 1.1 days. You always start by building individual rooms, but you use them as crafting rooms and such until there's enough room for everyone. Yeah, no, and especially if you're doing like a diggy hole colony, it's much easier to kind of, you know, make more rooms. Because you just sit there and you just keep mining, and as rooms show up, you just start putting stuff in them, and you just move your furniture around as needed. Yeah, so the peace talks will potentially get us a lot of reputation all at once. Use a really nice barracks and you never end up switching. You can get pretty late game with a nice barracks. If you do start going into stuff like royalty, though, and all that, eventually you start running into problems where the barracks won't cover it. Because, like, I mean, one, the royalty, the higher ranks, they physically won't let you take the rank unless you have a suitable bedroom for that person. But it is those things that as your wealth gets higher and higher, it can get harder and harder to keep the moods in a good order without giving them private rooms. Because I want to say, like, at the top bonus, I think the bedrooms, or like the barracks, I think you get to like 10 or 12. Whereas I believe, like, you know, a really large, extremely well-decorated bedroom, I want to say you can get a pretty significant mood bonus from that. That you can kind of put your character through some pretty awful stuff and they'll still keep their wits about them. Like, and we're trying to get this done, but I'm making too fancy of wood floors, so it's just taking way more time than it should. It's also been a thing, we've had lots and lots of injuries and all that have slowed us down. And then on top of that, doing the back-to-back diseases there kind of lost a whole season's worth of time. Is that the best macaroni salad of your life? I mean, that's a pretty low bar. I'm teasing. Gil, I don't care about Gil Route, we don't have fishing. I'm glad you had some good salad. I'm not very big on pasta salad. Like, of any variety. It's just not one thing I'm super into. I'm glad people enjoy it. But it's never been a thing that I really want personally. Part of it is down here where I'm at, they don't know how to make good pasta salad. A lot of stuff down here, they're like, this is good. Mayonnaise. this is good. Dressing that what's there doesn't have much substance. They're just making it good by smothering it so hard with sauce that it takes on the sauce thing. Let's see. Pasta salad is cool at a barbecue. Does anyone like, I can't wait to get home and make some pasta salad? Okay, mayonnaise. I'm really not a big mayonnaise person either. A 2-liter sacrilegious where's the can? I have not been able to get to the grocery store for way too long because my car is in the shop and it keeps getting delayed having anything get done with it. So we ordered pizza so that we had, like, you know, food in the house, because, like, we're not, like, out of food. Hey! The peace talks were successful, so we boosted our relationship by 66. Also gained 6,000 social XP because of good negotiation. Aioli or whatever is spelled is good, but mayonnaise is not great. I'm not a big aioli person. I would definitely prefer aioli over mayonnaise. And while I realize technically aioli and mayonnaise are not the same thing, they're very rhymes, very, very similar. Except aioli, they typically add garlic to the process and then whatever stuff they're dressing up. It's basically fancy mayonnaise. You're okay with mayonnaise as a condiment, not as a dressing. Also, you hate cold noodles. Yeah, that's kind of the same thing. Like, that's the reason why pasta salad isn't really my go-to ever, is I'm not big on cold noodles in general. I love me some pasta, but it's not really my thing. Bacon aioli because bacon makes everything better. I would also argue bacon aioli because if the bacon taste is strong enough, it can hide the aioli. They can hide the aioli. Let's see, traditional aioli is just oil and garlic. Mayonnaise adds egg. Yep. I mean, yeah. Like I said, aioli I don't mind as much. I still usually won't go out of my way for it. But if I had to choose between aioli and mayonnaise, I'm gonna go aioli every single time. Like, and even like a very light amount of mayonnaise I can get on board with. The problem is, like, at least here where I'm at in the US, if you get like a chicken sandwich and they put mayonnaise on it, they don't just put a little mayonnaise on it. Like, they empty a third of a tub of mayonnaise into that joker and then put like a chicken nugget in the middle of it. It's such an extreme. I'm obviously exaggerating, but like, they lay the mayonnaise on thick. Really, like, I've gone and taken, you know, a chicken sandwich before where I ordered no mayonnaise and they put it on anyways, and you just gone like this and gone to the side and squeezed it, and then just had, you know, like 4 or 5 tablespoons of mayonnaise just kind of like plop down on the wrapper, and you're like, dude, you took like a fifth of a jar of mayonnaise on something where someone said no mayonnaise. Because you'll pick any other sauce before mayonnaise. I was trying to think if there's a sauce that comes to mind that'd be like, no, I'll take the mayonnaise over that. I don't think there is. Like, and I know there's like really crap mayonnaise, and then there's like nicer mayonnaise, like spicy mayonnaise and yada yada. Even then, the mayonnaise that have seasonings and that going on are better. Still not my preference. Use mayonnaise instead of butter for grilled cheese? Why would you do this? Why would you commit such an atrocity? I mean, don't let me spoil your food. That sounds deeply upsetting to me personally. Oh man, they're still gonna be here for another 11 days. I did not pay attention to how long they were gonna keep them here. That's fine. A thin layer of mayo to toast burger buns. Yeah, and I know people are like into doing that, and that's fine, because like you look at mayonnaise and it is mostly oil. Like it's a lot of oil, a little bit of egg, and it's emulsified. That's pretty much what it is. And then you can, you know, fancy it up if you want. But yeah, I'm just not big on mayonnaise. Partly like, I've never really been big on mayonnaise, I was okay with mayonnaise. I think genuinely it was the fact that, like, in high school I had all my buddies, and when it came to grabbing like a quick fast food burger kind of thing, the preference was Wendy's. And to be fair, between like McDonald's and Burger King and Wendy's, I would take Wendy's over those anyways. But holy crap, I used to keep track of how many times they got my order wrong and put mayonnaise on it anyways. And it was something like 1 in 13 times they would actually get it right and not have mayonnaise on it. Like, to say they got it wrong most of the time is understating it. And we didn't eat there all the time. Like, this is over years that I was tracking this. But it was just incredibly frustrating. And as I said before, like, the problem wasn't, again, that they put, like, a little bit of mayonnaise on there. It was they put, like, biblical amounts of mayonnaise. You know, they were talking about, like, the flooding of the earth and all that, and then there was the mayonnaise. Levels of mayonnaise. That it was moments of legends amount of mayonnaise. Okay. So Psychic Harmonizer can be really good if you have someone like Sanguine or whatever. Where are you? Oh, this is one of those ones I accept and then it shows it. I'd rather we focus on the research and moving things forward so that we're not just trapped in the tile. Because the uranium's nice later. The formal apparel's not that really important. The Psychic Harmonizer is good, but I don't have a doctor capable of installing it, so it's just going to sit in my inventory. The Masterwork Harp, that's actually genuinely a pretty good option, because that gives me another type of recreation that can benefit other people. But 5-man hunting sparrows will die in seconds. Like, that's easy. The catch is where it spawns. That's the only hesitation here. Because if it spawns and it's like down there, we have to go all the way out and around, or over here we have to go through the mountain range or whatever, it could take a long time to do that, and that's tropical rainforest where we could potentially just die of heat stroke. A Boomalope self-tank. You know what? I'll keep a Boomalope, singular. I can live with that. Have a little bit of chem fuel coming in for free. Yeah, so I think I'm saying no to that one. Like, it's not the worst in the world. Like I said, we can kill the sparrows very easily. They don't do much damage. There's only 5. So we send like 2 or 3 people over there. They can knock it out. You have no electricity? Yeah, and that's the whole thing. What's your relic? So we didn't do anything to customize them or whatever. So if we look at our relics here, the relics we have is we have the Truth Great Bow, which it's just a great bow, and we have the Load Collar. So a biomutation lance and a great bow. So the quest was for an EMI dynamo. You could literally sit there for years. That's fair. I don't think we... Oh, no, that's right. We get the reward. Yeah, that's fine. That was a good call. I was just more being like, okay, when we go to deal with this site, what do we got to deal with here? So let's haul that before it rots. So where did you put it? Okay, and it's actually in a really easy to go to place. So what I would say is after we have our next raid or animal pack, like the next hazard happens, we pack up, we run our... I'm going to probably just run our 2 melee people over there and just have them deal with it. Because genuinely they should be able to shred them really fast. And then that way... Because like my odds my other people are going to actually land the hits to shoot the sparrows is pretty crap anyways. So it's probably just going to boil down to melee kicking the crap out of them. So we'll just bring both our melee over there, slap them down real fast, probably ride the Thrumbo. Yeah, and this is also fair. I could literally just wait until we see the electrical queue up here. And then once electrical queues up, then we can... Well, even the queuing up probably I don't care about. when I actually have something that's worth setting up the electrical, because early on, if I have to use fuel, that means I'm going to be dependent... Well, actually, no, because we could use the chem fuel because of our boomalope here. And I haven't decided how many boomalope I'm going to let myself have. Or not boomalope, sorry, muffalo. Because there's definitely going to be a point where these muffalo are probably actually getting close to where the muffalo are going to be able to eat everything as fast as it grows. The baby muffalo are so cute? Yes. They get born and then they eat a lot. That is their state of being. How goes your training? So you're almost to the point of being able to haul. The wildness 98% to me implies it's like on the very edge of going wild again, which it wouldn't be because we are maxed out tameness. So I'm assuming it's 0% is when it goes wild. Go to ideology. Oh, it's a difficulty to tame? Gotcha. That's right, because I remember we got ourselves an Alpha Thrumbo one of our first runs in Odyssey, and that was the way we did is we went up, we hit it with the Sentient Catalyst, and then immediately followed up by taming it and managed to like knock it out in one. And had our Alpha Thrumbo. That was the downside, though, is unfortunately... Unfortunately, it was just one of those things that when you're doing that, is the Odyssey final encounter being a space station, and the fact that, like, you know, your animals can't get any type of, like, spacesuit or whatever. So they couldn't do anything to help. Can you keep the tortoises as animals? Yes. They have very, very low tameability, so you can make them, like, docile to you and everything, but they're kind of in the same category as the muffalo where they'll just stay in an area. But there is some gimmicks you can do with that, where you can deliberately throw them into areas that enemies will attack through. And they can actually be very useful because they're very, very hard to kill because they're very small. So it doesn't, like, a lot of your attacks don't end up hitting them. And then on top of that, they have, like, built-in armor, so they, a lot of attacks they actually will end up shrugging off. So it is one of those things you can just dump a bunch of turtles between you and the enemy starts fighting with the turtles, and you just pick at them while it's happening. It's not super reliable. There's a lot of things that make the turtles, like, not really a thing to worry about for the enemies. And they breed pretty slowly. So if they get to the point where they start managing to successfully kill your turtles, it's very difficult to have the turtles breeding at such a rate that you can kind of keep it going. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and have ourselves a little bit of a party here. Get ourselves some ideology points, maybe boost some rep with someone nearby. Unforgettable. So we got 2 points towards our ideology, and we gained a little bit of goodwill with one of our neighbors. Yeah, so we got 2 of those are neutral going to friendly, they're neutral going towards friendly, they can never be friends. We've almost got the Neanderthal tribe, almost got them neutral. And then we've actually got the Rough Outlanders Union is made decent progress towards being friendly. And then the Pigmen absolutely hate our guts. Electricity. All we had to do was get an EM field, and you knew it was coming. That's how that works. So usually what I'll do is once I get electricity researched, that's usually the point I will start looking at stuff like Anomaly and Odyssey content. That's when I start kind of kicking the DLC into place. Because Anomaly without electricity is just so limited, there's not a whole lot to do. And that there's some of the threats you need electricity to give you the tools to be able to counter them well. Such as like the Noctil event without electricity is awful. I have done it. It's terrible. Having to have your people run around and keep refueling torches before they go out as you try and work your way around the map is pretty heinous. Okay, so we've got the raid. So you got 3 range and looks like maybe 2 melee. And that was an attacks immediately, as I recall. Alright, so this is going to be a little rough. And those are impids, right? Yeah, they're impids. If we run down there, that'll give us cover. Oh, I'm sorry, you're busy throwing up. Food poisoning, I'm guessing? Yeah, that'll do it. And meanwhile, Thrumble's just in the back line taking care of business. Why with all of your friends dying? Would you beeline over there? Okay, that's fine. Like, all your friends are over here dying. You're like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go hit this door. I'm not going to go too far with it, but I'm going to hit it. Nice and hard. Wait. You didn't even damage it. I mean, he lived, didn't he? This is true. Maybe he was like, you know, I've been stuck with these guys forever. Screw these guys. I don't owe them anything. Would you stop doing that and instead go to bed? Because I'd like you to not bleed out, if at all possible. I know that's asking a lot these days, but you know, it'd be nice. All right, so you could take these. I'll take the medicine. Take some of the poor quality clothing we've made. So now I just need you to get back so I can patch you up next. Between the food poisoning and the leg injury and everything else going on, you're definitely having a rough one. I guess I'll do in the meantime as well. And you can fit. Start working on that. Because that'd give me enough bedrooms for everybody. We're not going to get them all queued up. We're going to start with one, get the floors down, get it all cleaned up and all that. Alright, and the moment that these two are both healed up, then we go and deal with the EMI. Because we are researching electricity. It's just a couple of sparrows, so we can go and thrash them really fast. But I do want to make sure they're fully healed so we don't get like a hit or two in and then the pain gets too high and we have someone go down. Alright, and eventually we're going to start running into the problem where we won't have more bricks just laying around. All those bricks are still from the initial colony that we peeled up all the floors. Or the initial buildings, I should say. That were on the map, we just peeled up all the floors and the walls and all that for supplies. Alright, so both of those are pretty close to wrapped. So form the caravan, go there, come back, accept... you two are going. Bring the Thrumbo with you, cutting your time down more. And you can bring two of the Muffalo with you. And a time just a smidge more. Okay. Because taking them along will give this time to grow. Those animals won't be eating from the field as well. It'll take just over a day to go over there. And I'll get that EMI offline so that we can potentially get electricity online. Okay. Cool, and everyone's fully healed. That's kind of what I figured, is they're going to get fully healed before they got there, and that was going to work out fine. What I could see doing is eventually building this wall to close out this, and that, and then making that into more grow area. So you got the capybaras. There's no melee pawns here anymore. So we got a problem there. Yeah, there's a pretty big movement speed penalty. And they're shot through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love a bad name. Just a solid bolt action hit to the heart. I was figured with the warg right there, is kind of begging for trouble if I didn't deal with it. Is there another warg? There is another warg right in my area too. It is what it is. Royal Tribute Collector. Then you're gonna die as well. Okay. And then with this, we could destroy the EMI Dynamo, which was supposed to be, I think it was 5 sparrows protecting it. Manhunter Pack. Hey, Empire, please do not burn everything down, okay? Because you're about to get frogged in a big way. There's the birds. Okay, so we put her back up against this wall. It should limit how much we could be surrounded. Okay, so how badly would it get scraped up? A bunch of little scratches. So you start tending to them. And you get back to your stuff. Okay, well, let's get you away from those corpses and you can go back to tending. And then we go in there and we smash everything. All right. I don't see anything on here otherwise that I specifically want to go after. Okay, and reform caravan, send it back home, except grab all those, we have all the food. Grab the plasteel, steel, and components, and I guess we don't really care about any of the rest of the stuff. Alright. And they're on their way home. Pretty much how I figured that was gonna go anyways. So you saw they took almost no meaningful injuries. There's a couple like little scrapes here and there. Yeah, so you're still primarily cleaning and hauling when you have the chance. Alright. Yeah, so I can see building like a wall around this area, making that more growable space. Yeah, and making this just that much more fungus farm for the buffalo and all that. We could extend the bedrooms like one more tile out here, that kind of thing. Because then I'd tear down those walls and that area. Open all that up. So the moment we're basically doing a ranching thing as a way to reduce our dependency on fungus, as well as it's becoming our source of like really, really good clothing. The buffalo clothing isn't the most amazing for stats. But we look at, for example, the buffalo cape. That does give us some sharp and heat defense, so it's not nothing. They're certainly way better with like thrombo, alpha thrombo, those kind of things. Okay, so you're almost here. Increasing the mushroom farm a little bit more so far as the trees go to keep the wood rolling in. How much longer do you have? You should be getting close. 4 days. 4 days and we get these 2 prisoners out of here and we get our reward. That'll be White Jaguar gaining a little bit more reputation towards a higher rank. Then I'm probably going to start running up against the fence where I won't be able to rank up because I will need to have, I'll need to have a bedroom ready for them, which I'm trying to get done here. It is interesting that I'm noticing that that's not getting done. You're the one with construction, right? So you're at 5. I'm pretty sure that doesn't require more than 5. It doesn't say it has a requirement. Right, but you also cook. So that's what the big holdup is. You're spending most of your time cooking, which is fair. Right, yeah, so if there's meat in it, they'll cook forever. If there's not meat in it, they'll only make 10. But they'll also make pemmican anytime they can. That's because it extends the shelf life if we make it meat. Or if we cook the meat into meals. Oh, also, home zone. They're also doing relatively good about hauling stuff in place for construction whenever the Rual has some time. Is there someone else who could put on assignment for construction? Not that I particularly want to. Because you can't do it yet. You will be able to when you're 10. Because that'd definitely be one. As if Thorbane gets construction, that'd be a good use of them. Yeah, and are you also doing the animal handling? No, the animal handling is Kyotsu. Which that boils down to they grow and animal handle stuff. Oh, I got our gib cage up here that I missed. They'll just keep giving us a penalty, so we definitely want to get rid of it. Alright. And that didn't get processed before it rotted, that's fine. These days my dependency on like hunting stuff is way lower. I don't need to go scavenging corpses either. Let's say that 8 is going to be the limit on the number of buffalo we keep. I feel like that's pushing the limit of what that can support as is. You can worry about all that. Check one thing real fast. All right. That'll be good. We're getting those rooms worked on finally. And we've been getting research done this whole time, which has been nice. We've been making actual solid progress. We've just not been getting good research. The good news is we've got all the research we don't want out of the way. So we're getting all the crap research out of the way. Now we get nothing but good stuff from here on. Silver linings and all that. Yeah, so like I said, we could probably go... We cut across there. Cut across here. Put a wooden door over there. And honestly, I don't feel a need for them to be able to cross through this area. Okay, so we'd also have heavy bridge there to there. And across there. With the intent of making this into a giant area for more stuff. Alright, so we've got a bunch of iguanas. So you're going to send 12 man-hunting iguanas for a bunch of reputation, some plasteel, and some glitter. It'll show up in 8 hours. So it is 12 iguanas, which is a lot, but iguanas don't do a lot of damage. So between having the 2 melee and the thrombo, I do feel like the iguanas would not be that big of a deal. We'll get pretty scuffed up with a bunch of minor hits, but I think that's fine. Alright, so let's go ahead. I think I'm going to accept that. Restrict everyone to the home zone. It's also those things that, absolute worst case, I could tell them they're not allowed to leave the box. If they just stay in the box, it won't be a problem. There's a good chance they'll manage to knock down a good 3 or 4 of the iguanas on their run in. Are we starting the monolith soonish? Yeah, like I said, I usually will take that stuff on once we get electricity. Because until you get electricity, like, containment is locked behind the electricity, the actual containment table and all that. So, like, you just can't do much with Anomaly until electricity is a research you've got. Same with Odyssey. You can't really do anything with Odyssey worthwhile until you have electricity. So research-wise, it's kind of a hard blocker. Alright, here they come. Does look like they're splitting up. That's fine. Have a good time, Thrumbo. All right. Okay. There we go. So we've got... That should close. It's fine. Okay, so you took a couple... I mean, you took a pretty actually decent bite to your leg. Then meanwhile, the other one should be the Thrombo. Probably didn't get hurt that bad. With as much armor as the Thrombo had, it's unlikely those iguanas did much. Got a Fennec Fox. That's relatively fine. A monitor lizard. That'll probably die. Alright, pods a ride with some more Glitter World. Replace the ones that we end up giving up to deal with the plague and all that. Please do not. You just allow all corpses. Why are you saying? Oh, you're still restricted here. That's fair. I was like, why are you saying that? Please don't stand in the corpse funk. Okay. There we go. Alright, so shuttle has arrived. So with that, carry the shuttle. Carry the shuttle. Get you two out of here. Alright, so let's go check. We got the Acolyte Ceremony. So we will need a throne room for White Jaguar now. I'm not quite ready for a throne room. We'll work our way there. But White Jaguar is going to need a throne room at this stage. In the meantime, we'll just keep working on what we've been working on. Yeah, it's basically we don't have enough people really focused on the construction side. The other stuff's going alright. We're getting plenty of wool. We're getting all our, like, we're slowly seeing our clothes turn into primarily being muffalo wool clothes, which will be pretty good for us. We're getting a decent amount of pemmican kind of stashed away over time. We don't have a lot of spare wood. That's okay. I'm not seeing a lot of chem fuel, just a little bit. Yes, I could get chem fuel powered generator. Now there's geothermal over here, which isn't super far away, but that's if we get lucky and we get geothermal power. We'll worry about that when we get there. Now, one of the things we'll want to do when we get electricity is we are going to call in the Odyssey ship, because we can't technically research it until electricity is locked in. So I'll want to grab that, and I'll just stash the stuff inside here. We won't bother building the ship right away, because until we have all the stuff, there's no point. But we can stash it away so the research is available, so if it happens, it happens. And then we'll start, you know, we'll wake up the anomaly as well. Hey, Jay Walker, how's it going? Yeah, and your cooking is coming along nicely. How's RimWorld? It's going well. Cool, looks like the Thrumbo just got trained to the point where it can haul for me. So that'll be one more thing it can help with. Yep, no, we got Inspired Taming at Thrumbo came through. I actually had the Inspired Taming as like, we're gonna save, like, you know, I looked around, there was a warg, I'm like, nah, I'm gonna save it just in case we get a Thrumbo coming through. And I had done that twice where I had gotten offered the, or I had gotten the Inspired Taming, of like, we'll wait, see if we get Thrumbo. But yeah, then we finally did get a Thrumbo, and now we have one. But right now what we're trying to do is get some actual bedrooms up and running to give ourselves mood bonuses for that. Enclose this area as well, so we can just kind of increase the grow space because we're using Muffalo for the wool and, you know, meat, which is not efficient at all to use Muffalo for meat. Fungus run. Well, that's because we're in a fungus forest. Our characters don't like fungus. And we're not an ideology that I can give them that bonus. But because we're in the fungus forest, we're just enduring. It's one of the things that's caused a bunch of our mood breaks earlier, is we're kind of like constantly sitting here with, you know, actually I'm looking to see. We actually don't have any penalties. I say you're not eating it? Well, I mean, we're having to eat it because it's what's available. But like, we're trying to, you know, we're trying to not eat it kind of exclusively because unless you have the plus for fungus from ideology, your characters in game don't like mushrooms. You know, they're slowly getting these rooms cleaned up and nice. At least it's now finally getting constructed. I'm just like slowly expanding this area to try and get the wood coming in there. There's a mod for that? I mean, there's a mod for everything that exists in the game. Generally speaking, I practically never run a mod. Or I shouldn't say never run a mod. I mod very, very lightly. Because I know there's like, hey, you know, you can do all sorts of stuff with mods, and that's cool. I'm glad the opportunity for all that mods exist and whatnot. But generally I like to keep myself very, very light. Even quality of life mods, I would say I run very, very little. If we look at the mods I'm running, I've got like 3 or 4 mods related to just music. I've got a mod that makes it so I don't control my research, I'm just subjected to whatever it decides to do. So that's kind of a challenge mod. And then we are experimenting with the achievements mod, which has been mostly me just doing a normal run and occasionally achievement comes up. And then every once in a while being like, okay, well normally I'd do it this way, but instead I'm going to do it that way because there's an achievement. So yeah, it's definitely one of those things. Usually, used to run only wall lights, but now that's base game. Oh, and also Don't Stop the Music. Yeah, and I'm actually not running Don't Stop the Music. I'm running, it's a different music mod, but it has the same capability where you say like, hey, how much time do you want between music during peaceful times versus, you know, stuff? You can basically say, don't delay playing the next track, please. But it's the same idea. I used to run Don't Stop the Music all the time as well. It's always been a weird choice in so many games that have such great music. To just be like, hey, I know our music's amazing, but like, you know, we're gonna make sure there's a delay between our tracks pretty regularly. You're wanting to do a Stoneborn mod playthrough, but you don't own the Biotech DLC? I have no idea what a Stoneborn playthrough is. I have no context to that. Yeah, no, absolutely. It happens in so many games that they'll have like banger tracks, and then they'll just be like, okay, well, you're gonna get, you know, one track and then 10-15 minutes with no music. And you're kind of going, but why? It's like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure after hundreds and hundreds of hours of music, like listening to the music, you can get tired of it. But I mean, hell, even with RimWorld, how many hours am I up to? Almost 3,200 hours? And I don't think I've ever gone to the RimWorld music been like, you know what, I just want to listen to something else. Normally it takes you a while to realize there's no music. I wouldn't say notice it instantly, it's more you're kind of like, okay, it's weirdly quiet, what's going on? Ah, the music stopped. So I kind of only notice it now because I've kind of gotten aware, you know, how many games do that. Because now it's become more and more and more noticeable for me. But like, it definitely is one of those things that it's at first you kind of don't really notice the music's off. Just like, you know, something's weird here. Like, it's very quiet. What's going on? Why is it so quiet? Ah. Let's see. You had to get the mod for vanilla plants expanded. Mushrooms to survive with your ratkin run. Stone boar's basically dwarves. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's cool that those mods exist. Those are mods I probably wouldn't mess with myself. You started to miss RimWorld when you played Farm Sim 25 with this music. Yeah. Well, I think that was actually part of it for me as well. I need to sit down, and I mentioned this before, get something like Winamp, create a whole bunch of these, like, OSTs and all that kind of stuff, and put them all in a couple of folders, so that I can play, like, all the different music so that we got different game music for. I've been just trying to look for a solution around that, of just having a bunch of OSTs set aside. Because I've even debated going out of my way and, like, picking up random OSTs for games I know that have good music to add to the collection. Because I do have a bunch of games OSTs, some because it just comes with the game, some because, like, hey man, the music's a banger. Because, like, for example, if I go to use the Steam music player for RimWorld, RimWorld is one OST, RimWorld Odyssey is an OST, RimWorld Royalty is another OST. You get the idea. Strange's Meeting. We'll deal with that in a minute. So I got a lot up there. That's the schedule. Stay home. Alright. So take that. Hold on, we do have a waster child that joined us. So we will need those drugs later. Do we have any of these that are worn or poor quality? No. Do you have anything I want? Not really. Okay. So I got 4 impids up there. Let's go down here and see if we can't knock these 2 down real fast. Because range is our biggest strength right now. We got some bolt actions and a pulse rifle. Nicely done. Okay, you got anything I care about here? I'm trying to remember if cannibal as a trait causes a mood penalty if you do not cannibalize. Because we are not a cannibal colony, nor do I intend to be. Granted, I'm saying that as I'm realizing, like, I'm gonna go up here and fight by the time I get done here and back down there. They're probably gonna be dead. But the super immune and all that would be pretty nice. You don't mind eating normal food? Yeah, and I usually don't end up with cannibals very often. You're doing a modded cacto race? Gotcha. I hope you're having fun with that. Like I said, for me, broadly speaking, I almost never run any meaningful number of mods or whatever. I also find usually with a lot of those mods, especially like the extra factions, races, that kind of thing, I find a lot of times the balance is super busted on them. Well, we're just doing a lot of damage to him. Alright, knocked 1. Knocked 2. Now it's already taken like 2 or 3 hits. Okay. So you are a nimble pawn who has melee. The only problem is you have... Oh, it's not aggressive. It's unhappy. Yeah, no, it's, it's just a thing. Like, I don't have, like, a big problem with people mentioning cannibalism or whatever. It's just, as someone who's streamed this a lot, it gets to the point where, you end up having people, like, bring up cannibalism no matter what you're playing if you play RimWorld at any frequency. And it just got to the point where I was like, I'm so tired. Because I play something like City Skylines and be like, oh, hey, you know, your economy's not good. People are like, oh, better turn to cannibalism. It's just like, that's not a mechanic in this game. Nor is there, like, food in this game. It's because eating people trolls? Yeah. No, it's definitely a whole thing. So, I didn't want to, like, time it out or ban it, because I don't think it's, like, that big a deal. Because it wasn't even the comment, it was the frequency that was the thing that's like, okay, I'm so tired. And again, within the context of, like, RimWorld and Kenshi and all that, where it's a mechanic or one of the races or whatever, makes sense. But, it had just gotten to the point of so incredibly tiresome in other games that I finally just made a bot command to jokingly make it tacos as a gentle being like, hey, you don't do cannibalism in Kenshi, there is a faction called the Cannibals in Kenshi who then eat you. So you can't do cannibalism, but there are cannibals in that game. And most of the time when you see someone like streaming a run in Kenshi or doing YouTube videos of Kenshi, the cannibals is usually like the target of choice. Because it's kind of one of those things that no one goes, oh, I'm morally not sure about, like, you know, people argue about like who's the bad guys, but pretty much I was like, yeah, no, the cannibals are definitely bad people. There's not, like, the joke in Kenshi is that pretty much all the factions are terrible in their own right. But, you know, you'll have people, like, try to make these, like, hot takes about how, like, actually the Holy Nation's the good guys. I'm like, nah, man, Holy Nation sucks. There's just factions who suck more. You just wish there was a meme that allowed tacos, but not for eating, and instead for all the other reasons. Yeah. No, it's definitely a thing that whenever it comes up, jank, cause oh yeah, Kenshi is super janky. I love the game, but it is a janky game. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things that, like, you know, you'll break out just about any survival crafter or survival city builder that comes out nowadays. And it's just kind of one of those things that you'll go into it, unless it's specifically labeled as a cozy whatever type of game it is, it feels like they almost feel an obligation to include cannibalism in the game. And it's definitely one of those things that when it comes up, it's like, I feel old. Please, stop. It's like your mom joke of game mechanics, where it's like, you know, it was funny, it was edgy once, but, like, that was 20 years ago. Now you just hear it and you just kind of roll your eyes and go, come on. There's implied cannibalism? Yeah. Yeah, because they will have, like, all sorts of meat stuff and all sorts of food you can get at the cannibal's place. Still. But that's just been the whole thing. So to me it's like, again, like the your mom joke of edgy, or like the person who's like, hey man, like super edgy, gonna hang out with my edgy friends, but like they're not really edgy, so they kind of go up and, you know, they dress a little bit dark, but then they go home and they like put on their normal clothes because, you know, they don't want to get in trouble or anything. And it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, it's so frequent, it's kind of like a default and utterly meaningless. And for the record, I kind of blame RimWorld for it becoming that big thing. It's like, certainly RimWorld was not the first game to include cannibalism in it. Not even close. But it definitely was a thing that kind of made it like a big deal and everything. That's like, oh, did you see they let that happen? You know, very famously Tynan being like, you know, meat is meat or whatever. In that kind of stance. And it's definitely one of those things that's like, because of that popularity, it was almost like this whole genre and the survival crafter genre both just started shoving it in everything. And the zombies genre, the zombie games at large feel obsessed that they cannot produce zombie IP without including cannibalism for whatever reason. As a cannibalism in a hospitality run is hard, since you have to go out of your way to separate your food so that the guests don't eat those foods. Yeah, I mean, that's dealing with mod stuff. Now, granted, like I said, I've done, like, even on stream, I've done runs where we've done cannibal. Like, that was one of the things we did. I can't remember if it was a subathon or whatever. But it was just kind of one of those things that, like, I was like, all right, I'll do an evil run if we hit a certain, like, charity goal or sub goal or whatever. And so, you know, we did a sanguiphage colony where we were cannibals and all that, and it's fun. But it is definitely one of those things that you very quickly kind of go, okay, this is more memes than actually as enjoyable. Like, because I've mentioned before a number of times, doing a cannibal run just objectively makes the game easier. Let's see, you like how the zombies in RimWorld don't practice it? The zombies in RimWorld don't practice it. Oh, you mean cannibalism? Well, yeah, no, my comment isn't about the zombies eating people. It's, in zombies, like zombie IP, whether it's Walking Dead or State of Decay or whatever, Project Zomboid doesn't touch it. But almost all of them are like, oh no, everyone's dying in the zombie apocalypse. Guess what? Cannibalism. And every time that comes, it's like, this is the dumbest thing ever. Like, you do not, in a situation of infectious disease, you do not eat the thing that gets people infected. That's how you get, like, pyrons and mad cow disease and this kind of stuff. There is a reason it is heavily discouraged for, you know, creatures to eat their own. Is because it just makes the likelihood of the spread disease exponentially more dangerous. Vampires have been a thing forever, but sucking people is apparently more acceptable than butchering them. Well, I mean, that's the thing. You've certainly had games that included cannibalism, and same thing with the vampires. Like, they're considered a monster or whatever. Like, we've certainly had games where, like, the werewolf will eat people, the whatever will eat people, and that kind of thing. It's when you have, it's like, this is just a normal person, by the way, they're gonna eat people, it's a different hit. Versus, like, you can argue a vampire is no longer human, they're a separate thing. You know, human is also just an inefficient food source. Well, right, that's the whole thing. Like, during the zombie apocalypse kind of things, like, you got, like, the most dangerous thing you could possibly hunt. It's not efficient. Exceptionally high risk of disease during a situation where disease is literally wiping out humanity. Like, this is the thing that can help you fight your primary threat, which is the zombies. None of it would make sense to go and be like, well, gotta go after people. And in the reality, in real world, a lot of food sources would become far more plentiful without having all these other people out there eating those foods. Yeah, your grocery stores and supermarkets, the food would rot and you'd run out, you know, relatively quickly and blah, blah, blah. But you'd still have, like, things you can forage around the wilderness and all that would be a lot more plentiful, that people aren't decimating that. You'd have all your little critters and whatnot. And yeah, there's, like, zombie lore about, like, the zombies going after the animals. A lot of them will have it so that most of the animals are not susceptible, or it'll be, like, stuff like dogs just for that. All depends on the IP. But it's just always one of those things that when you hear that trope, and you're just like, but why is this a trope? It's a stupid trope. To me, it'd be the same thing of if, like, you've got your sci-fi movies, so your Star Trek, your Star Wars, and all that, and for some reason, it became a trope that your spaceships needed to be powered by steam. it'd be like, oh, okay. If that was a one-off thing, it could be kind of a cool, weird thing to do. But it makes no sense. Steam would be an incredibly inefficient thing because, sure, you could use the steam to, like, shoot out the back of the ship and propel it. That would work, and it wouldn't even be that terrible, but the water storage would be absolutely bananas absurd. So you just run out of fuel at an incredibly rapid thing. You mean like Factorio spaceships? I mean, yes. That's different because you are making, like, you're using steam for the electricity, which is still ridiculous and inefficient. But, like, the actual propulsion of the ship, you're using rocket fuel and everything else like that. And then even then, it's like, okay, it's steam and it's nuclear or whatever. Versus I was thinking more like steam engine. All power comes from boiling water. Most, I think the only things that don't is like hydroelectric and solar. I mean, well, I guess wind turbines as well. That's the real joke is almost all power comes from turbines. You know, and the bulk of it from making water hot. About the only exception being photoelectric. Yep, heat steam turbine. That's like 80-90% of power. The only difference being hydroelectric, which is stream gravity turbine. And then wind is wind turbine. Propeller turbine. You watch Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon and the baddies used coal in their spaceships? Yeah, so like that's the thing. That could be a fun meme because it's weird. But imagine now if for some reason people are like, oh man, that Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon was such a good movie. Every single sci-fi IP should now have to use coal. For at least one of the bad guys powering their spaceships. After about the third time you'd be like, F this, it makes no sense. Stop it. Oh, right, so we're still gonna have to put that down there, that's fine. It was kind of funny. Didn't save that thing, though. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, it being like just a silly, inefficient, weird design, but that could be a whole thing. Like in your universe, you can have it that the gimmick is it's such a weird, makes no sense, why would they do it this way kind of thing, which can kind of give it its own appeal because it's bizarre. It's like you look at Warhammer 40k and the fact that they like, you know, sacrifice people to help teleport their ships. I think that was the Chaos does that. That they like sacrifice people to warp their ships around and all sorts of weird stuff. And there's definitely one of those things that were just ridiculous. You think Futurama had people shoveling coal into wealthy elite ship first? Yeah, no, that's exactly the thing. Like, that's the whole thing. It's a character. Like, Futurama's doing it to be silly, being like, this is horribly inefficient. But, you know, it's these bougie, ridiculous people doing it as kind of a mockery of, you know, they've made it inefficient deliberately as a means of being like, haha, look at my wealth. I can afford to do this absolutely asinine thing. I do appreciate the gimmick in Futurama where they get, was it antimatter from Nibbler? So like Nibbler eats everything and compresses it down to like a single bead of fuel. But because it's all that mass compressed down to a single spot, it's just stupid heavy. I just love the dichotomy of, you know, Bender grabbing this thing the size of a marble and like dragging it across the ground and have to like heft underneath it just to get it into the engine. Because I've told the story a number of times that my parents, my mom's side of the family, had a machine shop manufacturing injection mold, that whole thing. And I used to help out there. and just one of my uncles sitting there and being like, hey, go pick up that box. And the box was only like this big, and just went and just like couldn't get a grip on the whole thing. And I can never remember what it was. It was some type of metal, but it was just stupid, like stupid heavy. And yeah, it was just whatever it was like the little teeny tiny box weighed like 200 something pounds. And just watching the whole thing where they're like taking a forklift and just like tipping this little box up onto the forklift so they could lift it up and move it around was silly. Alright, so we have a creepy joiner. They've got 4 death refusals, and they're a gourmand with some, you know, okay stats. I'm leaning towards this person can go fly a kite. Because gourmand is a particularly annoying trait. It is... Okay. Oh, right. You have death refusal. It did specifically mention that. They had blankets at work that you could use. Used to go to ginormous boxes that would weigh like 30 pounds. Ginormous boxes that would weigh like 30 pounds and be larger than you. Alright, are you done yet? You want to stop getting back up? The suffering can stop anytime you like. You just have to stay down. Well, we'll go about our day again. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, hold up. Hold up. You don't fool me. Drop it. These meals are off limits. And the reason those meals are off limits is that as a creepy joiner, so there is the possibility that those meals are infected with metal horror. I don't believe they will because we haven't got the anomaly activated and we haven't got the research. I don't remember what the official cutoff is on some of that stuff. But it is one of those things that, that it's just not worth taking chances with it. We just let it sit out there and rot. Yeah, no, I don't think it can happen till ways into anomaly, but I'm paranoid about that stuff. And I know people can sit down there and like research being like, oh yeah, you have to meet conditions X, Y, Z. I usually don't like learning all that stuff and looking all that stuff up. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Metal horror sucks. And by that I mean I actually really enjoy the mechanic. But it also sucks. We've almost got the electricity research, and like I said, my plan when that happens is we're going to drop the Odyssey thing, we're going to get the anomaly stuff kicked in. That's fine. The wild critters here will eat through that stuff real quick. And plus, part of the reason I'm also being a bit extra paranoid around it is while the mods I have are very minimal, and they shouldn't affect anything, I've learned long ago that you almost always have mods just do like random things that they'll either do deliberately or as a bug or whatever. There. Now you're dead for realsy. After he destroyed your legs, stomach, and torso. But yeah, so even a mod that should have zero effect on any of it, I'll just assume stuff can have weird behaviors. Because, like, while this shouldn't affect anything, I can absolutely 100% see a situation where the achievement mod just has some, like, weird side effect that ends up causing it so that, that, you know, like, events that shouldn't happen earlier than they should. Or, like, I could see Vanilla Expanded doing the same thing where an event shouldn't be available yet, but it is. Oh, trade good. Are we playing with all DLC? Yep. Alright, so let's look at our list of stuff here. Do we have any worn or low quality clothes? No, not looking like it. We got some Psycap. We'll go ahead and get rid of that. Get rid of all of our not Muffalo material. And then I don't think we really care about the rest of that stuff. And honestly, for right now, give me the money. I know I don't have enough. I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Because we're getting that regulated. So we got a distress signal. Distress signal can be a good source of equipment. We're actually doing really well in the equipment front. Like, sure, I could use better melee. Most likely we got something really amazing there to be something like Hellcat rifles or assault rifles or chain shotgun, all of which would be welcome. But most likely I'm going to go run around there and get a whole lot of nothing I care about. The one I would actually like is if we get any of the, like at this stage, if I can get near enough by where we get like the headquarters or whatever where there's some enemies with a unique weapon, those are the ones I want to be aiming for. Because those unique weapons get fun and silly. I really enjoy going for those unique weapons. I've gotten, like, a lot of them you get where it's just like, it's just like a typical weapon, but slightly better. Like, oh, you get a chain shotgun with an extra bit of range. Okay, you really don't care about that. That's not super useful. Hey, you got, you know, a weapon that's already got a relatively okay reload time, gets slightly better. It's like, it's numerically better, but not super exciting. I still think some of my favorite ones were, I got a sniper rifle with extended range and better accuracy, and I can't remember what the last thing was on it. But it was just sitting back out of range of, like, the sentry guns and all that, and just, you know, just saying, like, we literally have, like, the mech hives, and it'd have one person with the sniper rifle just going, pap, 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 just, you know, killing, like, one of the mechs after the other. And that was a fun one. We got a bunch of stuff like chain shotguns that had extra rounds in their burst and faster, you know, firing time and all that stuff. And yeah, that was always fun, like the fast firing chain shotgun with the extra round. And so an enemy would come around the corner, you just hear, tat, 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 tat. Like all these different chain shotguns just rip stuff apart. That run we were doing really good because we had, I think it was like 2 or 3 heavy submachine guns that were uniques that were, like 2 of them were just good-ish, and there was like 1 that was really strong. I think it had like 2 different things that caused extra damage. Oh good, they did 1 insult and then immediately social fought, so at least there won't be that big of a debuff. But apparently people don't want to treat you. Extended range sniper rifle is like a cheat code. Oh yeah, being able to outshoot stuff like the Lancers and all that is really fun. Because you can manage to, like, go to where they have, you know, the whole, where they drop the mechs down and they do all that, and you just sit there and outrange the pikemen and the lancers. And you can pick at them till you get most of them done and then just run away real fast. And because of how the sniper rifle isn't that much damage, you end up spreading the damage over a lot of them by the time you whittle them down. And so it ends up being a thing where you wipe out like 2/3 of them, and then the last third, at least half of them are injured. So you just run them back to your base where the rest of the stuff is, or to the rest of your team, to wipe them out. Or even then, the classic, you just run up and you shoot the unstable power core and just blast the whole base. And then clean up whatever doesn't get, you know, murdered in the explosion. Okay. So I've almost got the electricity done. They've almost got this closed off. We just close off that area and that little patch there. And then that'll be good. We are starting to finally get low on the limestone I've been using. I do have a good chunk of granite and sandstone left from tearing everything down. I will need to switch to that eventually. We also really need an actual doctor. But yeah. No, generally speaking, I know it's a hot take for a lot of people in the community. I would still say my favorite DLC, I might still go with Anomaly. Odyssey is obviously a strong contender. I really like the fact it's a toss-up between Anomaly and Odyssey, because Odyssey makes the world matter. Because I make, usually when people are like, oh, why do you like Odyssey so much? Before Odyssey, you'd choose your spot in the map, and it's only about that big. Oh, sorry, got centered wrong. It's only about this much of the map actually mattered to you, because that was the range in which events could appear. And even then, really, it didn't matter that much. Oh, wait, we got peace talks here. Alright, I totally forgot that was a thing. So send a caravan, and then bring it back, except, we will send 2 Muffalo, the Thrumbo, and then you 2. Hopefully that doesn't fall off, because I think that's been there a while. Because if we do that, we could potentially remove another person from being, or another faction from being a threat to us. Now that said, even if we make buddies, there are 5 always hostile factions, and these ones will get pretty dangerous kit in them as well. That's actually one of the strategies for people who are like min-maxing max difficulty stuff, is they will go out of their way to keep one of the easier to predict/fight factions as hostile, and then get the more dangerous ones and befriend them. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom really badly, so I'm going to go ahead and do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and I am back. Let's go ahead and get this going. The movie Stream Boy, while good, couldn't really suspend your disbelief on how much Steam they would be able to use. Fish should repopulate much faster if people weren't fishing. Yeah, no, that's all good. You're not wrong. It's like the whole zombie thing, like, a lot of food sources would become more plentiful. But, you know, that's not the whole point. Most zombie lore is more about, like, commentary on society being as crappy as possible. And just using the zombie apocalypse as the situation to strain society to its breaking point. And then just a lot of it takes a very jaded, very not hostile. Like very jaded, very not depressing. I mean, it is depressing. Pessimistic view on what's up. Peace talk successful. All right. We are now neutral with them, I believe. All right, so we are now neutral with one of the factions that we started hostile to. Which faction was that? Yeah, so the rough Outlander group we're now neutral with. They were hostile to begin with. Pessimistic and nihilistic. Yeah, like generally speaking, people, even some of the people who do some of the most awful things, genuinely think that they're doing something good or justified or whatever. There's not many people out in their world who do something awful, realize it's awful, and are just like, yep, doing it anyways. Like, that's one of the reasons why you gotta be careful about dehumanizing, is it's really easy to be like, well, people deserve that. And then once you start that way, people start to justify truly awful things when you start, like, othering people and all that. The old double down. Alright, so we got a raid coming in. Now, the downside is we got people missing from the colony. They're not here, they're caravanning. I don't know if they'll get here in time. And then the other two adults are injured. If you want to show desperate psychopath eating people, you should show that 3 weeks before the world ends, where 99% of the population suddenly dying from an unknown illness, and not post-apocalypse, where the remaining 0.1% need to share a massive amount of leftover resources. Yeah, but I mean, like I said, the whole point of a lot of those things isn't really to... This is gonna be bad. And your legs are injured specifically. Cool. And we now have a mood break. So we are actually in trouble. I don't see how we make this fight work. Okay, so the problem we have right now is they outnumber us by a lot. We have our main forces aren't even here. One of our people has just happening to have a mood break. And we just gotta make this work. I don't think there's an angle I can get them to Manhunter. Oh, you are in a terrible position. I need you to go inside. Okay, you got the headshot. Let's not give an opportunity to shoot back. That might actually work out okay for us. Okay, they're backing off again. Go inside. Please go inside, Rual. Stop trashing my stuff. Okay, which way are we gonna go? Why are you so bad at shooting something so close to you? Oh, that's bad. That's gonna be a lot of hits that they're gonna get in there before I can get away. What is your shooting at? If you like back to back to back nailed almost every one of those hits. Oh man, you are in such bad shape. The caravans arrived, finally. You just go inside. You've done your job. And they're still working their way up, unfortunately. Worry about the rescue. Don't worry about getting kills. Where's the Thrumbo? Mauling them. Would you please go down? Like, how many times I gotta tag this guy? It'd be a little bit dangerous because I'm shooting past you. Get the hit. Okay. Start bandaging you immediately because you were very messed. Oh, there's no way we're getting that in time. Still try for it. Go. We're trying to save you, but it's not looking good. You might actually make it. It's gonna be real close. You're already extreme and you got 2 really bad bleeds still on you. You might make it. Oh good, that rain's gonna help a lot. Hey, you know what? That was close, but you are going to survive. So haul that gun before all the Muffalo get out of here. Okay, so just making sure you're no longer bleeding from your everything. Cool. What? Oh, you're at maximum exhaustion. Yeah, that'll do it. So you need to eat. Nah, that's the one we want to keep. So yeah, that one was pretty rough. Oh, you're starving. We cannot have that. With as many injuries as you have and your consciousness being only 10%, going one more tick in starvation would basically kill you. I mean, all things considered, did manage to keep that together. Don't worry about that. Go to bed. You're bleeding from your everything. All right, fine. I will intervene. That is a medical bed now. Go to it. We can worry about emptying the caravan when you're not bleeding to death. so the animal's wandering away. Go bring them back. We don't have wood for the passive coolers. We'll have to get that. There's just a bajillion negative things. Wait, where does the second one of these come from? Okay. Well, we'll deal with getting the extra critters who don't belong here out later. That's fine. Okay, can you make that passive cooler before everyone dies? Observed rotting corpse. Man, I don't got time for this. Alright, so I got a bunch of Muffalo. That we need to harvest. Alright. Hearing lots of explosions all happening down there. Yeah, all in all, we did manage to make that fight work. We just had to like kind of keep circling around and hitting them, circling around and hitting them. It's just unfortunately once Pretty started getting the stray hit on them and was slowed down, that just made it so Pretty was going to get hit more and more, which is exactly what happened. Luckily, the only thing you lost was a toe. If we get inspired surgery, I actually have a bionic leg laying around that we can use. I think is it still up here? Yeah, it's still up there, just stored in that closet. I never did bother forcing them to drag it down here. Heat stroke on you because you're running around outside having a daze. That's fine. Contract colonists. You can send one colonist who is 13 years or older, and honestly, I'd rather keep our people keep research going. Tantrum. Because you were insulted. Great. More fake parts. Soon there'll be nothing left of the real me. Yes. At least you'll be getting a bionic leg, which is much better than the normal one, versus the prosthetic, which is not really. Alright, so the heat wave's over, so that wasn't too bad. So deconstruct that, do not refuel, and just cancel that entirely. Yeah, exotic goods trader. Who is our highest social other than you? Ah, they're all terrible otherwise. Alright. Never mind, you're not considered healthy. What's going on with you? Oh, you are mildly hallucinating because we're doing the deal standing on top of hallucination mushrooms. Okay, so let's see what we have here. We can get complex furniture and stone cutting as a book. That we're gonna grab. We already have a better medical book than that. We don't want any of that stuff, really. I completely forgot. We had a triple rocket launcher we could have used there. I will take your glitter world. And the jump pack print can always be fun. I'm not going to go out of my way for it, though. And I think, honestly, the rest of that... and grab the book. Because that basically guarantees me eventually we'll get the stone cutting and complex furniture. Because as they do recreation to read that book, it'll slowly give me that research. And one nice thing is where we're tribal and we take penalties and all that for that. Those penalties don't apply to reading books. All right. So you're doing better. So grab that bolt action. Okay, so everyone's rearmed, in good shape. We're continuing to keep our meals prepped, keep things moving. How are you doing towards aging up? So you're getting pretty close to age 10. So you're going to get 2 passions. We might be able to get you to 3. I think the most you can get is 4. No, I'm sorry, that's wrong. I get to choose 1 passion out of 3. I think the most you can get is 4 options or 5 options that you can take 2 of per level. I don't think we're going to get all the way up to the 8 required to do that. But we could probably get to 6 or 7 and maybe get ourselves 2 passions out of a smaller selection or something like that. Either way, even if Thorbane were to get no more levels on learning, that's already very solid. Yeah, no, sorry, I was saying passions. You only get 1 trait per growth tier to coming up a total of 3 between the 3 growth tiers. But you only get, I think you can get 2, I think it was 2 passions per as well, if you get all the way up to the 8 learning, which is the very max. Passions are 3 or 4 depending on RNG. Yeah, no, I thought it was when you look at the passions here, like I get to have 1 passion choice out of 3 at my next tier. I believe you can get it up to like 3 out of 4 or 3 out of 5 or something like that. But that's at growth tier 8, which I believe is the cap. We will not be rebuilding that fire there. They did destroy all of our prisoner beds. Inspired recruitment. Well, I don't have anyone to recruit, but that's fine. At 8 at 3-4 out of 6. Gotcha. Yeah, I think realistically, depending on how much time we have left, I might be able to get it to 2 out of 4. Because I want to say that would be what tier 7 is, or something like that. Because we're right about to hit 6, but we don't have a lot of time left before you age up. Okay, once we finish enclosing that, I'll go ahead and pull down these walls here and here. This will become another area that we can just grow stuff. I probably don't even need it for that, but that's fine. I guess for right now, I will add a wood door there, just to make it so I can safely retreat from the bedrooms into other areas. Yep, so you're still maxed out. That's fine. We'll need to get the recreation source. At least we got that harp earlier. So when people wake up and they have a chance to grab their food, we're gonna do our ritual again to just keep trying to get ourselves our, you know, ideology points and progress and all that. Okay. Wild woman wanders in. Creepy breathing quick sleeper who is greedy, pacifist, and incapable of cooking, whose primary thing is social. Also, they have asthma. Alright, I can just do without that. Make sure the whole zone is home zoned. Yep, we're good. Sounds like a winner. Yeah, now most of the pawns who show up will be like that, where it's just a real big mess is about the only way to describe it. Go and put that up there. Let the population go up a bit more. Because like I said, I do think we expand into the spot and let the muffalo go up a little bit more, and just keep trying to get that wool and the meat going. I gotta be careful because you can blow up your wealth pretty easily that way. But until we have complex furniture, this will allow me to make it so we can make a bunch of other stuff, put up some decorations, all that kind of stuff to try and get the room bonuses higher to prevent more mood breaks. If it was medical at social 1, you take it with how bad your medical is. Yeah, no, definitely. Like medical, you're willing to endure some pretty awful things for a good medical pawn when you don't have other options. But yeah, like social is one of those things that people underestimate the value of social. Like, it's very, very strong in its own right, but it's not a direct strong thing like melee stat or medical or whatever. But like, if your whole colony starts getting decent amounts of social, you suddenly start having like way less insults, way less, you know, social fights, all that kind of stuff. Things kind of calm down a bit. Alright, how are all my animals doing? You're fully trained now. Alright. And Thorbane says it's time for a party. Honestly, I can get behind that. We're gonna get our double bedroll here, because we can get the room set up for romance. Maybe start growing the colony through having more kids and whatnot. Did I see all the upgrades since yesterday? Yeah, no, progress is happening. That's the thing. The more colonists we get, the faster the upgrades will come. Like, the faster we'll be able to get stuff done. Just having someone who can mostly be a dedicated researcher is in its own right a huge big thing. We are starting to get a problem where you're starting to stack up those injuries. Yeah, so if White Jaguar gets inspired medical, we'll try to do the bionic leg. I'm a little nervous about that because it's very easy to mess that up. Aren't Kiyu and yep. We already got a pair of lovers. But we need a double bed. Researcher doesn't need legs. I mean, you're not wrong. Their job is to stay in the research room and just research. Oh, that's a wooden wall. Does it have to be a wooden wall? No, okay, so cancel that. Grab you. There you go. So that way our prison can actually be made out of stone. But the big point is, we're getting pretty close to the point where we no longer have to have everyone bunk in the closet. And we're right about to get this all done. Remember someone who ended up having a pawn lose both legs? They built a research desk, bed, and table, and delivered food to the room for the researcher. If you lose both your legs, they're stuck down. They can't physically do anything with no legs. That's the reason why cutting off both the legs of a prisoner makes it so they can't break out. Alright, so we did get electricity. And as I've mentioned a couple times before, generally speaking, when that happens, I will do these in order. I will get these things going. You have to mention they added peg legs so you can move. Yeah. Well, at that point, they just have not as good legs. Alright. Amongst the remnants of the crashed mechanoid platform, a still intact grav engine hums with energy. You can build a grav ship substructure around the engine to create a new grav ship. The engine pushes against gravity, levitating the ship around for long-distance travel. Launch grav ship by researching basic grav tech, building a fuel tank, thrusters, piloting control, and it will abandon our current colony. So what we're going to do is, before anything else, we are going to uninstall that thing. And we're going to haul it home. I'm not worried about actually doing anything with it. The point was I wasn't allowed to have basic grab tech show up as a research at all until we did that. Okay, so next up, restrict everyone to the home zone. And what you're going to do is you're going to run down here. And you're going to poke the anomaly. You know what? You don't seem like the right person to poke the anomaly. Hey, small child, I'd like you to poke the anomaly. Because everyone knows if you're going to do something rash and dangerous, it's probably going to be the small child doing it. Before we actually commit to that, okay, so rattlesnakes, or not rattlesnakes, the cobras might hunt you. Just making sure it wasn't walking you into a warg's mouth or something like that. The monolith's dark metallic surface is warm to the touch. Thorbane thinks he can hear a faint hum emanating from inside. The lines on its dusty surface seem to squirm in unsettling patterns. Thorbane focuses on the shapes, trying to uncover their meaning. The hum strengthens and the shapes begin to flow in Thorbane's vision. But the surface isn't changing. Power begins to uncoil in the empty space all around. A black shape is forming in his mind. The anomaly is stirring. Alright, we're gonna just go ahead and keep poking it. We're making good life decisions down here. Point of view, you stop paying for your attention to your child for 0.005 seconds. Now there's a demon on your lawn. As the monolith twisted and changed, Thorbane was overcome with a horrifying vision. In an instant, he understood. The monolith is a doorway, just barely cracked open now. Something dark beyond imagination stirs on the other side, seeping into our reality. Terrified but excited, Thorbane is convinced he can learn more given time to study the monolith. Reminder, Thorbane is 9 years old. Thorbane cannot do research. Thorbane is not allowed to study the monolith. Alright, so we got anomaly stuff and immediately trigger Great Paul, which is normal. We're going to keep everyone kind of trapped inside, because when you do that, it will usually trigger for one of the early anomaly events happen, like Sight Stealer or Shamblers or whatever. We just want to be a little bit on the careful side. I'm not going to restrict everyone in, but we are restricting them to the home zone, so at the farthest they can go around here. Which means help should be able to respond relatively quick. Yeah, so now if we check our research, Void Provocation is the first of the anomaly researches we will get. We would like to push towards reverse aging, because we do have someone who in RimWorld terms is older than dirt by being in their late 50s, because RimWorld despises old people, and being old very, very relative to the age of like 20. RimWorld is like, you hit 50, or you hit 60 years old, dead, bad back, your eyes are gone, you've got some type of cancer, also you're having a heart attack. Like, age is ruthless in RimWorld. Yep, frail. To be frank, your hips hurt and you're not even 30. This is true. Like, these things do happen. Alright, so one thing we'll want to do is we will want a containment room for the anomaly stuff. I'm going to shove that into a wall over here. Alright, so we got a Harbinger Tree Sprout. Love to see that. Storage. So you'll be a low priority stuff. For all corpses except unnatural corpses. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, so we'll go there. And so with this, you, on the other hand, no longer have a reason to exist. For the meat-eating trees will be what takes care of our bodies now. Also, let's go over here. Because one thing I'm going to do... So we want to go to zone. Let's see, shrink zones. I want to take that away and that away. And the reason I'm doing that on these areas right next to the doors is that's one of the ways to prevent them from being as likely to chuck stuff in there. It can still happen if they pull up enough. It can still be an issue, but it should greatly reduce that risk. I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen like a sight steal or something yet. I guess maybe the Harbinger tree's counted. Yeah, it's fine. That's okay. Got a lot of meals rotting away in here. That's fine as well. Sight Stealer revealed. Oh, you poor soul. She's a pacifist, so she's literally trying to bandage her way through being mauled. Oh, that was my fault. Right there. Okay, Sight Stealer Shrieks, so we need a new zone. So let's go here and go to expand area 1. You'd have to put her out of misery. Oh, don't worry, she's still alive. I mean, wait, what? Okay. So basically we're going to have more Sight Stealers show up. And so I just want everyone to stay inside the perimeters. Also, you're going to need to stay in here as well, Grumbo. Because what happens is we'll have waves of Sight Stealers come through. The downside is this is not closed. I didn't get that door done and I need to go up here. You know, I have people out here dealing with that. They're going to get murdered. Don't have a passion for mining? You do have a passion for mining. So get all that repaired, and then you'll start mining this. If we're lucky, maybe we can get containment up so we can start doing some anomaly research. Okay. So you're just repairing all the damaged walls you've been building up over this whole time because of all the fighting. Can't you do the generic holding spot? I can. I'm talking about having a room to put it in. Alright, and that goes back to being for prisoners. Yeah, so I'm gonna just tuck it in there. Just a generic spot, slap a door in that area. And that's because that'll be stone. So that's 500 health versus this, which has about 468, which is actually not that different. Alright, structure. There's a granite door. Then you'll be able to close that place, and then they won't set that door on fire in the future. Gray Pulse Stench. Well, that's gone away. So now we're just to normal darkened skies. Alright, we got a combat caravan. Alright. So the caravan kind of works out really well because if the Sight Stealers show up, they're very likely to attack the caravan. Sort of like outing them to like let me know when we're dealing with them. We'll grab the medicine. And I will let you out here long enough to haul that back. Okay. Low psychic drone, cool. Have a bunch of mood breaks, that'll be great for everybody. Yep, so if you get that enclosed, then we should be relatively safe. And unfortunately, where normally I find uranium by now, there's some uranium, probably not enough. So right now I can just put a granite door here. But later on I could put a uranium door there. And that's usually one of my go-tos, to use the uranium because it has ridiculously high health. Alright. Random event, you're considering selling your Game Boy Advance Pokemon game, only to be shown a site to tell real copies apart from bootlegs. Guess what? Yours is a bootleg, I'm assuming by context here. Or that, like, the real copies just aren't worth as much as you'd think. But yeah, no, there's, sometimes you'll be surprised at how often you can find bootlegs. Sight Stealer revealed. It's banging on my walls. Don't. Nope, 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 nope. Get in here. If it's a bootleg, real copies of the game can sell for over $100. Thankfully, you do own an absolute legit copy. So we could do is just a stopgap. You capture that site stealer. Okay, site stealers are howling. Okay, so right now I just chucked it in there. So please go recover the wildlife that it got out. Oh. Okay. Back into restriction. Yeah, and they'll usually do like 2 or 3 waves of that. After which point, then you'll get like the thing basically saying it's done. I should probably actually be reading that. Okay, yeah. Your colonist hears a huge number of distant sights. They're screaming in twisted rage. They are coming. They might arrive immediately or in a couple days from now. You got bored of playing your mega colony and decided to start a new colony with a custom-made xenotype. Or a colony later, here I am. Yeah, no, it's easy to start making custom xenotypes and either 1, make them ridiculously overpowered, or 2, make them nowhere near as fun to do. Yeah, so with that, we're going to start researching that to get our anomaly stuff going. Now, I want to actually put them in here. That was just a temporary, just shove them in the closet so I at least have some going. We did knock its arm off. Ideally, if you can break their back or knock their legs off, then you don't even have to worry about them. That's, what is it, the Juggernaut, I think it was? Is there Juggernaut or Devourer? I think it was Devourer. That if you get lucky and you break one of their backs, it can be extremely useful. Just because they're a very dangerous creature, but if you can make it so it's permanently downed, that could be a huge win. Alright, well, I'm not going to do that. It's going to be too hard to place any type of meaningful structure on this map. Potatoing the enemies your favorite sport? Well, the challenge is you can't, like, deliberately... You can't go up and be, like, cut off their legs or whatever by default, without mods or whatever. So it is just, you know, getting into a fight and noticing you happen to smash the spine of one or whatever and be like, oh, okay. We definitely want to hold on to that one. Why did time slow down for a minute there? No one took damage. Nothing appeared to be attacked. You have a finger spite that you've been holding just because it's broken. Its back is broken. Yeah. Yep. And then you put like the thing that pulls Bioferrite out, just get it's a trickle amount because it's considered such a weak anomaly. Low-key, the ones actually like holding on to the most are the Revenants. Because when you have someone have a mood break, they go and they kill the Revenant, you just put it right back, so it's kind of a free catharsis. If someone does release it, once you get to the mid-game, the Revenant pops out and you just shred it to bits with your high-end weapons. So it's one of the more, like, it's a safe one to keep, you don't have to worry about accidentally killing it, all that kind of stuff. So I definitely like them. And they also give you a really decent amount of Bioferrite when you hook everything up to it. There, almost healed. Yeah, so get air conditioning next. Yeah, the first time you ever had a Revenant was during Unnatural Darkness, and you thought that was the same event. Oh man, that would be a crap combination. I mean, okay, well it depends. Generally speaking, my strategy with Revenants is to be very aggressive. If I have any type of area effect thing, whether it's flares or grenades or Molotovs or whatever, I usually will go out of my way to try and figure out which way the Revenant went and go fishing. Assuming I can narrow it down enough, which is sometimes not possible. And then you go out there and you start just dealing with it. Yeah, your first playthrough of Anomaly, so it was just a big mess. Yeah. Like, that's kind of one of the things I learned with Anomaly, is like, a lot of times in RimWorld, it's easier to kind of stay back in your own defenses and take care of things, with some exceptions, like, you know, the siege raids. But even then with the siege raids, if you have your own ordnance, then you can just stand back in your defenses and just drop ordnance on them. Alright. So let's get you two into position. You did not get that door repaired. No. Okay. I didn't think it was done. Not sure if we're in the clear yet or not. Alright, so wait on these ones. They don't have doors. Okay, what about you two? So you got some minor scratches. You actually got a decent number of scratches. Which of course means you're the one who stopped to treat that. Alright. We got two separate site stealers. We probably won't be keeping both of them. Like I said, we're gonna tuck one in there. I do think eventually it'd be worth grabbing a good handful of things. But these are intended on being better, just grabbing them for right now, so at least we can get some progress towards anomaly stuff. I generally find you don't have to put too much, like, focus, effort, whatever you want to have on it for anomaly. Like, you'll get the research relatively fast. Yeah, so I'm bleeding out there. Yeah, then we can go in here, add containment to this room. And that'll be one place we'll keep them. Then it could be a thing where maybe down here I add more rooms. Because yeah, just getting like 2 or 3 is all you really need. Unless you start going like really hard into it using the anomaly stuff for power, which is not bad. Meanwhile, we can go pull up these. And I'll open up this area for more room for the Muffalo. I might just leave it alone, and so that way they can eat the grass and not go out of our way to expand the mushrooms and have even more grow effort. Alright. And how are you doing? So you're already up to 7, actually. So yeah, if we hit 8, we can get you up to 3 or 4 passions on 6 options. Boomshroom sprout, that's fine. Carpenter tree sprout. Got a mad capybara. Okay, they're all dealt with. Okay. Yeah, so I should start cutting down a bunch of these trees and all that. Which will be helpful. Alright. So we do get more Boomalope. I am down to keeping them. I don't want to go on my way to tame them unless we get like inspired taming. Just so we don't have to worry about the chance of the person getting mauled. I did tell them to go ahead and harvest a bunch of the boom shrooms. And the reason for that is we do have electricity now. It would be nice to start leaning into that. There's not a lot I could do with it. I could put down the wind turbines and that'd be some type of power. But just chucking down a chemical power plant would be good. Void provocation. So bioferrite extraction will be the next one we get. Refugee chased by Yetkin. They have a crafting level 12 and they are a genie. They are 63, which is pretty old for RimWorld. But there's going to be basically 2 enemies to fight, a wild boar and an EMP enemy. I honestly think we go for this one. Even if Jude isn't someone we end up keeping, genies tend to be really good for researching and all that. Alright, so what are you bringing? A trigger-happy, ugly wimp that is delicate, because all genies are wimp and delicate, who is incapable of intellectual, artistic, and cooking. So you're definitely a bit of a mixed bag. You are pretty old for RimWorld consideration, but that still should be useful to us with all that crafting skill. Because that let me take you off crafting. Yeah, so we can have you focus on the crafting now. Alright. And how far behind are they? It's going to be almost instant. Okay. So let's get you over here. What is the first weapon we got laying around here? Do I have a spare bolt-action rifle? I do. Oh wait, those are equipped. There's a bio-coated one, which is no good. We don't have an assault rifle. We do have a machine gun, which is not the greatest choice. But for the time being, we're very beggars can't be choosers. So go over there and get it. And then meanwhile, for our brand new genie in the colony, let's go ahead and get you set up here. That's going to be that Jamabama. So go with that. Hey, Lex, how's it going? Alright. And so we're looking at what should... Oh, you're not going to get away in time, buddy. I'm not going to be able to get involved in this. Alright, let's see what we can do here. We got EMP grenades. Oh, this is going to be actually... Okay, this should be fine. Release the Thrumbo! So you focus fire on them. All right. And what do you bring to the table? A pyromaniac ascetic who's psychically dull. I mean, they got a lot of good stuff here, but I don't think I'm gonna grab them. Gear-wise, honestly, I'm not too worried about that either. Meanwhile, where are those EMP grenades? Bring those bad boys home. Also, bring home the flake. Yeah, no, I was thinking the exact same thing. Alright, so let's get your schedule and all that fixed. The recreation, work. So you have all the crafting stuff done. Let's get everyone patched up. Then we're going to do a conversion ritual and see if we can't instantly convert our new colonist over to our ideology. Growth moment. Alright, so we didn't quite get to 8. We were at 7, but I'm still pretty happy with that. Medical passion is definitely going to be 1. Alright. So... oh, man. So, these are both really good. Too smart can also be good in its own right. Super immune can be really strong, but most of the things we can counter with are penioxylin. Kind is just good because it prevents a lot of things like insulting sprees and all that. I'm going to take kind. So with this one, I do think I'm going to go with medical and crafting. And then, so you are now a doctor. Welcome. You will probably eventually be the doctor. Yeah, so you'll clean and then you'll craft as able. Alright, begin conversion ritual. Alright, so we've got about a 72% chance of a good result with about a 20% chance of instantly converting you. So let's get that 20% roll. We did a terrible job. So we had like a 72% chance of having a good result, and we failed. Yeah, it checks out. That's typical RimWorld. Bioluminescence, good to see it. XCOM has nothing on RimWorld. I mean, the XCOM historically is just the way they describe stuff. Like it was on your end, it would be 99%, but then on the other end, there'd be like shenanigans going on. Yeah, so the good news, we finally do have someone here to start leveling up our doctoring on. Yeah, I need a bed for you as well. Right now, that'll be for colonists as well. We just need a little... actually, we have the wool. We just need our construction person to be free long enough to do it. Alright. Right, so what I was going to do before we got interrupted is I was going to get the chem fuel going. Right now we don't have much we care about we could do with it. It's mostly just lights. To stop burning more. Distant shrieks. Well, come on. Everyone back into the perimeter. It's another round of sight stealers. Okay, so we have the sight steal. Well, actually, it could be the ones there. Okay, so this bed belongs to you. And then you are a couple. Pretty. That actually startled me, having that flash right there. Alright, get this in place. Move up so I don't friendly fire you. Okay, they should shriek when they're done. I think it's waiting for this one to die, and then they'll shriek and we'll get more. Alright. Is allow human-like corpses that are unnatural. Not undiscovered corpses. Okay. So you're about to die any time now. We still need to clear that out, which will be Lirio when they're better. That is one downside. I've run into this before. Is when my cook is one of my melee people. Whoever your melee people are tend to spend a lot of time not able to do their job because, you know, most fights they take at least a couple of hits. You can now hold a funeral for Bara. Who the heck is Bara? Like, who are they and why would I hold a funeral for them? Pet? No, and you can't hold funerals for pets in RimWorld. I was seeing... So that's not your wife. You'll never forget Barry or whatever. Yep. Alright, so stone cutting is next. So we did get air conditioning. So, I guess I'll let my people back out of here. Because we haven't seen any more signs of the Sight Stealers. We didn't get a shriek like we're going to get another wave of them. So, not sure what to make of that, but I guess. Bioferrite extraction, so we'll get bioferrite shaping next. Alright, since we don't have the cool extraction stuff, we're just going to rip it from their bodies surgically. Alright, so get rid of all those torches. Do not refuel them. We're going to go to power. We can add a power plant there. We got a furniture. Okay, we got all those. And then we've got power going through here. Oh, and we'll need to bring it across here as well. So we can start working on getting that going. Which will be good. And this is finally the point where I actually should consider what ore there. So there is silver there. Okay. That'll give me a bunch more resources and all that, so that'll be good. Alright. So with all that, we can start getting all this worked out. It will be a thing if we put light out here that I will need to worry about that. Also, storage. Oh, you're not set to be out here. Just haven't hauled it. That's fine. Alright. So I got a bunch of work to do. Okay. Yeah, so we'll be switching everything over now to using electric power for lighting. We'll also be able to get AC. I could definitely see making a freezer for various reasons. But I'm not going to worry about that too much. Alright. Muffalo Rancher. Have 12 Muffalo. Okay, and those are both female Thrumbo. The Thrumbo we have is also a female, so we can't get a breeding pair here. I didn't realize... Okay. So literally Muffalo Rancher. We just got our Muffalo. There's not like another one for getting even more Muffalo. That wasn't a deliberate one we were pursuing. It was just Muffalo are a good source of high quality wool. Alright, so we're going to have our mood bonus. Alright. Meanwhile, you're right about ready to try and do conversion on Jama. You can work on getting that ideology switcher. What is your ideology, anyways? Female primacy, requiring men to be fully nude. Excellent. That is honestly not the worst we've seen by a very fair margin. Not great. Oh. Chose the wrong thing. It's like, oh wow, 40%? Alright, that's a pretty substantial thing there. It only take 2 or 3 goes to get you converted. We're about to get stone cutting, which will be good. We can start cleaning up all the stone in the area and whatnot. And also with the stone cutting, we can start putting down stone floors instead of wood floors. I'm not going to bother ripping up the fancy floors we put down that were wood. But anywhere we put new floors, we'll just keep up with the fancy patterns. Since it's going to finish in like just a couple of seconds. Oh, right, we can do cremation now. Space is occupied with what? It's not conflicting with the stove. The light doesn't matter. Geothermal power. Heck yeah. Yeah, it's going to take a while to get that ready. But that is not a bad one to get early on. Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't really need that, do I? It's fine. And you got smelters and all that. I'm not too fussed with that yet. We get complex furniture from the book. So furniture, double bed. And then check, what is our stone types on this map? Oh, we have limestone, slate, and sandstone. Okay. So we got a bookshelf there. Put 2 regular shelves over there for just right now. Animal disease flu. There might be some dead animals here in the immediate future. Okay, we'll start fancifying these. Oh, that's a lot of sick animals. Yeah, there's probably gonna be some dead animals here in the near future. Honestly, in this case, forget that. The plan will be go for this geothermal over here. So you can go over here. We'll use the granite. Man, I always forget how big these are. Think this is the right size? Six by 6. Yeah, with 6 by 6, what we'll want to do here is go security, barricade, granite, 1, 2. Yep, that should be right. And even though it's like shouldn't, very, very rarely I've had them get fire on them, which is the reason I put the buffer around it. Is it's just enough that I don't have to worry about that. Okay. So this will be home zoned. I shouldn't have to worry about the wire itself ever taking damage. You're going to be home zoned. Meanwhile, we had limestone and sandstone, I believe, was the other options. So I'm going to go ahead and for the rest of our floors, we're going to do sandstone. Sandstone's kind of crap for everything else. And so we're going to be very wasteful with our sandstone. And put down fancy floors there. Yeah, we still have the other 2 Brumbos on the map. Alright, so it's going to take me a good while to actually get the geothermal generator researched. It's just a very, very expensive one. But we're getting all the lights installed and all that. I should put on this side of the room. It'll have less contamination to killing the mushrooms. That one will be fine, we don't care. Okay. I see that you are not crafting. So that means we don't have the materials to do other crafts, so you're helping with construction. I can get behind that. That's still very useful. Right now I'm just chucking a bunch of shelves in there to hopefully start collecting more and more stuff in there. And that should help out. Yep, we'll just keep building that out. Yeah, so you did not have limestone. Yeah, you do have limestone. So keep using the limestone for the wall. It's not as good. Apparently the granite tiles weren't from this one, so we're going to use those granite over here and just save it for stuff like that, which I really want to have a strong defense. Alright. So we've got ourselves on a pretty good setup. We're going to get our geothermal. It's going to take a while. Till then, we're going to have a lot of penalties on this. If we do get a medical inspiration, we are going to go and try and replace that left leg. We have a bionic leg up north. Inspired taming, obviously, if like we get a chance to catch a thrombo, that's fine. We're going to keep working on these bedrooms and then making that into a location we can actually keep stuff there. If we do get to the point of having the bio extraction stuff hooked up, I might try and go out of my way to do a void provocation or two in the hopes that we can snag ourselves a revenant. Right now, we're not in super great things for revenant, but we're not awful. All right, Luxray, you take it easy. Good having you again. Yeah, we don't have anything to deal with right here. We have that up there for later. But we get a chance to go after unique weapons, we're going to do some of that. And also check out Azrael been doing some Forza recently, but does lots of simulation games. So if you like your simulation games, you can find it over there. Alright, so let's go in here. Sandstones, do until you have. $400. 400. 400. 400. Most of these will never happen. Yeah, so I should slowly clear this out. That's actually what we can do. Is bills. Oh, I forgot the range is on all of them. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. You just keep on cutting brick and we'll keep on using it. Alright. So now we can get rid of that zone. And furniture. Small slate shelf. We'll put it right there. And it'll tell it to hold meals. Maybe what we do is once we get these rooms online, I bridge that over there, pull this open, and this becomes our hospital. What's the challenge? So, for the moment, what we've got going on is we did start with naked brutality, so one person who's naked and nothing else. We are doing the no research, semi-random research, where I don't get control of my research. And then we also have the achievements mod, and then the idea is over time what I'm going to do is as we progress our run, I will have, like, this is the next achievement I'm working towards kind of thing. We don't really have one queued up at the moment. Well, that's interesting. We still didn't get marked as having another ability. Yes, like, a lot of these ones that are just build things, make things, eat things, that kind of stuff, those will just happen naturally. What I'll probably do is focus on some of these DLC ones. So, like, have pawns at least 4 different ideologies as members of the colony. Strongest doing 100% run? Yeah, not... Yeah, that's kind of where I got the idea from it. Like, just to be completely clear. Is I was just like, okay, because we had been doing recently a lot of Space Haven. I've been having fun, but I was kind of tapping out what was there. Fugitive Camp. You will join me, potentially. A melee brawler who can research. and has a bunch of injuries. It's not the worst. So there's a bandit camp with 4 Yetkin. So we could roll in there and probably knock them really fast and get back out. Which wouldn't be a bad one. With our weapons we have... Yeah, it sucks when the game is fun and the content runs dry. Yeah. So... let's wait till we have our next raid. And then when that's done, we probably accept that quest, beeline over there, knock them real fast. And I might just go with the Goodwill. Actually, the Psyformer's another really good choice. Because, like, this character's not a bad character, but I'm getting pretty stacked on the melee side. So you're a kind brawler. You're only an undergrounder. I could switch you to ranged. You'd take forever to get there. I could switch you to ranged. Honestly, this might not be a bad one, because you would be able to research and cook. That would give me a backup cook, because right now that's Lyriel's the only one who can cook, and she's struggling, he's struggling between things in the colony, like juggling responsibilities. So that wouldn't be necessarily bad. And then we could have Kyotsu stop being melee and switch to range. Well, probably keep the thing. If you plan on doing more titles with the Empire, the sideline would be useless on that pawn. Well, the catch is I'm going to end up needing to have multiple people with ranks in the Empire for the achievement stuff. Right now I'm going to have just the one. But eventually I would ultimately want to do, like, I think it's like 4 you need to have. Not all the way up, but like have to have like a rank or 2 from the bottom. Still, I don't think we go with the Psyformer. I think it's a choice between whether we take the pawn or we take the standings. Standings are cheap and easy to get, but at the same time getting 33 all at once is still worth something. But getting a second researcher / brawler wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. They're not amazing pawn, but they're certainly not bad, and that's actually pretty good half the time. If you want babies, should we set Kyu to set Night Owl schedule with you? That is fair. That is actually very fair. Oh, okay. Torrential rain, that doesn't bother us at all. It'll flood around some of these areas, but most areas that can flood, we don't really care about. Alright. And slowly but surely we're getting all these rooms built. Okay, yeah, you still have a pretty good chance of having kids. When was the last event? It's on that border where it was recently enough we could be getting another event any time now, but also not so recent that, you know, we're kind of like due for an event. Okay. I completely forgot I had queued up for them to harvest all those things. I don't need to run around doing all that. Because I was going to go all in on the chem fuel power there, and then we rolled geothermals the very next thing. It's like, okay, man, by the time you get all that built, it'll already be time to switch to geothermal, so just don't worry about it. Just a handful of these ones down here, that's fine. Okay. There's also the point I could put down a grow light in here and use the grow light to grow something other than mushrooms. So you get Psychoid going so that we have the ability to make stuff for their waster. That kind of stuff. All right. I do think I might go for EFM and keep the 3 of them as melee. Until such point that we get a better melee pawn or whatever comes up. Because Kyotsu does have a lot of XP in melee already. Even though they have no, like, melee traits or whatever. Yeah, so I got 4 more tiles in this room. 5 more tiles. Okay, more than that. It's fine. We're getting rid of a lot of that brick. This is increasing the wealth of our colony quite a bit. But, you know. We're also getting to the point where I probably should consider what my defensive strategy is. Right now, we're mostly slow firing range with the exception of that machine gun. So it's a lot more pop out, fire a bunch of shots, you know, pop back in, move to the next position. Is going to be kind of what a lot of it is, a lot more kitey kind of playstyle, which I don't tend to do very often. I tend to get fast-firing weapons, and then, you know, have a defensive point to draw people into. But there's definitely a lot to say for having a lot of bolt action, sniper rifles, pulse rifles. And then just, you know, picking stuff off from afar. I do think I want to go more in the closer range, because that's fine and dandy when you're in an open spot. The bolt actions, all that. But then you start getting into where you go under the ground to fight the flesh things and all that. And those kind of sites. And then suddenly are an extreme disadvantage. Alright, so let's see here. We'll give up the mushrooms, we'll grab the medicine. Get rid of the EMP launcher. Take all of our worn clothes. That's fine. I'm just still gonna give it to you, that's fine. Alright, there you go. So who has tattered apparel and why? Right, it's because you have a flak jacket. Yeah, both of you have good quality flak jackets that are getting pretty worn, and I can't make flak jackets myself, so it's still good for them to wear those for the time being. Still offers a lot of benefit from defensives and all that. We have someone who can help with mining. have you jump on mining. Okay, so we got them converted, so everyone's back in the same ideology. So the curiosity here is under the DLC they said have at least 4 pawns. Yeah, so it does count up and down. So I will need to have 4 colonists of different ideologies in my colony at the same time. I think what I'll realistically do is if we start pushing on for the... where it's like have a whole bunch of colonists, I think what we'll probably do is later on, we'll indiscriminately recruit a bunch of people, knowing that we're not going to keep them around, and then probably Arco-Nexus them out of the situation. Alright. Thorbane has begun to fixate on the Void, and wishes to investigate into it using Void Provocation Ritual. Use the Void Provocation Ritual to discover, capture entities. Captured entities can be studied to complete the anomaly research projects and connect Bioferrite Harvester to generate Bioferrite. Yep. And you went food binge, which is unfortunate. When is her next event going to happen? Because we are on Cassandra, so she does hit a cadence. So if you look at a lot of the stuff, you know, these are the longest gaps we have here. So that gap there is the longest gap we've seen this entire run. And we're about 2/3, 3/4 of the way the size of that gap now. So this has been one of the longest waits we've had between raids. So I am expecting that we're probably going to be looking at a problem. Now, one thing that's coming up here is if we look at it, we had Sight Stealers in here, but it didn't show up on this list, which is probably what's happening is we had the Sight Stealers in here somewhere as our negative event, but it doesn't show up as like on the timeline as an enemy raid or whatever. Monolith progress. Pretty Little Pyro has been had a breakthrough on studying the monolith. He believes the monolith is a conduit in the for psychic energy connecting to some distant location. However, he is unsure where or what it connects to. Pretty Little Pyro is convinced with more studying, more anomalous entities, he can find a way to close the conduit or learn to harness its power. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Move that well. Yeah, it is. That's fine. Alright, so we're getting Skip Abduction next. So we can get Bioferrite Shaping. I am a big fan of Bioferrite Shaping. Was it under Anomaly? Yeah, there it is. So one thing I'm going to need to do here is remove that foundation tile. So we put a heavy bridge there instead. And then we can put the Bioferrite Shaping table on there. It requires power, so I won't be able to do anything until we got the other stuff in place. Oh, we can also go here, furniture, chairs. Actually, no, don't do that. Armchair, buffalo wool. Because the buffalo wool is easier for me to keep in stock and is way more comfortable than the regular chair. Okay, so that'll be for containing our anomaly stuff. Crooked Devils, that is a raid. Holy crap. That is a lot. So you got your hidden. Get back in. That is so much. Get on him. Don't let him go. Why do you suck at aiming so badly? Okay, so I punched a couple of holes in the wall. They didn't really do much damage inside. I'm not entirely sure where the Thrumbo... Oh, the Thrumbo went to bed. Well, we're getting shooting practice. Alright, so meanwhile, so you... Okay, you're on that one. You're on this one. Tough pessimist who's nervous. Okay, orders allow. So both our melee got downed, because as well as things where we kind of ran them in to try and get as much damage as we could. Oh, hey, go strip the armor off that person. Oh, please bandage that neck real fast. Okay. I think we'll be fine here, because you'll bandage that head, and that'll buy us more time. Yep, so it looks like they mostly broke that one spot of wall there and the one spot of wall here. They did get in here, but they didn't steal anything or destroy any of our furniture. I think they just barely got in there. We injured enough of them down here that they decided to go for the kidnap. And then that was that. Crooked... Yeah, okay, so they're pirates. They can't be friended. Oh, all their spears back so they don't rot. So it's better weapons that I can make. I got medicine and a bunch of other stuff to deal with. Yeah, so no new permanent injury as far as I can tell, just... Okay, who else can do construction? Prioritize repairing that wall. Okay. So meanwhile, we can go in here. Grab your spear. Yeah, once they're back on their feet, we're going to quickly send a group of like 5 over to get our additional melee character. All right. Because of that one, we should be able to run up and just pour bullets into them, and I'll just need at least one person there to run interference in case they get into melee. Okay, so haul the pants back. We can't make those, so it's worth having them. Alright. And how are you doing? So you've managed to not collect any serious injuries yet. Over time, as we have that thrombo, they are going to start getting more and more scars and injuries and that kind of stuff as the round goes on. Just as they get into more and more fights, everyone has a small chance of causing a scar. Okay, there's your spear, so everyone's re-equipped now. Starvation on you. Where is all of our food? We had a ton, and now I look over and there's none. Shrink your zone to be up here. So we could fix this by telling him to harvest that. We can go orders. We're about to do a culling of the boom or the. Okay, you need to be reprioritized, so you are no longer mining. You're gonna have to jump on growing and cutting for a minute. Alcohol binge. I don't think we have alcohol. Oh, did someone drop like a beer or two? Yeah, it's fine. You can go on your like 2-3 beer binge. I really, really need you to not be down. That's because both of my melee pawns are the grower and our cook. Which is always what happens. You either have like your grower, your cook, or your doctor, or something important like that will be your melee pawns. And so stuff will just absolutely fall behind because, you know, they get roughed up in their fights. Tantrum. That's fine. Please don't break the beds. Please don't break the walls. Please don't break the other beds. So running around dealing with all this. What I need is you to start being on your feet so you can go ahead and handle a bunch of this. Because honestly, who's our handler? Kyotsu as well. Yeah, because we're gonna be getting rid of a bunch of the muffalo. That'll be a bunch of instant food. For right now, don't worry about your psi focus at all. Lost a game to a pyro setting fire to your chem fuel? Yep. Yep, that is a thing that happens. Okay. Start harvesting the nutrient fungus. So that people can eat, because a lot of people are starving. We just need to get you healed up. He only did it once. Yep. No, that's the pyro MO. I'm still surprised. It seemed like everything was fine. Then so they turn around, it's like there's no food at all. I'm like, wait, what? We'll probably be fine. We just gotta ride it out to the other side. As soon as these two are healed up. Well, actually, these two are healed up. Get a bunch of muffaloes and all that in here. What's your problem? That's fine. Okay. So looking here. Can do this, give me those meals just to help things out momentarily. Get that in there. Alright. Cool, so that gives us a little extra food. Could the rate of runoff of the food? Probably not. Because the food's been mostly stored here and here. They did get into this room, but they didn't get into that area. So they didn't get to where the food was. I think genuinely it's just a matter of we have more and more muffalo showing up. And then I eventually just lost track of them. But I do have a thing on limiting how many we can have. It's just weirdly pregnant animals don't count towards that limit. That's fine. So you still got a pretty bad injury there. Oh, that was friendly fire that knocked Lyriel down. Almost took your leg off. To be fair, that got to be a bit of a mess when I ran them ahead. So you got pump shotgunned. So both your legs are recovering. You're getting there. Yeah, and they're all getting mad because of 8 raw food, 8 raw fungus, that kind of thing. Okay. Yep, so it's just the shotgun injuries and the charge lance injury, and then they'll be back on their feet. And like I said, we're supposed to only get up to 12 of these. I've got way more than that going on right now. So they should knock down a bunch of those. We'll only have like up to 2 adult males. We should knock that down, give me some instant food. And the Kyotsu is going to like go in and fill in a lot of the mushrooms there. So your learning is coming along. Alright. Alright, so you're almost better. You're getting there as well. And once the food stabilizes, we need to run out there and deal with this camp if we're going to do it. Okay. Alright, Kyotsu's up, so they'll start dealing with all the crops. There was a lot of Muffalo in there. Okay, so everyone's back up. Prison warden for a good quality Zeus hammer. Okay. So we've got 5 days to accept this. I do want to do that. But let's quickly try and get a little bit of food here. We'll run over, deal with the camp, come back over, and then welcome that person in. But I do need at least a little bit of food situated. Like I said, I'm kind of expecting that we're going to knock down a couple of the Muffalo really fast, butcher them, get some meat, and be good for a little while. I heard one get butchered, or one get slain here. Alright, major break risk on you. You slept outside. But why? There's no shortage. Oh, right. You slept outside because that's missing a wall. There, that prevent that penalty. Another person can do the construction real fast. Yeah, if we get those sealed up, we shouldn't take the mood penalties from not having a valid rec room or a valid, barracks. So that's what's going on there, is we were missing both of our bonuses for both those rooms. Yeah, so now we're starting to get those. Alright. So we can't really delay this much longer, so there's what we need to go. There's 4 enemies, so form caravan, go down here, come back up. Except, so we're gonna bring you. Gonna bring 2 of the adults here. You're gonna come along. You're gonna come along. We'll leave you behind. Gyotsu's gonna come along. Alright, so it'll be 3 on 4, but we will have the Thrumbo and all that such should work. So get out of here. We can't get out of here before we take the mood penalties and all that. So you can keep cooking stuff. It's interesting to me that we sent them on their way. They have no shortage of food. Yeah, we have 22 meals here, which is fine. I'm not complaining. It's just like, I went from no food to being like, where do I suddenly have a lot of food? And my assumption is we got rid of like 2 or 3 Muffalo all at once. And just a bunch of food all at the same time. Okay, so we can go down there against the Yetkin. And we don't know what they're going to be equipped with. The 2 most dangerous combinations. One, if they've got a lot of really long range stuff like bolt actions, that would be really bad. Or if they are all melee. If they are all melee, the risk there is that we knock one or injure one, and then suddenly they swarm us. Because while we do actually have a decent amount we can throw against it, we do have enough. Like, if there were, 3-4 melee pawns that are solid, there's a chance they could run through our pawns. The Thrumbo would probably keep them down. But it does me no good if they just bypass the Thrumbo and take, because we're not going to be able to, like, bottleneck them most of the time or whatever on a randomly generated map. Okay. Maybe you can kite them around. The Yetkin are faster if they're unarmed than your normal pawn is. Now, if they are, unarmored. If they are armored, then that doesn't thing. They have a whole thing where it's like naked speed or something like that, where they can run faster than a baseliner. It's one of their actual big advantages early game is having that movement speed bonus. But it only applies while they have no clothes and armor on. They have to be naked. But it's the reason you'll see him running around with just like the bandolier and nothing else, because that doesn't count against it. But once you get to like mid and late game where you're like, okay, but no, really, the things hurt too much for me to not run around, you know, for me to run around with no armor, then it doesn't do you any good. Alright, and here we go. So, you do have a gun. And one of the quote-unquote people is the pig. Okay, so machine gun, Molotov. And then the pig is the last, you know, quote-unquote pawn. So good news, they got to run through the water. There's no cover in the water at all. Okay, let's reposition so that we can get ourselves cover. I will survive, have 7 colonists. Oh, right, because we got the colonists from the quest. I was like, wait, what? Where did the colonists come from? Alright, so meanwhile, we definitely want to take 2 seconds and see what goodies they've got here. 1 second. I don't see any sentry guns. I do have a solar panel. So deconstruct that. And we're just taking a moment to check in all this. And once that's taken apart, world map, reform caravan, go home, accept. Alright, grab the simple meals and the packaged meals, grab the flake, the components, this, the bioferrite. Do we want we can grab the machine pistols. We already have Molotov cocktails. Grab the pile of cash. And I don't think we care about anything else, so get on home. And then the payment arrived, who would be you, which is another brawler in our place. It's going to be a researcher. And that's going to be Hypno, Butler, and we're going to go to your schedule. There you go. Work. So yeah, so you can help cook, but I intend on you being more of a researcher. That's fine. Meanwhile, you're going to be a melee pawn. I don't think we got any melee weapons laying around here right now. Trying to think where our last couple raids happened to see if there's still weapons laying around in the ground anywhere. It's a poor quality knife. It's not really what we should be giving you, but it is better than unarmed. Okay. Let's go to your assignments. You're now melee. Alright, so we got another person here with rocket and melee weapon. Okay. So in the meantime... that's a prison warden. That complicates things a lot more than I would like them to. The reason that complicates things is that means I gotta have a prison again. But that's okay. I would like that Zeus hammer. Capture. 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 And then they all have the blood rot. Did you do things? You're a terrible medic. But that does get you at least some doctoring. Cool, so you got them all medicaled up. Okay, so how long are you here for? Only 9 days. It doesn't mention that you're going to be attacked or anything else. So just keep working on it. They're almost back. Well, I mean, they're not really almost back, but they're getting their way back. We're slowly getting these rooms all switched out. You know, what we want them to be. Move on, we don't need to deal with them. We definitely have the wood now. And we're continuing to cut stone as much as we need. All right. Scab Assembly that have 3 Sanguifes show up, and they're willing to make one of our people into a vampire. I don't think I want to do that right now. I would go for the books. At some point, I don't have a warden. My bad, prisoners. I didn't mean to leave you to die. Mechanoid Cluster. Schedule, safe-ish. Okay. So the Cyclops there sucks. But we could shut these down. So that's the proximity sensor. So for right now, just keep working on your stuff here. You're gonna wait for them to get back. We should be able to shut that down pretty easily. Oh, schedule. Just want to make sure they don't cut through. Don't cut through. We're fine. It's making me a little nervous there. Where? Why? I literally just said for you to rope them back. Oh, did I choose unload? Ah. I see. In that case, you go bring the Muffalo home. Also, animals, safe-ish. Let's bring the Muffalo home really quick. Okay, so we got both of those. We can sell that book now. It serves no other purpose, and you literally have no more money for me. Oh, give me those medicine, because I'll always take the medicine. And take those. Don't cut through there. Don't. You're fine. And with that, everyone's restricted to safe-ish. So what we can do here is we will be able to go in and I could drop smoke here and shut that down. With EMP, I could potentially drop the EMP on those and kill it. The danger being hitting there, probably the best, well, so the challenge is if I drop smoke to prevent that. Sleeping, well, never mind. So sleeping sickness is a relatively tame one to run into. But, it is one that could be dangerous if left unchecked. I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna switch you over to actual medicine. I'll keep all this going for right now. Why are you not? I see. They need you to go to sleep and get treated. Alright, it's also time to start dropping off our terrible doctors. So we can start working and getting some of our doctors to actually be decent. Yeah, so the problem I'm running into is I can use EMP, or use smoke grenades to make it so those can't fire, but then we take an accuracy penalty versus those shooting back. Oh, sure, this is a mistake, but we'll go ahead and do that. We can let the Sanguifes show up and do their meeting. If we do this really fast, we could probably get ourselves a mood bonus. Help counter out that. Because that person's not our ideology. And then after that, we could try bumping ourselves with the instant conversion. Okay, it was fun. That'll be a mood bonus. I'm gonna instantly try and convert them. A counter meeting to slate the vampires? Yep. Masterful instantly converting them. That's what we like to see. Okay. We got the books override. Let's go to schedule. Hypno Butler, if I could have you just run outside and grab that one. And Lyriel will run outside and grab this one. Got the shooting book and then an entertainment book that's master quality. Alright. If I can manage to draw the Cyclops away, we would be able to handle that very easily. Because like I said, these we can just shut down with smoke grenades, and I would literally drop the smoke grenade on top of it, steal the unstable power core, and go from there. And I can drop the EMP directly on this, which is probably, that's honestly probably my best bet, is use the smoke grenades to go and drop over here, plunk an EMP into the middle of this, keeping the smoke grenades from going there, and just spraying shots and hope we get the Cyclops taken care of. Because we can definitely punch enough holes in that Cyclops to kill it pretty quick. I would like to keep the unstable power core, if at all possible. But first, let's deal with these moods. Oh, right, and we have sleeping sickness. So you're at 16%. You're losing to yours. Yeah, we need to bump you up to that. 17%. So once we get the healing thing back, let's try and get that on Kyotsu. Because they're still missing a liver. Or not a liver, sorry, a kidney. That'll be our best doctor. Never mind. That'll be our second best doctor. Maybe? Because we need to gonna go in there. We're gonna want to get a solid 10 dep. Please stop yelling at the prisoners. I don't want you to actually social fight and kill someone by mistake. Yeah, it's actually a very mild penalty now I look at it. 50 Shades of Grey. Have a pawn go into sadistic rage on a prisoner. Well, please don't kill them. Blood Rot Extreme, 87%. %. It's the only time I've ever seen Blood Rot actually get bad where we just didn't have... Like, I've had it get bad where, you know, no one was taking care of them at all. But I'm surprised. Do you have something like Sicklier? No? I'm surprised with an okay 10 you're losing. Berserk on Christian. Yeah, we don't need you to shoot. It's continuing to get worse. Let's see. Definitely wasting resources on them. But Slaughterer. Alright, that's not what you want to see. You know, you're all causing a lot of grief here. Well, that's the thing. We're fine. It's these prisoners that are the problem. The prisoners are not going to be fine at this rate. Because you're at like 93%. Oh wait, you're back available. Get that out of the way, Thorvane. We got someone who's actually got some medical skill able to step in here. The good news is if they go after the throne, I'm going to be upset. But just killing a bunch of the Muffalo I can get behind. Okay, so you've got that. Are you already getting them food? No. Feed them first. Would you stop berserking every 2 seconds? I'm trying to deal with it. Yeah, no, it's weird, like... I mean, the problem right now is the food is diminishing rapidly because everyone's throwing a fit. Alright, you just start butchering stuff. So we have something to feed people. Alright. Like, that's the thing, is we have, our people, like, our growing person and our cook are both our melee pawns. So every time we get into a fight and they get minor injuries, suddenly the food falls behind. I'm trying to deal with that. By getting more people able to assist with that problem. Disease infection. Cool, man. Just put it on the pile. Why not? Got a minor bruise. Right. And we're dealing with massive amounts of sleeping sickness. Right. That's another factor. We got hit with sleeping sickness, so half our people are going to lay in bed all day. Okay, medical attention needed. Why aren't you being treated? So you're already treating people. They're treating the next one. Getting a bunch of meals made. Got another person who needs to be treated. Yeah, we're gonna preach health you. Yeah, all of them are pretty rough shape, but not dying. Right, we need that preach health to become available so we can hit you with it. We do have 21 meals again. It's pretty much what happens is it goes until we, you know, have to cull a couple of the muffalo, and then suddenly we're good on food for another week. But yeah, it's every time we get into a fight where our melee pawns start taking some damage, the food falls behind because of the lack of cooking and all that. We're trying to get that resolved so like White Jaguar can start helping out with that. It's a sleeping sickness is also just another compounding. There's a lot of these ones like gutworms and sleeping sickness that can be kind of deceptive in how badly they can hurt you. That they seem like kind of a nothing burger, we're like, it's mildly inconvenient. But then you don't realize how much just, you know, getting things done you lose, how much more you go through food. Now let's get you through there, because that lack of kidney is hurting you. How much medicine do I have left? Oh, we are just obliterating our medicine. Hate to say it, but you're all getting downgraded. If you make it, you make it. If you don't, well, that's just too bad. I'm prioritizing my own people over you. He's got 6 more Glitter World. I got 1 more Industrial Medicine. Alright, technically 2. You're at 51%. You're at 52%. So those two are doing fine. We'll drop you down. Because you're the one who's in danger. Oh. And we realized that they were pregnant before they realized. That's a little worrisome. I want to deal with this, but we're definitely not in the situation where we should be poking anything if we don't absolutely have to. There's one more medicine outside we snagged. Because I can't take them and put them in the cryo. That'll anger the enemy faction and all that stuff. Or anger the faction we're doing it for. Because it's considered like kidnapping them or whatever. Medical emergency on you. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, you're good. I was like, how did your sleeping sickness get out of control that fast already? Yeah, you're close enough to having immunity. And food is getting dangerously low again. All right. Yeah, most likely pretty soon we'll be going and harvesting another round of the Muffalo. And this is one of the things that makes, like, we're not a rancher ideology, but this is one of the things that makes rancher rough, is most of the animals are not very efficient on the nutrients in versus nutrients out aspect of things. Muffalo are particularly not, you know, that amazing. They're not the horrendous ones, but they're not good. They're pretty middle of the road. But the reality with all that kind of stuff is that means you put all that effort into it, and you kind of just don't get much good out of it. But we're using them for the wool and everything. Alright, so I won't be able to do much with that. So there's nothing I care about here yet. We'll want to get the flare packs later. Need a meditation spot? Do I not have one sitting right... Oh, I mean, it's in use, but... Alright. You're at 65%. You're at 50%. You're at 70%. Major break risk on you. Confusion due to your Alzheimer's, that's fair. So you're getting mad because of that. Animals. Let's see who's getting added onto the Nom Nom list. I need you to deal with that. Because we need the food. Alright, start butchering. The Nom Nom list, you make it sound so, It says a dinner invitation. Exactly. So your blood rot is... Oh, yeah, that's bad. So we're going to need to get you a really good tend here. That's an acceptable tend. I wonder why you're struggling, because like I was looking, you don't have anything like sickly or whatever. Oh, no, you're a baseliner, so it's nothing like that. Even your filtration is a little down, but that's because of the blood rot. Extreme break risk on you because you are ravenously hungry. Have you considered eating something? Screw you, game. Okay, let's see what we could do about this now. Just add it to the pile of problems. Alright, so you can deal with this one. Verifying hallucinations. As you're going to Twitch's London office later, and you're anxiously excited, you're looking forward to seeing the life-size interactive holograms of DJ Clancy and Daddy Bezos that are rumored to be in every Twitch site. That's cool. I mean, I was gonna say not like the life-size hologram because I don't believe that's a thing. Obviously, I mean obviously I realize you're memeing and all that, but that's cool. You're getting to check out the London office and all that good stuff. Are you good? Yeah, you're good. You can just go ahead and have your hallucinations just up there and away from the mechanoids. I really need them to get out of here already. Having sleeping sickness at the same time as dealing with blood rot, not the greatest experience. It's a pre-TwitchCon mixer. You think it's a bit far for you to just pop over, which is a shame. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, it's funny because I'm actually going through London on my way to TwitchCon. But it is those ones where like I'm popping down and then going right back up. Oh no, that's right. Am I still going through London? Yes. Yeah, no, I'm still going through London. I was going to land in London, have to switch airports and then fly out. I was like, the hell with that. So I'm going to Dublin to London up. Because apparently London, like half the flights come in one airport and then you leave from the other airport. And it's just like, wait a second. I am not scrambling to try and find a taxi with like a 1 or 2 hour layover. That is panic mode because I'd have to re-go through security all over again. It's like, no, man, I'm good. But apparently it's just a normal thing for a lot of flights going through London. That you got one of the airports that deals with a lot of the closer nearby locations, whereas like the other airport tends to be like a lot more of your international locations, and they're like opposite sides of the city or whatever. And it's just like, what? What is this nonsense? Okay, so you're back here getting your treatment. We did get another preach health on you. We're burning through all of our best medicine. You could have gone into London and taken the train to Rotterdam, just to mix things up a bit. That's your plan? I was unaware that there was a train. because that actually would have been a lot of fun. That's so good. I was just like, hey, travel thing. How do Rotterdam from here? And then I had to figure out how to navigate around where it wanted me to do ridiculous layovers in London. Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, because I honestly really enjoy riding the trains. The only exception is when you're talking like a really long train ride. Alright, so you're gonna have to be bumped up again. How much longer do you have? Your next treatment? You might die before we get that opportunity. How long do you leave, by chance? 10 hours. You know what? There is a chance that you might still be alive in time to load you on the shuttle and push the go button. Heatwave is over. Alright, stop fueling you, deconstruct. Stop fueling you, deconstruct. Oh, you're going to die like seconds before I'm done. You suck. 99, 100, and fail. And then all the prisoners leave without anything else. Will there be a meetup, or will it be a case of going to other meets to say hi? So, we don't have the exact details out there, but myself, Spoofy, Drongo, and a whole bunch of us are going to have like a collective meetup. Is the intention. Are you going to TwitchCon as well? Yes, I think you actually said you were. Yeah, no, I believe you said you were going to TwitchCon. I have been so like running around trying to figure everything else out, because it would probably be good like to potentially have it like when I get the details, we can like I can check to see if everyone's cool. I imagine they would be with like Drongo and everything. Like to just kind of have like a big group, because we did that at TwitchCon San Diego, because it kind of was one of those things that no matter when you'd schedule it, you'd be kind of competing, like not competing, you'd all be like splitting your mutual audiences between events. So we're like, we'll just do one giant meetup, and it went really well. I thought it was really good. Because then it's a lot easier for people to justify like taking the time to go there. You're not being like, oh, do I go to Ultras or Drongos or Ruals or FGs or who's meetup? Because no matter what, there's just not enough time to separate them all out. And then finding space and yada yada. Who is this Drongo you speak of? And the Horsemer Spoofy? You've never heard of them. Yup. Alright, so we're still waiting to get, alright, sleeping sickness immunity. You're getting close to being done with the sleeping sickness. Sleeping sickness immunity. Go to assignments. Alright, so I would love to deal with this. And I think the strategy is the moment that the sleeping sickness is clear, before we get into like second and third trimester, I think Hyotsu switches over. This will be a situation we're not going to want melee really. So we'll probably have Lyriel grab... Yeah, Lyriel can grab the smoke launcher, Kyotsu can grab the EMP. We'll work our way around to this side, and we'll drop the smoke here somewhere, and then throw the EMP on there, and we're just going to try and kill those two. Because as long as I keep the smoke, we don't have to worry about that. And if things go well, I might be able to sneak in here and snag the unstable power core. Which would be great. I do love getting myself lots of unstable power cores. It's incredibly dangerous and irresponsible, and exactly what I want to do. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be right back, and we'll go ahead, and I'm going to at least finish out getting rid of that, that mech cluster before we wrap for the night. So I'm going to go ahead and step away for a minute. I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright, let's get this going. Yeah, so we're basically just waiting for Kyotsu to get over their sleeping sickness. And on the plus side, all of that sickness did already get Thorbane, who was a child who just grew up to a point they were allowed to do medical, and they're already medical 4. Over the course of like an in-game week of just treating endless series of medical problems, just shooting all the way up there. I would also like to do those peace talks, but I think the higher priority is there. Wait, actually. It's just a small group. You know, though. Okay. If they go down here somewhere, we fire a round into that, and we run away. Nah, they're up there. That's not going to be usable. I was going to say, if they went down there, I was going to pick that real fast, let them engage it, maybe, maybe not, they kill stuff, and then we can, you know, use the smoke grenades and all that stuff to get things done. Alright. You're getting really close to being through that. And the whole gimmick with sleeping sickness, for those who don't know, is it is just a disease that stays on you for a while. It just takes a long time to get through the immunity of. Generally speaking, it doesn't take that good of tending to get through. The reason we're having to go all the way to Glitter World on this one is the missing kidney really, really weakens the immune system. And so we just kind of went for broken down to make sure we can drop that down in a big way. For the last little bit there. But you're also going to have the Preach health left. Alright, it's almost time to make our move. Yeah, so I just want to go to this side, get to the point I can get close enough to drop the EMP here. And then just, again, smoke grenade, smoke grenade, smoke grenade, just shut those down. We want to make sure we stay out of range where that can hit us. Gore Hulk Assault. Change of plans. You, pop out right now. Can't reach from there? Yes, you can. Hit it. Hit it. Please. Oh, come on. Okay, you did your job. And now let my one set of enemies deal with my other set of enemies. Get 'em, boys. Alright, meanwhile, grab the rest of you. Okay. Hey, Spoopy, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Spoopy and actually for that matter, Treacle as well? Okay. But we get shout outs, I'd really appreciate that. So good news is they took care of the Militar, they took care of the big gun. We got the Cyclops is already pretty badly injured. I don't know what your range is. Pretty long. But definitely check out Spoopy playing some God of War Ragnarok. Haven't seen that in a while. But an absolutely fantastic content creator, really fun chaos over there. Highly, highly recommend all good stuff. But it's good to have you. You're totally a mod here. It happens. You're big lurking while working. Well, you have a good lurk. But again, check out Spoopy. What are you doing over there, Kyotsu? Oh, you are dealing with the fact that that thing didn't stay down. Oh, come on, don't do this. Because Kyotsu is the Pregante. Because you went to capture that, and it must have gone up while you were capturing it. Okay. So we got a good news, bad news situation here. So what we're going to try to do here is we've got the Cyclops. Come on, come on, come on. Nice. That makes the step of taking out this easy peasy. We just smoke grenade our way all the way up, drop some EMPs on there and destroy it, and we should be able to steal a power core. Yeah, just a couple little cuts, nothing serious. You know, you are bleeding from your torso. It might actually be time for you to go to bed and get bandaged up. Yep, a lot of us are going to TwitchCon EU. I'm honestly curious this year if we're going to see for the first time ever a higher attendance at TwitchCon EU than TwitchCon US, because TwitchCon US definitely has a higher capacity, but politics, right now a lot of people are very, very understandably avoiding the US. Like, very, very understandably avoiding the US. Oh, it must have died when I was bringing it back over here. That's fine. It wouldn't have been that much better than the Sight Stealer, so who cares? Okay, in this case, if we're doing this, let's grab that smoke launcher. And if you grab the EMPs... There's no need for the melee. If the melee get involved, people start dying. Why would you do that? Shoot the smoke grenade, shoot the smoke grenade, shoot the smoke grenade. Okay. As long as we stay in the smoke, we should be good to go. Okay. Let's see, yeah, the US isn't somewhere you travel in the immediate future. You can separate the people from the leadership, so it's not you guys' thing, but you look forward to a future where you can visit. Yeah, no, absolutely. If I wasn't already here in the US, I would not be traveling to the US right now. Like, things are not stable, things are not safe. Well, rip unstable power core. It's fine. So with that, we don't have to have everyone restricted anymore, and we're good to go. Okay, so with that said though, chat, it is getting to be around that time that I need to be wrapping up for the night. We did just knock out the mech cluster, so we don't have any outstanding threats or anything. Yeah, you wouldn't go to the US right now? Yeah, no, it's just, even, like, again, even from someone here in the US, I would... Oh, actually, before I do that, we are going to be wrapping up here in just a second, but let me make sure I re-equip myself with the correct weapons. Otherwise, I'll forget. And just before third, yeah, no, that's the other thing. It's like for TwitchCon US, even though I'm in here the US, so it's not anything related to that side, I'm also definitely not going to be doing TwitchCon US this year, not unless like some sponsorship or something comes in that's, you know, making it worthwhile or whatever, which is very unlikely. And the reason for that is they are doing it directly before Thanksgiving, so we'll be traveling back during Thanksgiving travel time. So on one hand, November's like the big earning month for most content creators, and dealing with like the highest time of traffic, or sorry, air traffic in the US, like at the same time. It's like, okay, hang on, that is really hard to justify dealing with all that. So with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find a way back here in the future, because that's how this whole thing works. If you're watching over on the YouTube side, don't forget to like and subscribe. But there is no host ready over there, so thank you so much for tuning in, but you're going to kind of have the stream just end over there. For those over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put on my ending screen. And then we're going to see who we can find to